great piece of fielding. Bowls.
Yeah! Got him! Beauty! One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll do.
Opportunity. Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Casey Stadium. It's the Indoor Cricket World Cup for 2022. I'm Cameron Walter alongside Paul Botterill. And what another fantastic day of indoor cricket action we have for you today, starting with the Australian women up against Singapore. The Australian women so far undefeated. Singapore without a win here in their first tournament, but fighting valiantly. A big learning experience for them and an opportunity here for them to play against the best of the best. Good morning to you, Paul.
Morning, Cam. I'm quite looking forward to this one. Early in the morning, I'm sure the Singaporean ladies are looking forward to getting into this and seeing if they can continue to make a little bit of progress through this event.
Why don't we take a look at the two lineups? Get you to take us through the sides, Paul.
Cheers, Cam. Thanks for that. Australia will be captained by Nicole Martin, Ashley Doble, Alison Maxwell, Ainsley Knight, Emily Valance, Adelaide Campion, Alexandra Weeks and Nisha Isles. The Singaporeans welcome their captain back from injury, Anuba, Rachel, Swati, Talaka, Kathana, Smita, Neha and Manu will play for them.
The umpire for the match will be Michael Guest from Australia. A notable out, ladies and gentlemen, for the Australian side is Delane Carson, the veteran, the keeper. They rely on her a lot. Unfortunately injured herself yesterday and awaiting some scan results and some attention. But Paul, it looks as almost certain that her tournament is over, which is just such a shame. She's such a key part of the Australian side.
Mate, when Gary Lowe bet his house earlier on a game in this tournament, I thought he was crazy. But I bet my house that we're not going to see Delane Carson back in this event. Looks like an MCL from what we're hearing. And look, huge blow for them. And look, she's a key player, not just because she scores a lot of runs for them, but she's a specialist keeper. And what that means is that when the ball comes from the field, she's crouched and she catches it. And standing keepers, you don't learn that in a day or a week or a month. It takes a lot of drilling. And what it literally means is as the ball's coming up from the bowler, you're coming up and going in one direction. And as soon as the batter hits it, you're going down in the other direction. And it's not a natural movement. And her and Lauteski are the best in the world at it. And I think they'll be able to replace her as a bat and a bowler because they're full of talent. But replacing her as a keeper, they'll miss.
You're not wrong. It's such a key position in indoor cricket for all those reasons. The news here is Australia will be fielding first here against Singapore. While we're waiting for Singapore to take the court, why don't we take a look at what's coming up later today? Of course, we have Australia up against Singapore right now. Then from 11 a.m. Australian daylight time, it's the New Zealand under-22 side up against Sri Lanka, the men's side. 1 p.m. Again, all these times are Australian daylight time. It's New Zealand up against England, and gee, what a critical fixture that's going to be for the balance of the top four. From 3 p.m, it's Australia up against South Africa in the under-22 women's, that young South African side. And then two matches to close out the day, both in the men's division. It's Australia, the defending champions, up against Sri Lanka. And at 7 p.m. to close out the day, Singapore up against England, another fixture that has so many ramifications for who will finish in the World Group and who will finish in the Plate Division here at Indoor Cricket's World Cup. We're live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube internationally through the Cricket Australia Indoor Cricket YouTube channel. And thank you to Cricket Australia, the hosts of this wonderful tournament. Thank you so much for being with us this morning and hope you can stay with us throughout the day. I'm just loving being back at the Indoor Cricket World Cup, Bots.
Yeah, look, Cam, it's wonderful to see all this cricket. It's going to be a great day. I think it's a really big day for England, the English men's side. The way they played against Sri Lanka yesterday, they could get up and beat this New Zealand side and open this comp right up. And at the same time, they put in some big performances. Can they back it up and perform against Singapore later on in the day? Again, they should win, but have they burnt themselves out to some degree? It's going to be a really interesting day to watch the English team, because they can close out a top 4 position if they put in 2 big performances today. And if they don't, the door will close on them very quickly. It's been a wonderful comp, hasn't it? The fight for those top 4 just goes on and on and on in that league.
Yeah, absolutely right. Talaka and Swati at the crease for Singapore. They will open the batting. The ball is with Nisha Isles. We're live from Casey Stadium. It's the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Settle in for a great day of action. Nisha Isles gets us underway. Oh, it's straight up in the air. And Isles can't get to the return catch off her own bowling.
Look, my impression was that the Australian team will want a lot more out of this game than the first time they played Singapore. They got a bit sloppy in the field. They missed some chances that they should have taken. And in the last partnership, coach brought them over and said, hey, that's enough. You know, it's time to sort this out. And they fielded very well late. But I don't think they'll want to wait till late. Gary Lowe.
Oh, it's given out. It's an LBW. They're so rare in indoor cricket. I'm not going to go off to the extent that Gary Lowe did, but take a look at the delivery. Not a lot wrong with it at all. But in indoor cricket, the ball has to be hitting the stumps, or would have been hitting the stumps, and you have to play a shot. Now, gee, it wasn't much of a shot, but you could probably argue there was a little swat at that, Paul.
One of those things, mate, both camps will have very different views on that particular dismissal, right? The Australians will be adamant that's out, and the Singaporeans will be like, well, he played. What are the rules here, you know?
Well, I mean, that's one of the funny things about that rule. It doesn't say the shot has to be a good shot. It doesn't say anything about it being a textbook shot. It doesn't even say when the shot has to be played.
Or at the ball.
Correct.
You know, it just you've got to play a shot. So, bat movement, I think the batting team will be disappointed in the start. They're off to there. Look, the Australians already showing a bit more intent with the ball here. Clearly looking to... I think, like if I was coaching in this game, Cam, and I'll do it between balls, I know what I'd want out of it. I want my guys to, maybe big guys for me probably, will watch Isles bowl.
Finds the top edge, it falls safe, spills into the net for 2 runs.
I'd be bowling cross seam, just outside off stump, right? But what I'd want is I want my offside fielder to get some work and to finish that work. I want my fielding team to function properly. Australia here, a couple of half chances that have already gone, not been taken. That's not what I want. I want my fielding team to finish. And I'll just bowl a line where they can hit the ball, you know, so that my fielding team can get some work, right? And then when I win a bat, I literally would have a competition where the player who got the most 2s, I'd count the 2s, every 2 would be +1 and every back net would be -1, and the player who got the most points would get some kind of prize. And I'd work really hard on just practicing hitting 2s, bowling a line, but what I want is my fielders to do the job. And that's where Australia weren't at the standard they wanted to be against Singapore in the first game. And if you don't do that, you get nothing out of it, and you don't want to get nothing out of a game at a World Cup. You want to get something out of a game at a World Cup.
Ainsley Knight to bowl the second over. Now, the Australian women's side were pushed last night against New Zealand. That was a close game. Australia really only sealed the deal in the last couple of overs there. And it's for all those reasons and more that they do want to get everything out of this game.
Yeah, look, I think, I thought, you know, Crossie's the coach and she'll have picked what she wants to get out of this game. But, you know,
Wendy Camp, the women's, Crossy, the under-22s.
Sorry,
yeah.
Wendy Camp. Yeah, she will know what she wants out of it. This Australian side always bats really well. I don't think they've got anything. 125 last game is probably the lowest score, but I think she will want them to bowl and field really well. And one thing we are seeing, which is quite noticeable and different from the first game against Singapore, is they've got the ball swinging. So they're not holding it cross in and bowling outside off stump. That's not what she wants out of it. Maybe that's what she's doing that's different. Maybe she said to them, actually, we're going to bowl really well. I'm not too concerned about the field. And one of the reasons they might do that, Friday night bowling again, is because they've lost a player. So there's probably a player out there they don't want to have out there. They can't rest 4 players for this game. They can only rest 3 players for this game. And it starts to affect your rotation. They might decide, well, actually, we're going to bowl really well. We'll cruise through in the field. We'll bat nicely. What we don't want to do here is take any energy out. They're a very fit team, but this is a very big tournament with a lot of cricket. And maybe that's what they're looking to get out of it. But I'm sure they'll have one thing in mind where they're going, actually, we want to do this well for 16 overs, you know.
Safely negotiated third ball there, Singapore. Last ball of the over now. Just fended back to the 3-line fielder for a single. to finish the over. For a dot to finish the over. 2 runs from it, -1 on the board. We've talked a bit, Paul, about what Australia are trying to get out this game. What about Singapore on the flip side? That's the first time they've got a side in the Open Ladies here at the World Cup. They're a developing nation. They're new to indoor cricket, as you well know. What's in it for them?
Look, I think they're playing the world champions. They're playing the best team in the world. You know, a positive partnership here for Singaporean. Gold. They'll love it. Again, throughout the tournament, they've bowled by comparison, they've bowled very few wides and no balls. They'll be looking to bowl straight. They'll be looking to get a positive partnership and to continue their learning and development. Now, one of the things that they'll be battling with, and I've done this.
Just third ball here. The score has to change.
Let's do third ball.
I'm not sure that she realised it was third ball.
Yeah, needed to go on her way, didn't she?
Yeah, she did everything right other than hit it. She was right between the ball and the stumps. Couldn't get, gave a non-striker an opportunity to get home, but didn't set off herself. So a run out of the top end.
Lovely lady Swati comes over and has a chat most days. Smiley, happy. Boy, they're a happy team for a team that's battling along. I think one of the things they'll be battling with, Cam, and I'll go and wait for the ball. They don't have...
Played on.
Another wicket.
Yeah.
They've never played an inter-cricket game, never mind an inter-cricket tournament.
Say again, sorry.
They've never played an inter-cricket game, never mind an inter-cricket tournament.
Yeah.
And one of the things where that starts to do is it hurts you in the legs. Now, they'll be fit. They're fit people. But their ability to play game after game after game of cricket, right now these bodies will be starting to fall to pieces a little bit on them. They'll be very sore, even if they're travelling with a physio, which they appear to be doing. The Australian players do this all the time, and their bodies are used to it.
That's 3 in a row for the Australians.
When I coached that Singapore Masters side, we played that plate final, or previous 4, whatever it was, I can't remember now. We had a guy on the court with a broken rib.
Yeah.
Because I had 4 people that couldn't get on the court. They couldn't walk, basically. And it's just the fatigue of having never done it before, playing back-to-back games of cricket. It's tough on the body.
2 balls remain, back live.
Shot.
She just got home.
Yeah.
That, in contrast to the previous delivery, got on top of that delivery and put it down.
Yeah. Look, one of the things that, again, they'll be learning about is, in some ways for them, I think the swinging ball is a little bit easier because it swings a bit earlier. Whereas the spinning player, I doubt many of these Singaporeans are going to be able to pick her out of the hand and know what's coming here. They just, they just think and go sideways off the pitch and doing their best. And again, that's part of being, really, really new. Look, a lot of these players are either mums of good young Singapore cricketers, so they've seen a bit of cricket, or they are partners of people who play cricket in Singapore. So they know a little bit, but they know nothing about cricket. But the experience of doing it is pretty new to them.
So 1 over remains now. 3 for -13 for Ali Maxwell off the previous. It's going to be Adelaide Campion now to bowl the final over to the partnership. Australia right on top. Starts with the leg side.
That's the kind of thing that'll frustrate the coach.
Yes.
No pressure here. They'll be trying. I don't want to be harsh on the Australian lads. They're a brilliant side. I'm just saying that these are the kind of things that should be looking for them to be really tidy at,
Great piece of fielding there from Nicole Martin, the Australian captain.
Yeah, brilliant.
Followed it. It was flat. She followed it into the net, took it well, and an accurate little flick back to the keeper. As easy as you like. Take a look here on the replay.
This is the kind of thing that's going to thrill the coach. Right, and most importantly, the keeper. Good position, caught the ball. She'll love seeing that stuff. That's the kind of stuff she's trying to have these combinations work through.
Again, another great piece of fielding there from the Australian captain. Gets some bat on it, gets it behind square, but the running is just not there, and another run out for Australia.
Yeah, they're noticeably getting slower, Cam, and this is the fatigue thing coming in, right? That they are struggling to get quick between the wickets here, and early morning game for them, a few games in, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, game 8, I think it is for them. And yeah, I think they're pretty sore.
Finds the edge, and that'll be out. A well-judged catch from Doble there at point. With 2 balls remaining yet. Paul, 9 a.m. game. They've played 8, as you said. I played 0, and I struggled to get out of bed this morning, so I can't.
Don't know who does these rosters, Cam, but what are we doing here at 9 o'clock?
Yeah, I don't know. Guilty. So 2 to come now in the partnership. Oh, it's chipped over the infield and through for a single.
They've got a good attitude, the Singapore ladies. I see the Swati, I thought it was a bit tough. Blair O'Brien calling her for hands up in the exclusion zone.
Yeah.
I said, he could have just told her, there's just no need. She says, oh, no, I've got to learn.
Yeah.
I'll never do it again,
Yeah, fair enough.
You like the attitude from them, you really do.
Absolutely. Dot ball for the final over, negative 26 for the partnership. The world champion side, Australia, looking clinical in the ball and in the field. And you make the point of great attitude, high fives and smiles, and a cuddle from the 2 Singapore bats as they leave the court, which is really great to see.
A little wave, a smile.
Here in their first World Cup. I did speak to Anuba at the opening ceremony. I thought she spoke really, really well, talking about the reasons that Singapore are here and what they want to get out of the tournament. It's fantastic to see. And I tell you what else, they've actually turned it into a genuine division. Yes. Without Singapore here, it's 3 teams in the women's. To have Singapore here to make it an actual 4-team competition is just brilliant. Yeah,
it really is. And the future of ladies cricket, it requires 3-team competitions aren't going to last 10 more World Cups. We need these teams coming through, and Singapore setting an example. There'll be plenty follow this junior World Cup that's coming up. Sounds really good, and hopefully we'll get some players come out of that to 22s and build these numbers. And part of the reason that it's so hard is because they've got to go and play amazing teams.
Yeah,
if we could have a few more teams down in that division, they could split after a round.
Yeah.
You'd have a competition that was really good for everybody.
This is Emily Valance getting us back underway. The batters at the crease for Singapore, Smita and Neha.
It does look to me as if Australia's decided here that they are going to bowl properly. I mean, when I say properly, they're going to bowl and try and get something out of it with the ball, and they're going to conserve energy in the field. And I can certainly see from a tournament point of view that's a good decision. Again, they'll be disappointed that's at 2 metres up in net, and they would expect someone to catch that no matter what.
Third ball. It's up and taken straight to the 3-line fielder. It was reasonable contact on it from Smita, but just can't place it wide of that fielder, as you see here on the replay.
Yeah, good hit, but...
Yeah, and well-judged catch, and I'll tell you why. The bat speed, much faster than the ball then came off the bat because it was miscued a little, so
tipped right
Maxwell had to judge it.
Yeah, tipped right in front of her as well, right?
Yeah. Fended in the onside court, it'll be a dot ball.
The second time the Singaporeans have hit it firmly into a net and stayed, and maybe for them at this point they need to be getting off strike when they do that. That's the middle of the bat, that's down low. You can always, maybe they're a bit concerned about a bit of Nicole Martin brilliance, but I think they want to turn the strike when they can turn the strike.
There's a no ball, we'll wait for the signal. Oh, given.
I think maybe bat in the air, mate. I could be wrong, but I think bat in the air.
Well, it just took an eternity to make the decision. I thought for sure he was going to call it not out, but let's have a look. Neha it is. Just lightning hands from Alex Weeks, but felt a bit harsh to me.
Yeah. I think we are seeing fatigue starting to have a pretty big impact on the Singaporean side. They look, again, hits it well along the ground, no run. They look pretty slow to me today, and I having coached a team like this, I have a feeling that is over to the coach.
Just brilliant. That's a great call from Michael Guest. Even on the first replay, that looked in for mine.
Yeah.
But you just see how quick those hands were from Alex Weeks. Whipped the bails off. He took his time. He made the right call.
I like that. And the Weeks will be, this is one thing that Australia will want to see here. There's a keeper starting to grow into this team for them because Coaches will always tell you, and I would have told you, I don't know my starting 8, but I've got an idea. And I've got 3 or 4 written down, and in all of those for Australia, Carson is keeping.
Absolutely.
So now they're looking to have plan B, and it's important for them.
The Australian captain bowling this over. They're appealing with some interest. Not out. It's up, it's down, it's safe, but confusion in the running. And it'll be out. You can see Smita, or Nihar it is, at the non-strikers end. Got in a little bit of traffic there and was asking the umpire about that, but he's quite rightly pointing out that they're fielding the ball.
Yeah, they're allowed to be in if they're fielding the ball. It's funny, in the training I did with them, I did tell them that you've got to get on the black. When you're turning, get on the black. Umpires will protect you to some degree on the black, but if you're not on the black, you don't have a lot of chance. And, she's turned on the green and straight into a player, and the player's legitimately allowed to be there, right?
It's interesting. We'll talk about that rule in a second. Here's Martin. Straight to the 3-line fielder, and it's a dot ball. 1 ball remains, and it will be 3rd ball.
Look, the scoreboard really disappointing for Singapore, but actually they've hit a lot of cricket balls today, and they can take something out of that as well, They're tired, the running's not very good, but they are hitting a lot of cricket balls.
Oh, she made it.
I think
a big dive.
Yeah, big effort. And, one of the things about Casey Stadium, this carpet's still quite new. And
yeah, that dive's not going to.
It's no fun to dive on. Yeah, it hurts.
We're talking about that, the fielder taking right of way. I know we've spoken a few times about how batters are holding their line and effectively, for lack of a better word, interfering with the field. Spoke to the tournament director, Dave Shepley, last night about that rule, and our interpretation is right. The batter has to go around, and if they don't, at the very least, it should be a warning, if not a penalty.
Yeah, I'm really comfortable too, Cam, with it being a warning on occasions. But, Victor Davis in particular, he took a fielder who was fielding the ball off his feet. For me, that's impacted his opportunity to take the out, and that has to be given out because, if it's not, then in the future, someone else is going to take that field out deliberately. An accident from Victor, right? But it is going to be done by somebody who needs to make the ground. And, we don't want to see that coming into our game. Our game's a skillful game. It's a fast game. It's an action game. We don't want it to become a contact game,
Oh, it's a safety issue as well for those reasons. So Alex Weeks is the bowler. Australia continuing on their charge. Right in at the hip. It will be a dot ball.
The other ladies' teams at some stage about how they feel about this Cam. It's they're doing the right thing for the game. They're getting out here and playing the game. And look, their choice is to play 2 teams. I wonder how they feel about playing Singapore as part of this event.
Oh, look, I can tell you that they're ecstatic to have Singapore here. There's obviously a challenge for the Australians that they need to stay up and at their best as Weeks continues. On the leg side, they need to stay up and at their best, and this certainly isn't the most competitive hit out they're going to get in their life. But it's important for Australia that they give Singapore some of their best, because that's only going to help Singapore ultimately. And another delivery, another leg side, closes out the over, 7 runs from it.
Yeah.
And if you said to them you've got a choice today to have a sleep in and a bye, or come here and play Singapore, who in their first World Cup, and it's not going to be a very close game, their answer would be to be here on this court any day of the week.
Yeah, it's one of the things, Cam. I think if there was a bye here, they'd be on the court next to you having a training right now.
Yeah, that's right.
They'd be somewhere doing some cricket stuff because that's what they're here for. Yep. They're not here for sleep-ins. They can go shopping any day they want or anywhere in Australia.
Yeah. Doble will bowl the final over to the partnership. It's up and down, straight out of the Cameron Walter playbook, and again another example there, Paul, of contact, ball into the net and no run. Yeah,
they need to, it's tough for Singapore because they look like physically they're battling, but they do need to. It's great to see them hitting the ball, but they do need to get the other end and just turn over the strike a little bit. every bowler at any level likes bowling to the same batter repeatedly.
Yeah. There it is again. This time, no. Well, the non-striker was interested. The striker was not. Smita run out at the top end. They've just got to get on their bike, tie it or not. You know, make contact, you've got to go.
It's one of the things, as you know, Cam, great athletes that you and I are, we know is that as you physically tire, you also mentally tire. Decision making around these things get a lot worse. And really, striker needed to call early and run. You know, and if she had, I think they'd have got 2 more there. You know.
We'll push into the offside. It'll be a dot.
It's one of the things, I guess, when you're playing a team that's a lot better than you. You can get to the point where you feel like no matter where you hit it, they might run you out. And that may well be the case, but you've still got to find a way to get to the other end, so you've still got to run.
Straight into Nicole Martin on the leg side there. Another dot ball. It'll be 3rd ball, and the score must change.
The Australians looking pretty happy out there, Cam. A few smiles, a bit of talk, a little bit of support for each other. I like the way they're going about this game.
Oh, they do well. That's all she had to do, get a little bit of batter on it. And there's an example of, in that instance, they were forced to run. So they did everything right. Contact, she left, and non-strike was backing up. They do that every ball. They'll be getting a lot more runs here.
Yeah, and the non-striker's shown an ability, preparedness to dive to help her out. And there we go, get on your way. If you don't get on your way,
you're going to get run out. Yeah, especially if you're not running straight.
Yes. Yeah.
So a run out off the final ball of the partnership. Another great piece of work here. And if you give Australia this amount of time, they're going to pounce. Nicole Martin, you saw she actually shaped up to flick that up to the top, but realised she had time. She turned, got balance and threw instead and affected the wicket. Another great partnership for Australia. Absolutely in charge of this match here against Singapore. It's the World Cup of Indoor Cricket. We're live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally. Some work to do, some lessons to be learned for Singapore.
Yeah, mate, and look, there'll be some people at home going, the Singapore players aren't very good and all the rest, but they haven't batted against the Australian side.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't quite know what it's like out there. These are good indoor cricket players. They are fit, hard training, skillful players who bowl good areas and put you under some pressure, and they're playing some players here who have played cricket for less than a few months. And, Singapore continuing to fight away and do this tournament proud. And you know what? Sometimes when we're involved at elite level sport, can we forget what sport's about? Sport's about doing your best and competing and making new contacts and friends and the stuff that comes out of that. You get a level of respect for someone that's competed against you that you don't get for someone you meet on the side of the road.
Here's Nisha Isles.
Not that we meet people on the side of the road.
Anuba and Rachel are at the crease for Singapore. And, Paul, last night we were talking about the Masters World Series in 2013. You and I, there's a photo of us nearly 9 years ago. That's what happens at these events.
Yeah.
You make friends for life. And I've no doubt all of these Australians are going to keep in touch with all of these Singapore players.
Yeah, that seems really handy. I went to that tournament with Singapore, going first tour ever, and the thing I'd done is I'd coached in Australia, so I knew you, which gave us some contacts into some people in the tournament. So we weren't complete strangers from day one,
Yeah.
I could kind of say to some of my teams, this is this guy, this is that guy, hi, I can only hit so, and it helps teams get into it. And these kind of contacts are really important as they grow. The Singapore ladies still on the side, clapping away, happy as can be. Positive score at the moment, they'll be thrilled with it. Mate, it is a pity for Singapore, and every team has to go through this, but Anuba.
Good contact. Unfortunately, it was straight to the three-line fielder, and she got on her bike and got there. A little wind, she's definitely feeling it, but the Singapore captain ran hard and got home.
Anuba in the training I ran at Singapore got maybe 90% of the outs in the training. All direct hits from leg side. Sharp as can be, but she did her shoulder in the first game, so she's feeling on the line. And it's one of the things that is a bit disappointing for me, that giving her a little run leg side against these teams, she is good enough if they make a mistake to hit the poles and get them out. And it would make a real difference to them. Not that they're going to go winning games or anything, but it'd be great to see her doing that and then picking up maybe 1 or 2 extra wickets a match,
Yeah.
She's a little dynamo on the field, mate. She's got a brilliant arm and she is accurate.
You can see there that probably was out, but tough to call from the umpire stand. And there's An easy catch for the Australian captain. One to come for Isles.
I reckon it's tough for the umpires. Everyone's trying to do the right thing. And you've got to, as an umpire, you've got to do your job. But I don't really can guess he'd want to come down and find out he'd given a Singapore out that was in by foot.
Oh, correct. And yeah, we've talked a little bit about what Australia need to get out of this game. They've got to stay sharp. They've got to stay ready. They're going to have to play some much more competitive cricket than this to defend their world title. The same's true of Michael Guest, the umpire. Yeah. He's got to stay sharp. He can't just go up there and treat this like it's a nothing game. It certainly isn't. It's a World Cup test match. He's behaving accordingly. It's Alison Maxwell.
Probably a couple of players in this Australian side, Cam, that their goal for this game will be to not give anyone an excuse to drop them for a big game.
Yeah.
And Mock is the same, right? Makes a couple of bad calls out here, and all of a sudden there's a reason for him not to do a big final later on.
Yep.
And he won't be having that. He's not here. He's here to be a world-class umpire, which he is.
Oh, case to be made for that to be a no ball.
I'll give Guesty the little signal here just in case he's looking.
It's third ball. Let's take a quick look at this. Yeah, to me.
Still a little stretch over here.
Yeah. It's third ball now, back live.
She gets good bounce, doesn't she, Maxwell?
Absolutely.
Look, Anuba had most yesterday off with that shoulder injury, and you can see the difference in the running. She's still running with some freedom here, which is making a huge difference to be able to get to the other end.
Backs up and gets back.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Good response to the fact that her partner didn't get bat on it. 2 to come for Maxwell.
Tosses it up, gets it to bounce. Maxwell will be enjoying this, right? Another game for Australia. Chance to show her skills, and she does. I like off spinners who get the ball above the eyes and get it to drop and to bounce. And she's got good bounce here. Look at that.
Yeah.
A little bit short, that one. Gets dragged down and gets hit well by Rachel, but it's nice to see an off spinner with the ability to do that. Indoor cricket's a bit like sort of one-day cricket. There was a stage in one-day cricket where every spinner was just bowling, just coming in and bowling darts. They were almost bowling little medium paces. They were trying to bowl so flat. And eventually the game changed, and it was, okay, I'm going to take the pace off it, I'm going to toss it up, I'm going to turn it, I'm going to get people out. And we want to see the same thing in indoor cricket. We don't want to see our offies all bowling flat because they're concerned with being hit. We want to see them getting it to dip and to bounce and to get people out, It's a great art, off-spin bowling.
Nicole Martin, the Australian captain, will bowl her second over.
Reaction from Australia. Positive partnership after 2 overs, and Martin's going to come in and she's going to take care of that.
Isn't it fantastic to see Nicole Martin here leading her country in her first World Cup? She's not the first series she's captained Australia, but it is the first World Cup. Oh, driven, put down.
Nice contact by Rachel. I should have wanted to hit that along the ground, but it's nice to see nice contact. Yeah, I think it might have been in Australia for Nicole Martin's Victorian debut at a state champs.
2006, I think.
Before we went to English World Cup, I may well have been over to watch the Australian
States. That's right. There was a World Cup side picked out of that tournament.
So I almost certainly was here for it. And even then, it didn't take long, and I was watching men's cricket, but it didn't take long wandering around to go, boy, she's going to be around for a while.
Yeah.
Another one that trains extremely hard. Nice work. Now the Australian coach will like that. That's a nice quality out. Good turn, good throw, well completed at the top. A little bit of that kind of stuff, a little bit of combination work is what you can take out of her.
And the throw was so good because she was off balance as she was rising, but turned her body as she threw it, so she was in the right position to dispose of it. 2 balls remaining. It was a good call there. Probably would have thought there was a run, but a good early call from Rachel at the non-striker's end, and Anuba responds.
These two have been a lot more mobile, which I think really helps the calling. They both look a little bit better on their feet, and Oh, no
That's
ball.
called a no ball.
Got to get to the other end. I thought Nicole Martin might bring an end to this positive partnership, but the Singaporeans continue to push on.
Well, I tell you what, the run out of the keeper's end there was pretty tight. Let's have a look at this delivery again. Oh, no, there's the drop catch. And Valance came up with a run out a couple of balls later. Here it is. Again, turning that body for an effective throw. So they move to 5 for the partnership. The score is -35.
Anuba on about 11 or 12 personal here. She's a really good player, Cam. Can bowl comparatively well, as I say. Really tidy leg side fielder.
Well, won't she be enormously proud to put on these runs individually against the world champions? Doble to bowl the final over.
If they can get out of this partnership as a positive partnership, they will be thrilled as a team. You know, this is, the good nations don't always get positive partnerships against this Australian side. I don't mean to say the good nations. That sounds far worse.
Developed nations, yeah.
Yeah, developed nations. The ones that have got lots of experience, and if they can get out of here with their 5, they'll be thrilled.
Oh, good adjustment. It's a good piece of fielding. The bails are still on, and Anuba is home. I thought she was going to really try and hit through that ball. The pace wasn't quite there. Dipped on her. She responded well. A little push.
Yeah, and Anuba ran it down and put a bit of pressure on back sticks, and they didn't get the bails off, and that's what a bit of mobility can do. One of the things, Cam, it's probably really important at some stage, when they get home, Singapore has to not do what UAE did. You know, where they played a World Cup and then disappeared. Someone's got to lead this women's program forward, and I know Rashid Khan will do a great job of that, but Anuba is probably a good enough leader to keep these ladies going, and see if they can get a little, maybe 6-a-side division going in Singapore, and just build a little more depth with them, and it's going to take someone to lead that, and hopefully Anuba's that person. She'll work well with Murali, the centre owner in Singapore, I'm sure. Get a bit of space. I'm sure he'd love to have a ladies' league in that centre.
Left alone, the ball's fair, and 1 to come now.
1 to come means that Singapore will get a positive partnership in this game. They'll be super excited with that.
And dot to finish, 8 runs for the partnership, 13 of them to the Singapore captain. They will be stoked to have posted those runs against the world champions here, the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. Thanks for your company. We're live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube around the world. Plenty of indoor cricket action to come from 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Time. We've got the New Zealand under-22 men against the Sri Lanka men. That'll be a fascinating clash. And then 4 more games after that. So lots of indoor cricket to come. I hope you can stay with us throughout the day. Speaking of, you mentioned the UAE, their women's team. We don't have England, we don't have Wales. There's a number of women's teams that have featured in the World Cup before that aren't here in this event. Some of them, probably a result of the pandemic. We've seen centres around the world closing. But, gee, it'd be great to have them back at the next event.
Yeah, look, I think, particularly in the case of England, a couple of the key players, it's been 5 years. They've now got 2-year-olds. Yeah. And travelling becomes a lot more difficult when you've got a 2-year-old, and justifying the spend and the time.
Here's weeks to get us back underway.
Hopefully in 3 years they'll have a 5-year-old and it becomes a bit easier again, So it'd be great to see them back. One thing about the English and Welsh ladies, they add a lot of character to the event as well. Yeah. They've got a bit of volume, a bit of character around them. They're good people, and it'd be great to have them back. And UAE as well,
Manu steps out to that one. Could have left it alone. It will be third ball as a consequence. Kitana at the non-striker's end for Singapore. A little edge, it falls safe, and they get through for 2.
Not a great shot, but again, good legs there. Manu running through quite quickly. It looks to me like Singapore is basically being forced now to rotate some players through a little bit more. There will be some sore players, and nice to see Manu being told by the coach to run on the other side.
I put down. Will be a dot ball. And third ball again to finish the over. Here's Weeks. Oh, I'd be appealing for that. That was more LBW than the other one.
Yeah, no, she put the bat somewhere near
She
the
kicked
leg.
it. She just kicked it and ran.
The bat was there. Yeah, I saw that bat move, Cam. The bat right next to the foot. We call that in New Zealand, we call that the Rob Robertson. Rob Robertson scored more runs for New Zealand off his foot than his bat, I am pretty sure.
Here it is on the replay.
Oh, definitely played, Cam.
Oh, Paul.
Yeah, what? She's got a solid leg, mate. She's got that forward of the wicket. Got a little speed on it. Not too bad. Rob Robertson would have run down the pitch, showing the umpire the bat.
Yeah.
I think it was two. Well, not that it hit the net on that one.
So they escape two third ball situations of that over the Singapore side to post a positive start of 3. It's going to be Ainsley Knight now to bowl her second over.
Looks quite nippy, Knight. Runs him with some intent, bowls a good length, makes it swing. Good prospect for Australia here.
Pushes down leg side. Another leg side. You want to tidy this up, Ainsley Knight.
Yeah, these are the things that frustrate coaches in these games. The Singapore chant goes as the partnership goes to 7 following a positive partnership. The girls are supporting their teammates. That a little bit too good. That might have gone past a pretty good bat, Cam. That did a little bit late. Knight with the in-swinger and the off-cutter. The classic left armer has the ability to swing the ball back at you, and it makes it, when you bowl left arm over and swing the ball back, it means you're really bowling stump to stump, and it's very hard to hit that wide. And then they have the one that either cuts away from you or goes straight across you. Doesn't swing back. This
Third
is the
ball.
swinger.
Some contact on it and gets through, runs hard, single. She faced the entire over there, Kirtana, and got 5 runs thanks to those leg sides.
Yeah.
And again, Singapore, keep it positive. 8 runs for the partnership.
Good cricket from Katana. Third ball. But I'm just going to get bat on it and get to the other end. I'm not going to overhit it. I'm not going to try and do anything too flash with it. I'm just going to put it in a nice empty spot and get to the other end, run quickly. My partner's coming. Turn the strike over, and it means I can face the whole of this over as well.
Emily Valance now, penultimate over of the innings. Left alone. See Ali Maxwell doing some of the keeping now.
Yep.
It's Coach Wendy Kemp having a look at her options.
Yeah. I don't think Maxwell is particularly enjoying it, by the way. She's shaking that hand.
Right.
Well bowled.
Yeah, good delivery there from Valance.
Valance tall, Cam, got a classic
Yeah.
action, bowls along the deck. I wouldn't mind seeing her try and put the ball into the deck a little bit. She'd get great bounce. She's got a look how high she gets in that action. And that one just swings back and through the gate and knocks the poles into a bit of a mess. Boy, she's got a good release, Cam. If you look at that wrist and where she is for seam position, she's just in a beautiful spot when she lets go of the ball. Should be able to swing it, should be able to seam it. Does she play out to cricket? Straight through again. This is a quality over. You know, sometimes it's just great watching good cricketers play good cricket, isn't it, Cam? You know, she is bowling a really good class over here. The Singaporean player, no doubt, battling, and it's not easy for her, but it wouldn't be easy for anyone against this. Seam up again. Oh, well defended this time. Calls no early. Sends your partner back and will put it back onto third ball. Last ball of this over, and they'll be looking to get off strike here to see if they can keep this score for this partnership positive. Oh, well played. Oh, sorry. Well, they went down and up, but it went up and up, up and down.
It did, the old up down.
Up down, yep.
It'll be out.
The Asif Din was a large proponent that the English player should whack the ball into the roof net and have it come down. Oh yeah, got the outside edge and popped up. I thought she just pushed that into the ground. But head goes up in despair from the Singaporean. Score goes back to 0. Really good over there.
And Emily Valance does play some outdoor cricket up there in Queensland. She's been involved with Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Glasshouse Districts, Palmwoods. She's been involved in a few clubs and associations there.
Outdoor coaches would love that action, Cam. You look at that and you think that, they get on a deck that's got a little bit of greenness about it, and she is going to be very hard to play. It's good to see really good technical cricketers playing indoor cricket.
Adelaide Cambion is bowling the last over. Now, here's a stat for you, Paul. Manu faced the first 3 balls of this partnership and hasn't faced one since.
She'll be asking for part of the game feedback, Cam.
Yeah, that's right. Kitana battling down the other end. It's third ball.
Manu's going to face one soon.
Yeah, there you go. Kitana gets off third ball, and Manu will face a 4th ball of the partnership. Drop safe. They don't run again. There's another example of where they should have scampered through for a run there.
Yeah, you feel like this is part of an experience, right? She's watching the ball to see whether it gets caught or not.
Yeah.
Really, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Run.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just like, actually, it's only the 4th ball I faced with the partner, so I'm going to stay down here and face another one.
That's right. But she faced the first 3 and she'll face the last 3.
Yeah, and she's on third ball, and she needs to get off third ball to keep a second positive partnership for Singapore. They would love that. They'll be desperate to get off strike here, and it won't happen.
Can't do it. Beaten, and Australia cash in to close out the innings. A partnership of -4. They toiled hard, the Singapore bats, but Australia just too good, and -36 on the board for Singapore. I'll tell you what, though, impressed with that batting performance from Anuba. That got them that positive partnership and a decent individual score for her against the world champion side as we look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, she might be the start of something really cool for Singapore here. One of the things the girls will believe is that if Anuba can do it, they can do it. And you need a little bit of that in your group, right?
Definitely. There's that piece of fielding from Valance.
When I did the training for them, nice bit of work.
Yeah, it was. We just before we go on, Paul, we've got to check in with this beautiful part of Victoria that we're in and around Melbourne. It's award-winning food and wine go hand in hand in Victoria with world-class dining options across Melbourne and its regions. Trust me, I've done this, and you can too. Eat and drink your way through Victoria, from the renowned wineries of the Mornington Peninsula and Yarra Valley to Melbourne's pop-up restaurants and the Murray's scenic riverside eateries. You can take a gastronomic journey down the city's numerous eat streets, joining diners from near and far as they relish in unexpected combinations of culinary delights created by inventive chefs. A host of world-class restaurants have firmly put regional Victoria on the map for culinary enthusiasts. And from cool climate varietals and rosés to full-bodied reds, Victoria is rich with independent wineries producing a diverse range of wines. And I love a good red, Paul, and there are plenty of them here in Victoria. Again, a wonderful part of the world. Not only do we want to send our thanks to the Victorian State Government for all of their support, but those here in Victoria, I know that in the last sort of 12 hours, they've been warning about some potential torrential rain and flash flooding in the next 12 to 48 hours as well. So, our thoughts and wishes with everyone around Victoria who might do it tough over the next couple of days.
Yeah, mate, on the red wine thing, I had dinner last night with the women's management team from New Zealand, and Tasha had a couple of Pinot Gris and said they were very nice drops. She was very impressed. Victoria does seem to offer a lot of options to people who want to come here and experience it. Mate, it'll be interesting. A lot of the teams more than 20 minutes away from Casey Stadium, and massive storms and flash flooding will put some timetable issues on. I imagine Casey Stadium's going to deal with all that, just no trouble at all, but some transport for teams to and from. Could be quite interesting.
Indeed. Nicole Martin and Alex Weeks at the crease for Australia. Manu will... No, it's Smita who has the ball, I believe.
There's Smita who bowls.
Yeah, we've got the wrong bowler in the scoreboard, but it is Smita here at the back.
I'm sure that Michael Guest will tidy up that scoreboard and get... will be edited for him. We'll get Smita onto the scorecard. I'll talk a little bit. Here comes Smita bowling ball 2 of the innings. Dead straight. Look, it's one of the things Singapore have done really well. You can only control what you can control, but in general, for a new team, they've bowled very few wides and new balls to what you might expect. They've just managed to get the ball at the stumps, and that's what you want to do. Unless your fielders get in the game, gives them a chance.
Something interesting I've just noticed here. Anuba fielding on the 3 line here on the offside.
Yeah. Just
looking straight at the batter, not looking at a bowler, not sure. Watch this. You can see there on your left of screen. And same with the other side. Well, she had a little bit of a look back, but generally you'll see the 3 line fielders looking at their bowler and moving in as they start their run up. Yeah, then crossing into the front court as well. But whether or not you're doing that, which is a whole other story, being, anticipating the delivery of the ball goes a long way to helping you anticipate when the ball's coming back to you.
Look, there might be a bit on me, Cam. I spoke about the line fielders in a team like this needing to get to the middle of the pitch and be holding. And that, their job is to make sure if they want to hit back nets, they've got to do it around the outside of them and not through the inside of them. That's different perhaps than when a bowling team is on the attack, when it's a very different role. Anuba runs into...
You just got shoulder checked by our own teammate.
I'm going. I'm already a bit sore on the shoulder, buddy.
Manu's first over goes for 12. Let's take a look at this replay. Bang.
Yeah.
And that's Kirtana down there. Certainly a little bit taller and stockier than Anuba, and came off second best in the Singapore captain.
Really did. She's back up and giving some directions to players where she wants them. I like to see this from Anuba. That coach is sitting close by and giving them some. Coach was on that tour to South Africa. Came with us that night of the photo. Bowled leg spin. Good player, and now giving back. But I like seeing the Singapore captain making some decisions out there. Moving some fielders around, showing that she has some knowledge as well.
Well, that's a wide. I fixed the bowler in the scorebook for the umpire and he's changed it back. So can only suspect that maybe he knows something that I don't.
I suspect that you know something that he doesn't, but we'll wait and see. I doubt the players swap shirts between partnership, between the innings, Cam.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little confused by that. Anyway, 3 balls remain. Talaka continues.
Well played by Martin. She's tossed that up, tried to get a little bit of turn. I just waited for the top of the bounce and whacked it down and bounced it into the roof net.
And then rinse and repeat there. Identical for Weeks.
I really like this approach by Australia so far, Cam. I thought in the field that we didn't see Australia at full noise, but we certainly saw Australia putting a little bit in, and very supportive of each other, bowling good areas, looking to take the outs that turned up, looking to get cricket out of it. And here, gentle, but they're putting the ball into the roof net, which is what they need to practice doing. So they've been, so far I really like the approach. And the
14 runs from the over from Lanka. I'm not sure I've ever noticed this before, but I just realised that Weeks' number is 52, which I think is quite clever.
52 weeks, I like it, yeah. Be good if they had a Blackwood year. They could have 1 year, 52 weeks, 1 year in the side. Manu to bowl.
As he, Yeah, I think now we've got the real Manu over number 3.
Not quite sure what umpire's going to do with this.
Might just fix that again for him.
Yeah. You and Michael Guest can take turns just swapping the names in and out throughout the innings. Manu in the bowl. Good one too. A little bit quicker. From Manu down in the outside off stump. Got through her action a little bit more comfortably.
Comfortable too for Nicole Martin. Not much height on that though.
Yeah, I like the look at this too, Cam. Manu looks perhaps a yard quicker than the rest of the Singaporean bowlers. Bowled good line. Encouraging signs for them. If you watch Manu's feet when she bowls, Cam, she's going to go back foot lands, aiming sideways. Straight down that time. But she may well be in the group that got taught to bowl a few months ago. They all bowl exactly the same with the back foot side on, the front foot facing forward. It does have a little bit more pace. Change in the field here. Rachel going in the front half. Kurthana coming back. Perhaps the captains decided that Rachel wouldn't be quite so hard to run into.
It's well dug out there by Weeks. Safe 2.
No, I like that though. It's a good delivery. It's a good shot.
2 runs off the final ball of the over, 12 runs from it. I'll tell you what else impresses me about this Singapore side. For such a new team to cricket, to indoor cricket, that front court field, and you could probably take some credit for this, Paul, but they're in classic indoor cricket fielding positions. And that's really difficult to do. At the best of times as a front court fielder, you're in close to the bat. It's not a fun experience sometimes. You're doing that against the world champions who can hit a ball if they want to. They're in a really classic configuration for a front court. They're nice and close, and they're well positioned to effect a run out if it does come in the net or get in the way of a ball if it's hit towards them.
Yeah, mate, they're doing really well. This stuff's not so much down to me. The training I ran, I was with them for maybe 90 minutes. Singapore's a busy place, and had a bit of a chat afterwards, but I reckon while I was there, they had at least 6 or 7 other guys. So I do an exercise with the big guys sort of wandering around talking to them about stuff. There's a lot of voices there trying to help them. I'm not sure a lot of voices is good for a sports team, but there's a lot of people involved in getting to their trainings. And I think 2 or 3 of the men's team were there. Rashid was there. Sharan from the men's team was there. The manager was on the court. All just trying to reinforce messages and give them some support. So they get a lot of help from a lot of people, which I think's
that's great.
It's the community, right? The community's involved, which I think is brilliant. And it is what you want.
Nihar continuing. Squeeze to the offside net there for 2 for Weeks. Like to see the Australians, just on them for a moment. A couple of these 2s, it's certainly the case on when they were hitting them to the leg side, but in the offside, probably want to hit them with a little bit more authority.
Yeah, look, it's I think again you're spot on, and this is the kind of thing that will frustrate coach. That's a direct hit to a line fielder, and that's a no call, and she'll want. And it wasn't out, but it would have been out against a really good side.
That's right. Yeah,
and she'll want this stuff again. She wants that shot to go into the net high up, and for them to walk through. What she's looking for out of them is for this. It's the old cliche. Perfect practice makes perfect. and sloppy practice makes sloppy. And
Yep.
she won't want sloppy out there.
That's hit with a bit more power. Again, though, not high. It was quickly into the field's hand. So, at a more established fielding side, it's probably an out. There's a no ball, though. Another run.
That's better. That's what she wants.
It is. And that one got a smile from her to finish the innings. A big partnership either way, 54 for Australia. Well and truly home and hosed here in this clash up against Singapore here at day 5. Day 5 of the World Cup. I had to count that on my fingers. Day 5 at Indoor Cricket World Cup. Thanks for your company. I'm Cameron Walter alongside Paul Botterill. Paul, I interrupted you there.
But while you're saying it's either stay with us and watch. We've got the best team in the world playing the newest team in the world. There's always a little bit of something going on that's interesting with these two sides, and there's lots to learn from watching them. It is harder to hit you down up too high against slower bowler.
Yes, no question.
But you've still got to practice it. And in some ways, when you go back to the faster bowler, in fact, you're doing it. It comes on nicely and you're sitting really crisply. And again, this is all about what can you take out of it. What can we get out of there? Can see Carson over there. She doesn't look like she'll be back in the next.
Yeah, we just caught her on the edge of the screen a second ago. I was talking to the Australian manager before the match, Malia Harris, Ash Doble and Emily Valance at the crease, Smita the bowler. And it's 2 runs to Doble to start. And, while it's not certain that she's not out for the week yet, I think it's almost a fait accompli, but Malia suspects we'll see Carson in Australian colours again.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, that's good news. And look, I walked past when she was on the physio table yesterday just after she'd done it. And they were all around talking about it. And there was only one of them laughing, and it was Carson.
Yeah.
She's had a really good, every time I've seen her since she's done this, she's got a smile on her face. And she'll be personally disappointed. There's a World Cup final available to her. She would have played it. But she does have a really positive attitude towards it. She's probably enjoying getting her teammates to push her around. She's probably,
There's a down up with plenty of authority for Doble.
Good start from Smita as well. I like Doble as cricketer, Cam. I'm a big believer inside cricket teams that star players only shine when the sky is behind them. Solid, consistent stuff. And that Doble looks to me like one of those players who just turns up and doesn't let you down. And that allows the really good players to just play with confidence and be really good. I'm not saying she's not a really good player, but
she certainly is a really good player. Yeah. And he's just been a rock solid player, to your point, for a while for Australia. Had a couple of years out of the team, if I'm not mistaken. See this delivery, it's no ball off the pitch. Just trying to consult my little history here of the Australian team. There was a couple of years out in 9 and 11. Not sure that she played the Trans-Tasman. I don't have the record of the Trans-Tasman in front of me, but certainly here in the World Cup side and an asset to the Australians.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I think when you're picking a side, the public often think you pick the stars first, but quite often what you're looking for is the glue. You're looking for some of those players who you really trust to just be really consistent. They really help sides to play. And
Lanka taking her time here. Starts off the pitch. Guided in the offside net for 2 from Valance.
It's interesting, Cam. I thought Valance had a really good bowling action. You look as a coach, you look at that stuff and you think, wow, she's going to bowl really well. She does have a bit of a 20-20 batting stance from Mike. She's quite open. Hit over a little bit. She looks like she just wants to clear the hip and whack it over long on. She has long levers. She probably hits it pretty hard. That's one of the things here where the Australian coach, both coaches really, but the Australian coach in particular, won't be at all interested in the scorecard. She doesn't care whether they score 150, 200, 220. What she wants to see here is them execute their shots really well, call really well, just hit that like that. She just wants to see lots and lots of that, And one of the reasons she wants to see that is because players at any level don't want to be run out, and she wants her players jogging through. She's not looking to burn any juice here she doesn't need to burn,
Great shot from Doble. Just looking ahead, the Australian side will have a 2-game break after this match and take on South Africa at 3 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. Singapore will have New Zealand. So, gee, tough day for the Singapore side.
Yeah, look, it really is. And again, a 2-game break is just a little bit short too, Cam,
Yeah.
4 hours, depending on where you're staying. If you are half an hour away and it's half an hour there and half an hour back, a little bit of a warm down, debrief, pre-match. You get a chance to jump into your room, have a shower, get a new set of kit on, and head back out. And they do really well to turn around in those kind of time frames.
That said, I'd take a 2-game break rather than 1 game.
Yeah, I agree. Like 1-game breaks. You drive to the nearest mall, you have some food from the food court, you come back, and you're straight back into it. One of the things I'd imagine the Australians did today, I'd imagine that probably 2 of the 3 players that aren't playing aren't here. They're probably back in the hotel having a sleep in this morning and having a bit of a rest. You've got to see them, King. You don't know if they are or not, but I would probably come to this game with 9 personally. Players are tough. Players love coming to these games. They all want to be here. They all want to have their say. But
you can see Maddie Wright, Laura Shaw over there on the sideline there, not playing the game. Obviously Carson.
She's here.
Yeah.
Manu spires that one down the leg side, but bowled pretty well, Manu, so far.
Sam Dixon would be the other player not in this game from the Australian side. I can't see her. So maybe to your point, maybe she's the lucky one to get a bit of a rest.
I know the New Zealand ladies this morning had a player just not feeling 100% and they just sent home,
Yeah.
And they're playing South Africa. Well, it is quite a big game for them, but, there's a point in the, as coaches, one of the things you're trying to do is push your players and get the best out of them, and sometimes just rest your players and let them recover, Manu bowling quite well here. I think she's quite a good find for the Singaporean side.
Yeah, that's a great shot. She's looked as rock solid as possible for Lance.
Yeah, fully composed.
It'd be a Manu could be a tough customer if she could get that a little bit fuller, maybe a little bit straighter sometimes as well.
Yeah, I think plenty for them to work on, right? I'm sure the Singapore's, during the tournament working on it, but they're going to go away and watch some of this tape. They're clearly watching the coverage, Cam. They were giving me some grief about the commentary when Gary Lowe was giving that LBW. And they were finding it totally, they loved it. They thought it was hugely funny. And not so much the LBW, but the commentary through that period they really enjoyed. And they're clearly keeping an eye on it and, aware of this kind of stuff and trying to get better.
A dot ball to finish. And that's the first dot ball they've bowled. Nice. Well bowled, Manu. And I think another thing Manu be able to do is be able to get a good short ball in. Got enough pace behind her. She could get a nice short ball at the body or right in at the hip. Nihal will bowl the last over. Now this, not sure I've seen this in a long time, but they've bowled the same 4 in the same order to the second pair that they did to the first pair.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, Cam, and I'm not quite sure why they have done it. There'll be a reason. I might ask.
I suspect they want to try and target this third partnership with their best bowlers. But that's not necessarily enabled by doing what they've done, so the two may not be related. So Lance finds the net again. Shot from Doble for 2. And another great shot from Delance. And there is Sam Dixon. I know why I couldn't see her before. She must have been helping Delane Carson. So full Australian outfit here. 1 ball to come in the partnership.
She's on chauffeur duties today, driving the wheelchair around.
That's it. 2 to finish for Ash Doble, and a strong partnership again for Australia. 46 runs from it in this clash against Singapore. And it will now be the 3rd partnership. Remember, Singapore posting 8. A positive partnership, and one that they'll try and defend it. I don't think Knight and Maxwell batting for Australia will be too phased about trying to chase 8, but you never know. Well, Singapore can jag a wicket.
You've got to try, don't you?
There are the incoming batters for Australia. Ainsley Knight to the left of screen. It was Maxwell to the right. Singapore on the left of screen there, getting a quick drink and some instructions from the Singapore Brains Trust.
Quite noticeable, a couple of the sort of solid fixtures inside the Singaporean side taking a game off. Rachel, who tops the stats for them, having a rest. Sarah, who's also high on the stats for them, having a look. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Sorry, she is playing.
Yeah, Rachel's playing.
So
Kirtana
every game.
Bowl.
Yeah.
Kirtana to bowl over number 9. Knight on strike. Starts well with a 2.
Looks like Vicky's tournament's over. She's just going by. Looks like a plastic cast on her thumb. Singapore seems allowed by the tournament directors to bring 13 players. Not allowed. Sorry, I'm having a bad run, Cam. My maths isn't even that good. Back to the game, eh? Kathana. It's interesting what you say about looking to see if they can get this skin. Anuba sliding back into the leg side for the first time since she hurt that shoulder.
A little bit of a top edge there as that's played through to the offside net, but the no ball, so they'll grab 4.
The Australians will be surprised if they hit it through the leg side flat. Anuba will move quickly, will get it close to the stumps. Whether Singapore can create that, I'm not so sure. But they're certainly looking in this partnership as for an opportunity to do it.
It's well played from Maxwell to finish the over. 14 runs from it, and already in charge of this skin. Who in your mind is the best bowling option that Singapore has?
I thought Manu probably is the best bowling option that they have. So they do appear to bowl it out.
And Manu's, bowled out. So
it's interesting. Both sort of bowl, and again, probably one of their better bowlers. Yeah, they'll be pleased with that. Again, medium pace on a length outside off stump. It's one of the things that I think that they'll go away and work on, Cam. If they could find, there's 2 or 3 ladies who play out the cricket for Singapore. Now, clearly they're not Division 1 out the cricket either, but if they can wander around the island and find a little bit of gas. So it's nice to add a little bit of gas into your squad, right? It's always nice to have someone you can go to when you need a wicket.
finds the edge.
Oh, stays
Full
up.
safe. Wouldn't you love to have seen that to go to hand for the Singapore side, a wicket against the world champions?
Actually, watching them take a wicket against the world champions would be quite cool.
Yeah.
Again, I've got my money on Anuba. If they can get the ball around leg stump and they pull it through their flat, I think Anuba will clean them up. She is really sharp in there. I've got to presume that she's in there and she can throw. Shoulder injuries are tough on the cricketers. I did notice when they were working on her, they were working under her shoulder, which isn't quite as bad as when they're working over your shoulder. If it's a cuff, she's not going to throw again for a few weeks. Moving to the offside now. She's decided had enough of them hitting it through the offside. I'm going to go over there and get some ball. Leaning forward.
You want to be careful she's not leaning over that circle.
Yeah.
And of course the ball goes straight to where she was.
Yeah.
And 2 off the last ball of the over gives the Aussies another 10.
Yeah, and Nuba seems to have decided she's had enough of this. She wants a wicket. She wants to get in here and get someone out. And I like that approach from her. She's going to try and go. She is the best fielder. She's trying to go where she thinks the ball will go. No one can get there right. She's going to come and bowl now.
Of course, shoulder is going to have an impact on her bowling as well.
Quite noticeable when she warmed up. She tried to roll her shoulder backwards, and they just didn't work. So clearly in some discomfort still. Yeah, that's not quite actually bowled at the training. So clearly is having some impact. Quite tough, Cam. They don't show much, do they?
Mm. Obviously, generally the only emojis we see Knight grab 5. The only emoting I've seen out of the Singapore side's generally been when they've been bouncing along to the DJ or big smiles.
Yeah, big high fives when they finish batting together.
Yeah.
Oh,
they run again.
Oh, Anube could have taken the bails off then. They were running a second time. She's just noticed. Someone could have given her a yell and let her know there was definitely a chance to take a wicket there if she'd known they were running through.
Well,
the field
Singapore
just swapping
rushing
over.
through the field change.
The coach swapping all the players around and not telling the bowler now saying, hold on. Oh, look, yes, I think that's now every player has swapped a position somewhere. It's like the old in-house social league, isn't it? Every ball you change spots. Oh,
If that had gone a hand, there was a chance.
yeah, look, this partnership's starting to hit through the ball a bit more, hit into the back half a little bit more. But providing a few little half opportunities for Singapore, would be amazing to see them pick one up, wouldn't it?
There's a
Here's
chance.
one.
Can they hit? No, keeps it off the net. It'll be a single.
Happy enough with that, Manu. Anuba to bowl the last ball off her over. Nice and straight.
Goes the journey. 7 to finish the over. Maxwell's not going to miss out on that. 22 runs from the over. A fantastic one for the Australian side. And important for them. If the ball's there to hit and that. There you see that one was just well guided. Placement did all the work. This one's thrown up. Good bit of fielding to keep it off the net. And then the last ball of the over, Maxwell advances and sends it on a journey for 7 runs. Swati will bowl the final over to the pair. And that's the sort of stuff I'm talking about. And yeah, it's easy to do it when there's a little bit of pace behind the ball.
Swati waves out. Oh,
they run again.
Needing to start keeping a bit of an eye on this. Perhaps shouldn't have been waving at the commentators. And,
well, to be fair, it wasn't really up to her to do anything about that. The rest of the team should have been securing the ball. Another 2 to Maxwell.
Well bowled, nice length, nice and straight, top of the stumps. Just got to keep doing that and hoping that one of them picks out Anuba, and if she does, you never know, Singapore might pick up a little wicket here. Got to say, Anuba is hands forward and
very close to that exclusion zone. Yeah.
Again, Cam, I don't want her to do that and make a mistake and get no board, but I love the fact she's doing that. That she wants to get close and she wants an opportunity.
Yeah.
Shows a really positive mindset this far into a tournament, which is quite tough. Interesting there. That was never going to be out because it was hitting a really good line, but Anuba picks it up and undrums it back to the keeper, which suggests to me there's no throwing going on at this point.
2 to come now.
Bowl Biswati. Well played too. Just push it in the corner. It's been a good over so far. Swati to bowl here last. But looking to bowl in exactly the same place and see if she can convince them to hit it a little bit straighter than they have been and get an Uber into the game and get them a wicket.
Oh, it's a chance. Just out of the reach of Smita at the back. And that brings the over and partnership to an end at 5 runs off that last delivery. Gives the Aussies 62 runs as we near the end of this opening match at day 5. The Indoor Cricket World Cup live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally. Stick with us for the end of this match, and then of course throughout the day coming up next, 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Time. It's the New Zealand under-22 men up against the Sri Lanka men's side, and I tell you what, that'll be a fascinating clash. Another example of this cross-divisional fixture for both the men and the women. The youth sides playing a couple of games against the men's sides. The points count in their respective divisions, so the matches are worth something, and excellent hit-outs for both teams. And it's always interesting seeing an established nation, their youth side, up against a re-emerging nation like Sri Lanka. So that one will be a fascinating clash, and very much looking forward to that one, Paul.
Crucial game for both sides, mate. The New Zealand juniors beat Australia yesterday, but if they don't beat Sri Lanka, I don't think it'll matter. I think Australia will still qualify first in that group. And Sri Lanka yesterday beaten by both India and England. And again, they're going to need to get some points here to keep their push for the top 4 on track. I imagine these two sides are going to turn up and play some great cricket. Boy, there's some fizz in those games at the moment, and those teams trying to get into the top 4 and those juniors. I watched England, Sri Lanka yesterday. Really good contest.
Rachel the bowler, Adelaide Campion and Nisha Isles are at the crease.
Yeah. Classic shot, full face of the bat. That's the way you want to start. You want to get off the mark with the full face of the bat through the ball if you can. It maximises your chance of contact and success.
Nice easy 2 for Isles to get her underway.
Yeah.
Always a focused, intense player, Isles. Don't get me wrong, can have a laugh out on the court when she needs to, but she's a fierce competitor, always has been.
Yeah, it feels like international sport's the right place for those kind of people, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely right. And her match awareness to the fore again. Steals an extra run for Campion.
Good lessons here for Singapore, right? There's been a few overthrows in the last few balls, and they just need to tidy that part up. They need to be aware. And again, they're tired, but those line fielders need to come back and give them some support back there. The service to the back 6 fielder Swati needs to improve so that she can catch them. And these are all the learnings, the basic starting learnings that new into cricket sides go through. Bold.
And batted 2 to finish. 10 runs from the over.
I think I also prefer that. A little bit quicker, on a link thrown off stump. She's going to use the speed and bounce into the top net. In some ways, that's a little bit easier for her. But it's still good to see the Singaporeans doing that. To bowling in those areas and bowling with a bit more pace. And it's great to see the Australians in good nick and hitting it in the right places. I think I might be Kathana to bowl because she's training and practicing here.
Kitana it is. Campion and Isles again, they're at the crease. There's 3 overs remaining in this fixture. Good adjustment there from Isles. You saw, wasn't quite sure where to go initially. Rock back and grab 2. Campion advances. It's kept off the net. It'll be a single. Comfortable 2 for Isles. Use of the feet again from Campion and driven into the back court
Yeah,
for
slightly
4.
better use of the feet by Campion than Rachel. They tried to get a foot out to stop that and went straight past and into the back net for 4.
Isles this time using her feet. Driven into the back court again. It'll be 4.
Slightly aerial. It'll be interesting to see if they, at some stage, if they continue to do this, where they pick out a Singaporean fielder. And whether Anuba decides if they keep doing this, that she's going to come back. She is the best fielder.
Again, Campion advances, guides that one into the onside net in the back half for 3. And now just 2 overs to come.
Anuba to bowl over 15 for Singapore. The first over went for plenty as Australia seemed to get onto the attack. It'll be interesting to see this pair of game looking as if they are keen to be pretty aggressive here. Cam, it's nice to hear a little bit of talk already about some future into cricket internationals not too far away. That there's talk of different countries touring different places. Obviously, UAE seems very central at the moment to everyone's plans to go places and to do things. But it's really nice at the World Cup that we're not just talking about 3 years from now we'll do another one. There's definitely talk about some series coming up. I'd imagine there'll be a Trans-Tasman, if not next year, the year after. And I think there'll be a number of sides either into India or into UAE in the next year or so. It's good to see that we're going to get back to an active into cricket calendar.
Couldn't agree more. And World Cups tend to be the hubs for that sort of discussion and generation of enthusiasm for the same.
The meeting on Friday would be the first live meeting of the WICF for a couple of years as well. And it is different, right? The chance to sit around and have a coffee with a guy and go, well, we can do this if you can do that. And he goes, oh yeah, well, we can help with some ground fees if you guys can get the flights and uniforms. Okay, we can do that. Let's get a tour sorted out. And that stuff on Zoom, when you can't see the eyes of the person you're dealing with, it's a little bit harder to be as convinced that that's going to work out. So
there's Laura Shaw getting amongst it.
Yeah. Liking the music.
And Sam Dixon.
Yeah, a bit of a wave. Obviously, they're listening. No, they're waving to the cameras.
Yeah. Great bunch of ladies, the Australian women's side. Final over of the match. Swati, the bowler. And, just to mess with those that have OCD, all the bowling has been identical except the 9th and the 10th and the 13th and 14th. Those two were swapped around. That'll upset some people.
Yeah. Not that that's our only goal.
Honestly, if I were coaching the side, I would have done that just to mess with people.
We're starting to wind down game 1 of day 5 as Swati comes into bowl. Australia comfortably in front through the 200 mark here. And for mine, there we go.
Oh, chance. Oh, needed to hit. The big dive from Isle. She was ready. I suspect she would have been home.
Yeah. Look, as you say, she's pretty competitive, isn't she? She's just cruised past 200 and partnership of 42. She's diving to make sure she doesn't want to be the one that gets out. And look, Australia look unlikely to lose a wicket here to Singapore. And that may seem a bit dispiriting, but they haven't lost a wicket to New Zealand in the first 12 overs of either match either. They can do this to any team, right?
It's a great shot. Finds the net. 2 runs and 1 ball remains now in this test match. The World Cup here between Australia and Singapore.
Swati to bowl the last one. Looking for 1 wicket to wind it up for Singapore. Australia on 206. Swati to come in and bowl. Nice and straight, nice and full. Driven beautifully for 4.
And that closes out the over, the partnership and the match eventually. And 4 runs from that delivery. And a significant victory here for Australia against Singapore. Sorry, Paul, go on.
It's after you.
210 to negative 36.
The Singapore team straight into a huddle, arms around each other, a bit of a cheer. Still plenty of spirit in that group of people, and I am well reminded that sport's about people doing their best and learning and developing and growing, and elite level sport may be the top end of that, but it's really nice to see the spirit of sport in the Singapore side.
And now, as we take a look at some of the highlights from the match, here's some of the Australian batting. There's that 7 from Maxwell. Thank you for coming. And again into the back court. The Australians, when it was there to hit, they certainly availed themselves of the opportunity. And the two sides thank each other for this match, and we thank you for joining us. Don't forget, coming up next, 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Time, it's the New Zealand under-22 men's side up against the Sri Lanka men's side here at Day 5 of the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Hope you have enjoyed our coverage and that you can stay with us live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world. Until then, though, for Paul Botterill and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching.
Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you're watching this broadcast right around the world, very warm welcome here to Casey Stadium here in beautiful Melbourne. Well, I mean, not so beautiful today. It's raining outside, but the wonderful thing about indoor cricket is it doesn't affect play here. You're watching the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. My name is Gary Lowe, joined by my commentary colleague, Paul Bottrell. Good morning, Paul.
Morning, Gary. How you doing?
Very good. We had a bit of a false start there. You turned up now nice and loud, which is the way to go. What kind of team lineups do we have today? I think you've got the early mail and you've seen the squads.
Yeah, mate. Both sides naming strong sides. Who's first? They'll be captained by Micah Conroy, Regan Craig, Ewald Schroeder, Bailey Latta, Ryan Jackson, Liam McCarthy, Rogan Viconi, and Harlan Amaral. Amaral, one of the players who's had a real breakout series for the New Zealand guys, New Zealand 22s in this event. The Sri Lankans will be captained by Kalitha, Rumis, Melsham, Andy, Shuwan, Chandima, Carmel, and Alantha.
Yeah, thank you very much for that update. And as always, we consistently check with team management and the coaching staff to ensure the name pronunciations are correct and that they're comfortable with them being called by their first or their last name. Of course, a rich tapestry of diversity here at the World Cup, and out of respect to all players and nations, we do go to great lengths to ensure that we're doing the right thing by the players. And a big thank you to the Sri Lankan coaching staff for putting some time aside this morning to ensure we're getting things right. Officiating this match today is umpire Ben Ridgway from Australia. The umpiring standard being very, very high this week.
Yeah, Ridgway the best caller of the game for me right now, Gary. A man who just seems to get them all right, so we'll look forward to see whether he can do it. This will be another tough game to do because it'll be fast. These two teams will go tough at each other. Sri Lanka, the team in this grade that has the most skins, has them sitting in third place because they keep getting up and getting points. And a New Zealand side here who beat Australia in their own grade, the under-22s yesterday. But if they don't beat Sri Lanka, they will give up first place, and they will need to win this game to guarantee or give them the best chance of finishing first in the division, which they will want to do. It's one versus two, I think, in this grade. So Sri Lanka sitting third in the men's grade with a whopping 18 skins. That is 2 more than Australia, 5 more than New Zealand and South Africa. So a team here that have actually lost 4 games and won 3, but still sit third in the competition because they win partnerships and they are very, very good at it. This will be a ripper because Sri Lanka really need the points to start to hold on to this third place. We've got England playing against New Zealand men not far away. They'll be going all out to win that, and Sri Lanka will be desperate to win this game and hold their position. And New Zealand, likewise, will want to get this win in the bank so that they can qualify first in the under-22 grade. Even though they'll be the unbeaten team of the under-22 teams, they won't qualify first if they drop games to the men's teams.
Yeah, very comprehensive pre-game wrap-up there by Paul Bottrell, setting the scene here at Casey Stadium. Again, thank you so much for your company here today and all throughout this week. And we know that just viewing by the numbers, the viewership gets higher and higher the closer we get towards the final series, which is coming up in just a couple of days. We're coming to you live from Melbourne, the undisputed major events capital of Australia, with the city's cultural and sporting calendars teeming with world-class events such as the 2022 World Cup that's in front of you today. Buoyed by a spirit of innovation and creativity, the entire city truly embraces major events, and a big thank you to the Victorian State Government for their assistance with the delivery of this incredible event. Well, we're about to get underway here. All the zippers in the court are up. Players are set.
It's important to check before you get underway. Zippers done up, Gary.
Absolutely. Flies up everywhere. Amaral underway. Chance already, first delivery, and New Zealand strike ball one. They're not waiting to get into this game. They're going right from the buzzer.
Replay, you can see it gets big on him, it climbs and gets some bounce outside edge, lobs around, and well taken there.
Well, a beautiful start. And 5 runs, comes back immediately.
No mucking around, eh?
And boy, oh boy, doesn't he love it. Sherwan.
Yeah, he hasn't been shy to hit him when they're up, has he? Admiral for mine being one of the finds of the tournament for this under-22 side. He's turned up and played some great cricket. Sits second on the stats for them, only behind Ryan Jackson, who's had an outstanding tournament. A little more pace than I remember from him. Gets in good areas. Looks like a very good cricketer.
Foolish delivery. Chance here at the wicketkeeper's end. New Zealand make a meal of it. Gone begging, and Emerald's not happy, the bowler.
No, and look, a great bit of work to get to stop that, but really, once he stopped that, that needed to become -5. Fielder actually really struggling to recover. Looks sore.
Short delivery, no ball, too high is the call. Now, you might be thinking, why is that a bit high? Well, it's the front shoulder of the batting stance. It's important. You can see the batter's played the delivery standing up and it was at eye level. Therefore, as a consequence, when he's down in his batting stance, it had to have been over the front shoulder. Good call by umpire Ridgway. Sharp fielding, big appeal, not given out. That's the end of a very exciting and eventful over. 6 runs coming from it, Paul Bottrell.
Yeah, lots of action. Wicket first ball, 11 runs off the next 5 as Sri Lankans come straight back onto the counter attack. As we said here, both sides desperate to win this.
It's an interesting comment that you make pre-game regarding Sri Lanka and the skins. It's a very good point that you raise. 18 skins, more so than any other in the open men's side of the draw. Liam McCarthy here now for New Zealand.
These two amongst the Sri Lankan top bats, 21 runs a game between them, 10 and 11. They'll be looking for a really good start.
Thank you. Play, please.
Short, pulled. Fantastic bit of fielding there on the 3 line, coming forward into the front court. Very, very sharp from Ryan Jackson.
Yeah, I think Ryan Jackson competing with Rob Fitz for leg side line field of the tournament, or leg side guard of the tournament.
Of course, Rob Fitzgerald playing in the Australian side this tournament, and every tournament for that matter.
Been a fixture for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's like the dirty old couch in the corner you just can't get rid of. You love it too much. McCarthy continues here for New Zealand. It's a good delivery, and kept out well. You can see the batters just talking to each other there. Skidded on a little bit. And again, defended out. 3rd ball opportunity. Part of the broadcast team today, Paul Bottrell. His particular insight regarding the New Zealand outfit, and of course the Singaporean teams as well. It's good to have someone with that kind of knowledge in the commentary box today. McCarthy comes down. Interesting call, almost no ball off the pitch. You've got a better sight than me there, Paul Bottrell. Did it catch a bit of the black AstroTurf?
Mate, I think that was pretty tight. I watched that on replay. I thought that might have been a no ball. Big call if it was, because it meant he would have been able to leave it and get off 3rd ball. McCarthy, a product of Napier in the middle of the North Island, New Zealand.
On the legs, no run scored.
Yeah, McCarthy has played for a long time in the Napier area. Then he left the area to go to University in Auckland, playing out of the Dominion Road Centre in Auckland now. A real talent, and good to see him at this level.
Yeah, we watched the replay there and looked as though it was a no ball off the pitch. Tight call. I'm happy with the call either way, to be fair. But very tight indeed. Yeah. The official only gets one look at it, doesn't he?
Yeah, we can slow it down, watch it on replay. They just get to see it once at pace. If he's happy again, Ridgway from mine, still the best decision maker in indoor cricket at the moment. Gets a lot of things right. He's entitled to get one wrong by half a centimetre.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that if we get a chance. It's the second no ball high that's been called here. New Zealand player team full of quicks. All of a sudden, have everything that's short, be called a no ball, will be tough for them.
And then immediately forced to do a fuller delivery there. Vekany. We watch the replay here. Paul Botch will talk us through it. What do you think?
Tight, tight. Again, one of those ones I think that can go either way. If you're a New Zealand player, I think that might be a bit tough, and if you're a Sri Lankan, you think it was definitely a no ball.
Yeah, wonderful indoor cricket shot there. Sherwan Fonseca. $16 to total so far for Sri Lanka. Batting well. Prepared to play the sensible, pragmatic game of indoor cricket, knocking it around, getting the runs. Andy Solomon's playing his role perfectly here with Sherwan Fonseca at the striker's end.
Logan Vekany playing his fifth game, going for about 15 a game with the ball. So about 8 and over. And he'll need to tighten that up. Looks to have a little bit of pace about him.
Last delivery. And hit hard and hit strong to the back court. Just catching a piece of the side netting before careering into the back net. So 4 will be attributed to the total.
Yeah, Vekany there missing his game plan, I think, of trying to bowl up into the hip area and getting a bit impatient and bowling full and wide and paying the price.
Something we've seen from teams like, as I just go through some of the list here, Sri Lanka, India and the UAE in particular, playing very much a style of cricket, just see ball, hit ball. That's it. They're not afraid to throw hands, swing the bat hard and go back net. They've really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons at this World Cup with that style of play, and it's been effective.
I was talking to Australia junior coach Rob Boyson yesterday, and he said he felt the same thing about the New Zealand juniors to the Australian juniors. In the past, the Australians have had a psychological edge, but now all those players have gone.
Yeah.
It's a completely new group of players, and the baggers just doesn't hang around. Bailey landed the bowl off spin, right arm over the wicket here.
Might have caught a piece of the 2 net. We'll wait for the call. Adjudged so by the official. 26 to total. Good batting partnership here for Sri Lanka, you find?
Yeah, two guys that have strung a lot of runs in the stats. This is what they'll be expecting from them. New Zealand still won't be comfortable. You get a wicket first ball, you're not looking for a 26 skin to go up against Australia. They'll be disappointed. I think Ladder here might be bowling to instruction. He's a guy that back in New Zealand has been throwing it up and really turning it. And he's a bit flat here today.
And that ball will find the 5 net again. That's the kind of cricket that Sri Lanka love to play. If it's there, they're not afraid to go for it. They're courageous, they're brave, and they're 31 at the moment in this first batting partnership. Hitting to the only fielder there on the offside. Done a pretty good job to pick him out as Sri Lanka. He's only a slender man, is Micah Conroy. I feel like Micah Conroy's been a part of the New Zealand development for quite some time.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. A player held in very high regard in New Zealand. Another player who would have been in the contention and discussion around that men's side when it was picked. Good talented cricketer.
Well, Sri Lanka say 34 is enough. We're going to defend this one and get through unscathed. Fantastic batting. Sherwan Fonseca 14, Andy Solomon's 20. Advantage Sri Lanka, do you think?
Yeah, I do think so. I'm not quite sure about the last decision for mine. You've got 34, you've got 39 off the last 3 and a bit overs in full control. I'm not sure. I wouldn't have just banged that for 2 and tried to get up there on 36. I might have been a little bit more positive given how in control they were. They looked in no trouble.
We've got Shandima Abikan and Kamal Karapa. Again, at the request of team management, Shandima and Kamal will be what they'll be known as throughout the batting partnership predominantly. And a big hello to you all wherever you're tuning in right around the world. Currently 1:10 in the afternoon over in Auckland.
My wife's got the kids at Kelly Tarleton's in Auckland today. They'll be loving that.
Ah, wonderful. A bit earlier in the morning in Sri Lanka, coming up to 6 o'clock local time over there. So thank you for getting up on a Wednesday morning. We don't mind if you call in a little bit late to work today. Bowling out the opening bowler, interesting choice. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think they've 34 first partnership. New Zealand feels like they need to get some wickets here and get into the equation. They do appear to, at the moment, to be looking to bowl Ryan Jackson, who's probably the quickest bowler late. He tends to be bowling the third and fourth partnership. The older ball doesn't seem to bother him too much.
Hit straight, interesting call here. 3 it is. Yeah, Ryan Jackson's been on fire this tournament, and he's the only player from New Zealand to take double-digit wickets. He's taken 11 from 6 games. So generally taking 1 wicket and over, which is unbelievable. And at this stage of the tournament, at least, he doesn't concede any runs.
Yeah. You know, he's had a great tournament. Very good player, Ryan Jackson. Contracted to the Firebirds in Wellington, an outdoor cricket in New Zealand. A really good young talent, a guy who'll be around New Zealand outdoor cricket for some time.
Onto the legs, just getting a tickle on it into the 2 net. Good batting there by Kamal. What do you think the instruction would have been from Team Sri Lanka to this batting partnership before they went out?
Back your ability. Look, you can say to a partnership right now, look, we're on top, just control it, don't go out and stay on top. But I think Sri Lanka is saying, go out there, score another 30. We want every skin in this game. Been an impressive start by the Sri Lankans so far, Gary.
Yeah, they'd be happy with this. They'd be very happy with it. 41. It's interesting comments that you make regarding what kind of instruction might be given, that don't go into your shell. You do you, boo. Choose your own adventure in this game and just be yourself and score the runs. And at the moment, they're doing pretty well. I mean, 7 off the first over. It's a good start. If you can replicate that, we're looking at somewhere around 28, 30 odd for a batting partnership.
Getting important for Sri Lanka, coming off tough and tight losses to England and India yesterday. They need to win this one, there's no doubt about it. And going about it in the right way. They're not trying to not lose here, they're trying to dominate and win.
Hang on.
What's the question?
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, lads.
And an adjustment to the score. There was the additional wide that hadn't been popped into the scorecard just yet. Kamal just letting the umpire know, but we're underway now. Wow, that is a very tidy indoor cricket shot.
Yeah, boy, Sri Lanka look $1 million, don't they?
They do look $1 million. Two very good indoor cricket shots from Sri Lanka. 6 runs coming from the last 2 deliveries. Three to come in this over.
Great work from Ladder on the back there. Keeps it to 1.
And 5 runs scored. Sri Lanka are on the warpath. They are marching through this indoor cricket battle without a care in the world at the moment. It's on their terms. The tail is not wagging the dog here today. Last delivery on the straighter over. Good bit of fielding there in the front court. He's up there nice and tall is Ryan Jackson. You could see him come back as we watch the replay here. That was the 3 before it. Hitting through. And then this was the 5.
Nice shape back too. He got some shape back from fairly wide. It's not like that's just straight up and down and they're whacking through it. They're actually moving around and he's still getting it. Here is Toby Finlay's granddad. And the crowd, his mum there, I just passed him. For the Sri Lankans, two of their more established batsmen here. Chandima averaging 15 a game, Kamal 10. So they'll be looking for this partnership to score runs, but I think they were really well ahead of the expectation.
Micah Conroy. A little bit bamboozling for Kamal there at the striker's end. He wasn't exactly sure how to play it. 2 on the leg side here for New Zealand. Leg side it shall be. Kamal getting his leg outside the leg side line, making it easy for the official to judge where that ball is. Toiling hard here, New Zealand. Desperate for a wicket. This New Zealand outfit coached by Paul Anderson and assistant coach by Sonny Chan. What can you tell me about Sonny Chan?
Oh, mate, he's a wonderful man. He runs the Wellington Indoor Sports Club in Wellington, and very intense here. I've never seen Sonny Chan quite as intense as this. I don't quite know what it is, but he is watching this ball by ball at the back end, talking to his bowlers. Very, very focused. Chan in the New Zealand Masters over 35 side that won the World Cup in South Africa, and the New Zealand Masters Trans-Tasman team that won the World Cup in Tauranga, both coached by Paul Anderson. So they've got a long experience together. Sonny Chan knows the game of indoor cricket really well, and he'll be making a really positive contribution. And definitely, you've got bowling coach Chan, batting coach Anderson in this setup.
We see in the back corner here, Sonny Chan having a discussion with bowler. That's Sonny Chan there on the left.
Had the guns out all week, Sonny.
Yeah. Mustn't be able to feel the cold. Is that what it is? As he comes past the commentary box here, he's going to come over and give some tutelage to his bowlers.
Regan Craig conceding a few runs when he bowls. New Zealand will be keen for him to get a wicket.
It's a bit of a rainy old week here in Melbourne. Raining today, 16 degrees outside, and it's forecast rain for the remainder of the week. Shot here, kept well off the back net.
Great work by Ladder. He got to that on the second half volley. Could easily have skipped underneath his hand, but just blocked it, didn't try to catch it, blocked it, kept it away from the back.
That's up-ish, and that will be caught, and it is. Ladder having to dive forward. I wasn't sure that he was going to be the man to catch it. I thought it might have been someone else, but he's the one who came forward and took a very classy catch.
He took a sharp bounce, didn't it? Ladder diving for length. It was a great catch by him. New Zealand get their second wicket, and one they've been really hanging out for.
Good communication there between striker and non-striker. Very good.
Second partnership in a row where the Sri Lankan batsmen have decided very early they're not going to run the last ball. Craig actually tried to bowl quite quickly to get the communication not quite finished. But this is the team that's run the most skins in the game. Now, for mine, both partnerships have been in control, and I'd have been quite happy for them to hit it and call. So hit it if you hit it well, call your partner through. If you're not sure, block it. But the Sri Lankans just clearly aren't going to run on it, and they have got the most skins in this tournament. So you've got to pay some respect for the way that they're going about it. For mine right now, Sri Lanka in control of this match. What do you think, Gary?
Yeah, very much so. And these two out here can certainly hit a long ball as well. Rumesh Pereira and Nilantha Wijakun, of course. Ramesh and Nilantha is how we'll be addressing them throughout this batting partnership. And they're off to 63 halfway through their batting innings. And Team New Zealand having a big discussion over in the corner. More wickets required, I think you'll find, here from New Zealand, and I don't think it'll be too long until we see the strike bowler, the main man, Ryan Jackson, come into the attack.
I don't think New Zealand and Australia have scored more than 100 against the under-22s from New Zealand. 100 for Australia, 108 for New Zealand. Sri Lanka looking well on track to go past that. Be interesting to see if New Zealand can fight back in here.
And here comes the twinkle toes. There it is.
Twinkle toes being a batsman moving around?
No, the bowler.
The bowler.
A wild Schrader. Here he goes. And away. Well, a gift, full toss on the legs. Nilantha will always put that away. He's a stylish cricketer. It's too easy for a man of that calibre. Need to make him work harder. Rumesh Pereira, very focused in his batting. Comes into his stance, waves the bat around a lot.
One thing you can't do in indoor cricket is just bowl the ball underneath the hands of the batter. Any indoor cricket player, if you put the ball underneath his hands, he'll drop the bat on the ball and put it into the roof net.
Yeah.
And that is straight under his hands there.
Good bit of fielding there from Regan Craig. Moving into the front court. The ball wasn't hit particularly high. Just up around that knee height. Last delivery of the ninth over here. Down leg side, but inside the leg side wide line. Called good. 69 the total here. Only 6 coming from it. Not a bad over from a New Zealand perspective.
True. Regan Craig, normally the wicketkeeper for the side, having a break and running around the field. Wicketkeepers love having a break and running around the field. He'll be enjoying getting on the line and getting involved. Keeping takes a big toll on the body. Tough on the legs. Craig now going to go in and cover while Ryan Jackson bowls as the quickest. Maybe they feel their specialist should be in there for this.
Yeah, he's a dangerous, dangerous man, is Ryan Jackson. Watch out, folks, at home. You're going to feel like you're right in the action when Jackson bowls. Here he comes. Boy, oh boy, that is quick. Very quick. We hope you're enjoying it at home. We're certainly enjoying it here.
You can see in the batter's technique he's been sped up a little bit by the speed of the delivery.
Well, getting through it okay at this stage. But you can see the extra pace causing additional trouble here for Sri Lanka. They're just trying to survive. 3 to come.
Different length from Jackson. He's bowled sort of waist high throughout this tournament, got quite full in this over. There we go. Oh,
It's nasty. There's very little you can do as a batter with a delivery like that. It's hard to get on top of in terms of a... Let's wait for this delivery. And again, that's another awkward shot, and you can see the batter practice. You can't quite pull it down, and you can't quite get on top of it. It's a very awkward little height. He bowled at the second last delivery, and he's bowled it on the last one, and he's got his reward. See, just in that no man's kind of land, very, very good bowling.
it's quite comfortable to pull when the ball's outside the line of your body, but when you know a top edge would come straight up into your face, it's a little bit less comfortable to play that shot. He looks quite uncomfortable playing it. Jackson's pace bringing him a wicket there, and that length, adjusted his length back into hips. What a wicket.
And when it's coming at about 426 kilometres an hour, makes it hard. If you're new to indoor cricket, he's probably not bowling that fast.
Brian Jackson, I'd imagine, probably bowling around 122, 123k now, maybe up to 125. Guys on TV bowl 135, but if you're a normal cricketer, 135, you don't see the ball. Jackson, I would have thought, certainly in the mid-120s would be my guess.
Gets through the field, or at least gets through the 3 line, but doing the cleaning up off his own bowling, there's Viconi. Good batting partnership from a New Zealand perspective. And that's just too easy. Shelling peanuts.
Be interesting to see how Sri Lanka bat from here. They're big on skins. Are they going to see if they can hit it here and improve the skin? Are they just going to try and lock this away as a 20? Give themselves enough to have a crack at.
Well, they've got Kalitha, the captain, and Malshan in next as a batting partnership. They're up around the 25, 26, 27 together. Little feather on that one and overcalled. So if this last over the batting pair can maybe get a cheeky, 6 to 8. That puts a score at about 80 something. We'll make it a good 83. Last batting partnership come out and put on 25. All of a sudden they're looking at a total of around 108, 110, 115, somewhere like that. Maybe.
I'll be really interested to see here. Bailey Ladder bowling a lot flatter in his first over. Partnership that's not quite as in control, whether Bailey Ladder decides here to flight it, or whether just the aggressive nature of the Sri Lankans has made them decide to flatten out their spinners and make it a bit harder for them to hit them.
Appeals of catch it. Not sure there was anything in it. Third ball opportunity here for New Zealand. Big moment in this game. Sri Lanka survive.
Ladder looks disappointed, but he's gone for one off a couple. Not the end of the world.
Getting to it on the full, straight back to the bowler. And you can see there, Rumesh just saying at the non-strikers end to his batting partner, just to hit it up into the 2 net. This time his partner listens, tucks it around. 78 the total, 2 to come. They'd love to be somewhere in the 80s at the end of this batting partnership. They've scored 15. Again, total on 78.
Nice loud call from the non-striker.
They're desperate for 2 here. They're hungry for 2. They're not going to get it, and they're not happy, Sri Lanka, with that. The 2 walk off, and they're not particularly impressed. You could see they really, really wanted to get 2 off that last delivery, and they just couldn't do it. Good tight bowling there from New Zealand. They'll be happy with that. If you watch this replay, I don't think it hit anything. No suggestion there of a feather on the ball. So Paul Bottrell, tell me, what total does Sri Lanka want to get to, and what total does New Zealand want to keep Sri Lanka down to?
Look, I think New Zealand wants to keep Sri Lanka down to 78. They, in this tournament, this sort of, we've been talking about 65 to 80 a lot as targets, right? Sri Lanka here, there's one number they have in mind, and it starts with a 1.
Yeah.
They'll be trying really hard to get to 100. I think perhaps at this point in reality, above 100 from here is a win for Sri Lanka, and below 100 from here is a win for New Zealand.
I thought you were saying New Zealand want to keep Sri Lanka down to 78. I thought that's what you said.
No, they do.
You did, yeah, all right.
I think they may have to settle for something else than what they want, but right now they really don't want, maybe 85. If they can get them out for that, they'd be wrapped, but it's a big ask from here. They haven't looked likely. They've good bowlers left.
All right, I'll do your deal. If Sri Lanka end up on 78, I'll commentate the second innings with my shirt off. Okay?
My stomach's already a bit queasy, Gary.
You'll be praying for a no ball off the last delivery to make sure that doesn't happen.
I'll be cheering them on, the Sri Lankans. Conway with the 1 and a dot.
Ladder's been very good today in the backcourt at the receiver's end, moving well to his left and right.
I was just thinking the same thing, Gary. Guy's had good hands, but hasn't had good movement all his career. In the last few months, he's really made some improvements in the area. Actually, you saw the catch he took. I ran the first training with him this year, and ball popped off a net and bounced about a yard in front of him. And I said, "Let's call it training, mate. But if you do that in the game, you'll be playing a game." He's dived for a lot of cricket balls since then, but really has got some ability around himself. I think New Zealand will be disappointed in some of the discipline here. Not just the wides, but they've bowled a few full tosses early to provide some momentum, and half volleys to provide some momentum. And Sri Lanka, to their credit, just cashed in on it. Here comes the action man.
Action Jackson. And I like that they're bowling him now.
Yeah, they need wickets here. Might be a timeout here.
Yeah, it's a tiny little bump on the noggin. Nothing serious at all.
Oh, I'm a bit of a fan of this, that there's a bit of discretion around this. We do want head injuries treated seriously.
And live now. Look, the ball landed on him like a butterfly with sore feet. There wasn't much in it.
Yeah, we want serious head injuries treated seriously.
Absolutely we do, but that one's...
The little stuff can be dealt with in a good way by the umpires.
Yeah, agreed. Well handled. Jackson really aiming in on those stumps. He averages 1 wicket every over, so this would be a massive win for Sri Lanka if they can see him through without leaking any runs to New Zealand. Be a brilliant outcome for Sri Lanka. Wow, that is a good indoor cricket shot there.
It really is. And second over in a row where Ryan Jackson started bowling quite a lot fuller than he's been bowling all tournament. And I think the scoreboard's having a bit of an effect here where he's trying to knock the poles over instead of just hitting them in the hip and making life really difficult like that.
And my apologies, Jackson has, of course, taken a wicket, didn't he, in the last ball of his first over?
First over, yeah. But normally he gets 1 and over, right?
1 and over is his average, correct.
So looking for one here to finish that, to manage that number again.
An outstanding 12 deliveries from that man. Third ball opportunity here for New Zealand. We see some of the New Zealand faithful. I must say they've been in strong attendance, have the Kiwis.
Yeah, look, the game, this is the Napier crew. The Finlay family. Up to watch at the half is Craig, Central District South cricketer.
Third ball. Third ball. Eyes ready, please.
And uncle of Toby, I think.
No ball. Off the pitch.
No ball off the pitch called. Bowler comes back to his mark with a face that suggests that he's not convinced. Unlucky not to take a wicket there. Beautiful line and length coming into the left-hander. We'll see the vision here of McCarthy. Steadying himself at the top of his mark, and he charges. Again, a good delivery here. 2 very good balls. Another third ball opportunity. Pressure being created here from New Zealand. They'll be looking to take advantage here. Convert this third run opportunity. McCarthy in. Good fielding in the front court, just not quick enough. The dive gets him home.
Just a little juggle, wasn't there? One hand to the other hand. Just took a second there to transfer it over. But a bit of length here from McCarthy. He is making them earn their runs.
Ryan Jackson. Correction, that's not Ryan Jackson in the front court there. Who is that? Is that Micah Conroy?
No, Schroeder.
I've just gone through 36% of the team and couldn't name him.
Schroeder.
Yeah, it is the 67. There he is. He came in nice and quick.
Ewald.
It was the 7 that got me kerfuffled. Ryan Jackson 17, Schrader 67.
Ewald Schrader from Hamilton in the top of the North Island of New Zealand. Had a reputation for some time to be able to get it through quite sharp. That's the city that Coach Paul Anderson lives in. Anderson used to work for me when I owned Alice Street Indoor Sports in Hamilton.
Well, that's why we have Paul Bottrell in the broadcast team for those insights. Man's been around indoor cricket for a very long time, knows a lot about a lot of players. It's fantastic to have an international feel to the commentary team here in Australia. Craig to continue here, his second over. 2 runs scored, 100 now the total for Sri Lanka. Using feet well, that would have been out. He's only 45 centimetres away from the stumps there, Craig.
Could have reached them too. I think if he changed the ball to his other hand, he could have just taken the ball to the stumps from where he was.
Unforced error there by New Zealand. Hoppy on the crease is Milshan. And another third ball opportunity. They haven't converted many. This is critical. This is a must. Again, Sri Lanka get through unscathed.
Quite agile, Regan Craig. That's quite a good bit of fielding.
2 to come in this innings. 102 the total. Rocks back, 2 runs. Easily done, completely removing the field from the equation there. This is it. A wicket brings the Sri Lankan total down to 99. Mentally, be good for New Zealand. Micah Conroy unable to get that ball out to the receiver, and 104 is where we'll finish. Paul Bottrell, thoughts?
Yeah, look, it's the second most runs conceded by New Zealand in this event. They will be disappointed. Second only to, I think, Australia. And look, a fantastic batting order here, effort from a Sri Lankan team, desperate to stay in the hunt for these semi-finals. They know South Africa are chasing, they know England are chasing, they know India are chasing, and they have put some runs on the board and stake their claim to win this game, and it'll be a great test. This is what it's all about, right? New Zealand conceding more than they used to. They test their batting. Are they able to come out here now and show some composure and chase this? As we see the great catch there from Bailey Ladder. Pretty excited too.
Yeah, a lot of action happening here on court today, and a lot of action happening here in Victoria. It's a wonderful part of the world, and if you haven't got yourself out to Drowsford and Macedon Ranges, well, do yourself a favour, for heaven's sake. Take time out to invigorate body and mind and reignite your imagination amid the spectacular forests, natural mineral waters and historic villages of the Drowsford and Macedon Ranges region. World-class day spas and wellbeing centres. I know there'll be a lot of players who'll be keen to head there after this to rest some weary legs and bodies. If you don't head out there, well, we'll just have to send the men in the white coats and the butterfly nets, as I always say, to come and collect it, because you've lost your mind. It's absolutely amazing out there. Beautiful part of the world. A big thank you to the Victorian State Government. You must be enjoying your time here in Victoria.
Oh, mate, loving it. So I had dinner with the management of the ladies team last night. There was a ladies team last night in Dandenong, and we were out, and I was out in Melbourne on Friday night last week, down on the river, just down from Crown Casino. Popped into the Crown Casino, made a small donation.
That's good. The casino is struggling, so thank you. Every dollar counts.
Always a pleasure.
We're going to set up a GoFundMe page for them. Dandenong, just outside Melbourne. It's a southeastern suburb of Melbourne. It's about 35 kilometres away from the CBD. It's got a population of just over 30,000.
Got a couple of nice little eateries on that main street through there as well. I know the New Zealand teams are very much enjoying their time in Dandenong. But yeah, down on the river, beautiful spot, mate. It reminds me of Singapore River. You know, it's got some lighting, it's got some ambience, it's got lots of entertainment. I obviously wasn't out late, but I imagine there's some late night nightclubs and venues around there as well. I imagine it goes quite late down there. You know, look wonderful. Mate, great test for New Zealand here.
Bailey Ladder on strike. Chasing 105 for victory. And unlike the Sri Lankan innings where they were out first ball, New Zealand ahead 2 to the total. Better start already. 1 to the total, my apologies. Obviously caught a bit of the wicketkeeper's net. As has that one. Doing it brick by brick so far. 1 off every ball. Good level of consistency there from the umpire.
Yeah, really like that. Set a level and stay with it throughout like that.
Good bit of wicket keeping too. That's, I know, just a simple thing that happens every single game within indoor cricket, but he has taken that sharply down the leg side and very quickly feigned to take the bails off. Sherwan, an expert wicket keeper. Third ball opportunity here. Indoor cricket shots don't get any better than that. Liam McCarthy getting that perfectly at the 90-degree angle between side net and top net. 2 scored. Ladder 5, McCarthy 3. 8 to New Zealand total. Off to a good start, confident start.
Bailey Lauder, one of those kids that if his parents said to him on a Saturday night, you can do anything you want, Bailey, what are you going to do tonight? He'd say, I want to go to the sports centre and hit a box of balls. Loves batting, just loves hitting cricket balls.
Kalitha, the captain. Here he is, bowling the second over. Hit straight back down. Takes a big, deep breath, this Kalitha. Pressure upon him to lead this team. Chance if he hits. He does hit. Umpire has a good look. Not given out. Safe.
Quick from McCarthy.
Very quick. Very quick indeed.
Solomon seems surprised.
He was certainly home, there's no doubt. This time not changing the arm of Chandima there on the 3 line for Sri Lanka. Or leg side sweeper. And again over top. Captain giving some advice to the field. You might hear some different kind of fielding terminology throughout the course of the broadcasts. Chance. Oh no, Sri Lanka really need to take that one. It was a dolly. It almost came a little bit too slow and just floated through the air. He was expecting it to come quicker.
I think coming off the leading edge with the bat closing, hit through the leg side. I think he was expecting it to go to the leg side and got a little bit surprised when it hit the front of the bat, or the front edge of the bat, and went straight past him.
Well, New Zealand off to a flyer. They'll be enjoying this. 20 from the first 2 overs.
Lauder on the last ball not wanting to run, but caught through by McCarthy and took off. That's great work. He's well home, isn't he?
This here's the leading edge. It just floats through the hands. Yeah, so sometimes in indoor cricket you might hear the fielding positions like an outdoor, a point or a cover. Sometimes, depending on which country you're from, we call them first and second guard. First being the closest to the wicket keeper, second one closest to the bowler, leg side guard, and then sweepers or 3-line fielders. Don't know what kind of terms you like to call much.
Mate, I'm a bit old-fashioned. I use all the older ones. You use all the proper ones. I use some of the older ones. I'm going to call the front courts the guards for a couple of games to get used to them.
Indoor cricket's got some fun little idiosyncrasies. What do you call your domestic league? So like your in Queensland, for example, if you're playing your weekday hit and tickle matches, we call that our in-house competition.
Same. In-house.
I know in Victoria they call it domestic.
Well, the Victorians have always been a bit different, haven't they, Gary?
They're
wonderful people, great place to visit, but they are a little bit different.
Gone. That's the first wicket for Sri Lanka. And do you reckon that he loves it? The big man.
How pumped up are they?
Milantha. He is on fire. Watch him after this wicket. Got him, and there's the big 16. Yes, sir, as he charges down the pitch with a bit of swagger, a bit of attitude. Beautiful stuff. They're on here. They're on. Good chase in the corner there. That's not easy to do. And the team coming across to show a bit of love to Malshan. All right. Sri Lanka have started. First wicket. Where's the second one? Where's it coming from? Now that is borderline embarrassing.
Yeah, that should never happen. That's it. The ball shouldn't be able to hit the net above head height and hit the ground. They'll be disappointed in that.
So many Sri Lankan fielders around it. And a down up 5. Well, that is indoor cricket. World Cup standard there by Ladder. Beautiful shot. A down, up 5 into the backcourt.
Sri Lankan's punished. Missed an easy opportunity, didn't get a hand on it. Next ball, the down up goes over the top of the bowler, over the top of the back sticks. Ladder sees the opportunity, gets through. And New Zealand in the run for the skin. 25 chasing 34.
The DJ obviously doing a good job. The crowd bopping along to the tunes. Now, how does Sri Lanka respond here? It's going to be Kamal. Skin in the balance. Currently 25. Needing another 10 to win it.
Shot from Bailey Ladder. It's one of the great things about under-22s, isn't it, Gary? You see players grow. The Bailey Ladder we see today compared to the Bailey Ladder I saw 3 or 4 months ago, he's a far better player.
Interesting call here by the umpire. Probably one. It is given one. We heard pre-game how strong Sri Lanka are in picking up extra competition points or skins. Can they hold on to this one? Good fielding. They're going to need a few dot balls, if not a wicket here. They're chasing 35.
You can't jump until he's hit it, okay? Thank you.
You aware of that rule, Gary?
Two scored. Umpire just saying to the fielder that he's not able to jump until the batter's hit it. There is a rule about distracting batters. I think it might also fall into the category of unsportsmanlike conduct. So, as a fielding outfit, you can't be carrying on like a bunch of raw prawns as the bowler's coming in or making noises as the bowler's coming in. So I think that's the angle that the official's heading in there.
Sri Lanka drop back to defend the skin last ball. New Zealand need 4 to tie it up and jackpot it into the next one. If they tie it up, it jackpots into the next one. If they hit 5 to win, 4 to tie, Liam McCarthy capitalizing the 7 here.
Well, Sri Lanka do what they do best and pick up another competition point. They successfully defend the skin of 34. New Zealand 32 the total. So although New Zealand dropped the skin, but slightly ahead in terms of the overall run chase.
Yeah, good on Sri Lanka. I'm a bit surprised about the jumping call. I think if you're a fielder who jumps as part of the way you field, there's no intention there. There's the inside edge from Ladder that gets the wicket. The down up 5 that followed a couple of balls later. Nice competitive cricket here. New Zealand still in the game. Missed the first skin, but still in the game.
I think the rule that the umpire's talking about is Rule 19, misconduct. And it's part G, subsection 4. Undue noise or movement by a fielder to interrupt the batter's concentration from the start of the bowler's run-up until the ball is played at by the batter.
But it's not undue if he's doing what he does to field. It's not distraction. He's not doing that to distract the batter. He's doing it because he wants to field the ball.
No, the umpire said before the batter plays at the ball. The umpire said before the batter plays at the ball, you can't jump.
Yes, but that's because you can't distract.
Correct.
But he's not trying to distract. He's trying to field.
Yeah, once the batter's played at it, that's okay. But he can't do it until the ball is played at by the batter. That's the rule.
That's certainly the interpretation of the rule. I'm not sure.
So I think and I don't want to misinterpret what the official said there, but what he said was you can't be jumping until the batter's played it. So before it's coming in halfway through, you can't be jumping up. I guess there's a fine line of preempting where the ball's going to be. Chance here, big chance. Direct hit, not given out. But the rule, exactly as it reads, unfair play can be defined as actions taken outside the spirit of the game to create an unfair advantage over an opponent. Any of the following would be considered unfair play. We'll wait for this delivery. And that's 5 runs, and that's why we wait for that delivery, because it's a wonderful stroke. So any of the following would be considered unfair play. Undue noise or movement by a fielder to interrupt the batter's concentration from the start of the bowler's run up until the ball is played at by the batter.
Which suggests the reason to do it is to put the batter off. But the reason to jump isn't to put the batter off. The reason to jump is to field the ball. So it's an interpretation from mine. I get what the interpretation is. I'm not sure I agree with the interpretation.
Fumble and kept off the netting.
Good over there from New Zealand, underway with 7 as they chase another skin in the mid-20s.
Let's listen into the umpire.
The second time I'm telling you guys on the ring, you cannot jump until you hit the ball. Don't jump early. If you come done fair play, it's -5.
Thoughts, Paul Bottrell?
I think that's a common interpretation in Australia, and I think it's wrong. My thoughts. I don't think that's what the rule says at all. And it's impacting this game now because Sri Lanka are moving the fielder out of there. And I don't think batters should be being distracted deliberately, but I think fielders should also be able to complete their skills and do what they do. But again, I'm pretty sure when it comes to finals day, Gary, no one's going to be calling my interpretations of the rules. Coach gets it and just goes wild.
Yeah, bit of the magic spray.
Oh, I think there's probably a bit of second skin. Honestly, putting second skin on an open wound, Gary, is a bit like dipping it in pure alcohol. It just lets you know that it's just a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, good bit of fielding. Yeah, that's what we've nicknamed hand sanitizer over here. Instant cut finder.
Yeah, that's a pleasant experience, isn't it?
Two runs, the New Zealand batting partnership moving along nicely here, Craig, seeing them like beach balls. Leg side called, and Sri Lanka here just need to compose themselves a little bit. New Zealand starting to skip away.
Great effort so far from the New Zealand batsmen, but to score 100, you've got to bat well for a long time. Another big skin here. They'll need 30 to get this skin, chasing 29. They are on track for it.
This time Craig gets beaten, but Conroy and Craig for New Zealand doing a job here. Moving along nicely, sharing the workload, each on 7 runs. Looks to be Malshan who will get things rolling here.
Tall left armour.
Yeah, has taken 5 wickets in his 6 games. Coming across the field, that one is Kalitha, the captain. 3rd ball opportunity here. We know that New Zealand had some struggles with converting theirs. Can Sri Lanka convert? Needing to hit one stump and just missing the hands.
It's a game of centimetres, isn't it, Gary? That hits. New Zealand are on 9, and this skin looks out of reach, and the game well in the balance. Massive difference.
Yeah, Chandima just missing that one. Exclusion zone is the call. A no ball inside that 3-metre diameter that protects the batter. You can't enter that exclusion zone until the ball's played at. You may see a dotted circle up there in the front court. It is a 3-metre diameter.
And it's a safety rule, Gary, and you're not allowed to have your hands in the air over it. You're allowed to be in there because you can get hurt if you hit a cricket ball, get hit by a cricket ball that close.
And you just feel like mentally New Zealand on top. Some of the calls not going the Sri Lankan way. The 50-50 chances not working out. And New Zealand strangling Sri Lanka out of it.
Can Sri Lanka do it again? Can they find a way to get this skin? New Zealand needs 6 forward off 6 balls, and in this tournament, Sri Lanka keep finding a way to win their skins. Are they going to find a wicket here and save this one as well?
It's great to see the kids at the cricket having a dance, enjoying the World Cup. It's great to have you here, little one.
New Zealand flag waving up there at the moment as well. Oh, not the New Zealand flag, but the silver fern flag. Can Sri Lanka save another skin?
Well, they've only got 5 runs to play with.
Support team up here giving a lot of advice.
This will be a real get out of jail.
Kamal to bowl it right.
Very few runs to muck around with here, Sri Lanka. Here they go. And it's too good.
Really good hand. You see that from the cricket players where he gets out there and just holds his hand, slows the pace of the ball off so it goes slowly up into the roof and he can wander through.
There it is. Sri Lanka needed one. Big appeal not given out. It must be awfully close.
Let's have a look at this one again, Gary. Looks a long way out from this end, but obviously we're at the wrong end and our umpire's right above having a great look down here. He'll have got this right. Thoughts, Gary Lowe?
Yeah, it's a close call and it's a good call by the umpire there. Just getting home. And that's all happened within a fraction of a second. Only 2 runs to play with here, Sri Lanka. Chance if he can hit. He hits, and the umpire gives it out. Sri Lanka, they are magic. They are absolute magic. This is getting ridiculous here at the World Cup. They refuse to lose a skin, and they fight back at the most important time.
Captain sending fielders back already. They'll go to celebrate. He's telling them to get on the back net now. 2 balls to go. New Zealand need 8. 4 ball.
Sri Lanka just simply refusing to give in. They are stubborn and they love to protect their batting partnerships.
Unusual field.
2 scored, therefore needing a 5 to draw the skin, which would be ideal because then that jackpots into skin number 3 and they only need to get 16 in that circumstance. A 5 needed here by Craig. He is the man to do it. They move a fielder forward. Malshan there in the front court. Here we go. 5 needed. Not taken. Not wanting to risk the overall goal, which is to win the game. And again, Sri Lanka, they're the best in the business here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup for 2022 at winning competition points.
Sri Lanka, 2 skins out of 2, but right now New Zealand ahead in the game. Not by much, but ahead at the halfway point. It's a fascinating contest. Both sides need to win this game at all costs, but really the skins come into it as well. New Zealand really going to have to pick up the 3rd skin to win the game, you'd think anyway. They want at least 2 if they're to stay in the hunt to finish 1st in their own division. And Sri Lanka trying to tighten their grip on 3rd in the open division.
Well, if Sri Lanka can win, they will jump in to 2nd provisionally. They do have a couple of games in hand, though, of course. So they certainly wouldn't stay there for long, but you could take a screenshot of it and post it on social media and be pretty excited for a couple of hours because Australia will be coming in and New Zealand later on in the day. Well, they could actually jump into 1st place if they win, my apologies.
They could indeed.
Yep. But only for a certain amount of time because they do have a couple of games in hand.
still leading the World Cup after 6 rounds.
Wouldn't that be a real feather in the cap? That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka on top of the world.
It's nice to see them back. Turned up with a blast, got to the World Cup final. Nice to see them back at this sort of level. And there's no doubt, Gary, that this next level down of country has come a long way up in the 5 years since the last World Cup.
Effort ball, chance of the non-strikers, and big appeal. The umpire looks at it, doesn't give it out. Jackson makes good his ground.
I thought Jackson did really well there. I thought he was home. We'll have a look.
He was in some hot water for a long time, and it's just that little fumble there. Yeah, great call.
Quick, isn't he?
Paddled around the corner, good chase there in the corner. I love a good old-fashioned indoor cricket chase into the corner and a one-handed slap back to the wicketkeeper. That's handy there from Lanka. Moved like a panther. Into the top net, chance of the top sticks, and it just goes missing. If it hits, you think that Jackson, even with all his speed, probably short of his ground. It is all happening here at the sporting capital of the world, Melbourne, Australia. Effort ball, good play by all.
Interesting selection choice here from New Zealand. George Strider, the lowest batting average of the New Zealand squad. And he's batting with Jackson, who's the top player in the New Zealand squad statistically. And what that can mean is Jackson may face a few less cricket balls here than would be ideal. It's interesting to put them together in a situation like this. Chasing the lowest skin, no doubt. But still, so his job here is to get off strike and get Jackson on strike as much as he possibly can.
Have you ever seen the movie Moneyball with Brad Pitt in it?
Yep.
Does indoor cricket ever remind you of that? It's all about stats and breakdowns, and it's a real strategic game.
It's always games within the game of indoor cricket. It is. It's what's fascinating to watch. When you understand it a little bit, it becomes brilliant to watch. Battle within the battle.
Moneyball, a fantastic sporting movie. Do endorse it. Jackson, just doesn't get the 2 net. Looking forward to an indoor cricket movie being made one day. Who'd play you, do you think, Paul Bottrell?
I know that John Candy has passed away. We're short of people for my role. I'm not sure I get to be in an indoor cricket movie, Gary.
Sri Lanka posting a total of 104.
They'd need to find a Ross Gregory, so they'd need to be able to age the person sort of 20 years over the career.
That would. Hitting high in the bat, catches a piece of the 3 netting. Now, this skin is going to be dreadfully difficult for Sri Lanka to hold on to. They're only protecting 15. That is a tall order. We know that they're very good at it, but I don't know if they're that good. And at the moment, the bowling's just not the standard. It's too short, it's too wide, and this batting partnership having ample time to be able to play it into the side netting.
It does look a little bit.
Now this time too full. Good bit of fielding there.
Great bit of fielding, wasn't it? Save every run from the captain.
Yeah,
it does look a little bit as if Sri Lanka have decided that they've done what they needed to do to win skin number 1 and skin number 2. And you've got to bowl everyone at some stage.
Yeah.
So this is the one that perhaps they've conceded this to some degree. They'll never completely concede it. They'll try and get a wicket and try and put some pressure on, but they don't look to have quite as much with the ball as we've seen in the first 2 partnerships.
And look, even if they don't go on to win, they can still pick up the last skin as well. And it'd just be classic Sri Lanka to not win the game, but pick up the maximum amount of skins that you can possibly win in a loss, which is 3.
Yeah, I think it'll be the 3rd time in the tournament they've done that if they do it, where they lose and take 3.
That's only missed by a whisker. Of course, mathematically completely impossible to win all 4 skins and lose the game. That can't happen, of course.
Yeah, I've never seen that, yep. And New Zealand still need to win the game. Still got 30 to go off...
Lakeside.
Interesting call of Lakeside there. Playing at the ball, if he'd hit it, it wouldn't have been a leg side anymore. So I think maybe he thought a no ball off the pitch call was coming, but luckily for him, he misses it. Oh, wow. I tell you what, that's a shot. Schrader deep into the corner. 4 runs. That's top shelf. Paddled around the corner. No run. This skin appears to be gone. We focus now on the game. 81 the total, chasing 105 for victory.
Third ball coming, isn't it? Is that dot? I think it is.
Haven't seen any man-cads in the World Cup thus far.
Yeah, it is an exciting feature we're missing, isn't it? Always brings a bit of controversy.
Using the feed, and it dies, but it's caught! Wow, that is an outstanding catch! That is unbelievable. It came off the side netting and just died slightly.
Boy, that was a good effort late with the hands, wasn't it? We'll pick this up on the replay.
Well, that was gone for all money. There was no way he was going to get to that. But underneath the Sri Lankan jersey is a Superman costume. Oh, baby, yeah, that's what it's all about.
Jackson going inside out on ball 3, and that is a great bit of fielding.
Well, that is a very, very low percentage opportunity converted into a wicket. That is what wins matches. That is what wins World Cups. Unreal. Don't blink at home. Don't go anywhere. All the action coming to you live from Melbourne in this World Cup. Rumesh.
So a little bit of a battle here for Jackson. He's gone dot, out, dot. Man, that's topping the stats for New Zealand. Exceptional young player. Sri Lanka doing a really good job of putting some pressure on him.
Jackson steadies the ship.
I think New Zealand would really like to get 80 to 84 here and leave the last partnership 21 to win.
Yep, agreed. Agreed, that'd be a handy total. Leg side, and that's tough in the last over the batting pair. Or no balls and wides, maybe rebowled at the batter's request. Firm stroke, played straight back to the bowler. Sri Lanka, they're an enthusiastic outfit, they're an energetic outfit. Lazy. Sri Lanka, that's not to their high standards. They'll be upset with that. Bit of encouragement from Kamal there on the offside sweeper position. Skin's gone. That's out. They're currently 85, which is exactly where my colleague Paul Bottrell suggests that New Zealand would want to be at. The dot ball would make him a fortune teller. And a fortune teller he shall be. 85 is the target. Correction, the total. The target, 105. Game in the balance, poised very, very delicately.
Good chase for a young side here. Barry, chasing 100 odd in a World Cup is no easy feat, particularly when the game's important to both sides. Sri Lanka haven't given them a thing here, and this game sits in the balance. A good test at New Zealand side. This is, in a way, starting to prepare for a semi-final where you're going to be under pressure for the entire game, and chasing 100 puts you under pressure for the entire game. Sri Lanka will be looking for a win and the last skin, and if they win the game, they will get the last skin. Interestingly, New Zealand here might be prepared to give the last skin up to win the game. They might defend out in between.
Thank you. Play, please. Two.
Off the edge, one scored out there at the moment. We have got the highest run scorer from New Zealand being Amaral. Average is 18.2. He scored 91 runs from his 5 games. Also the highest strike rate of any New Zealander at 156.9. He's the man you want out there in a run chase.
Yeah, and his partner, Viconi, also well on the runs, nearly 12 a game. Averages will get them home, but of course averages won't play a part in what really happens out there.
That is missed by a whisker. Third ball opportunity. Sri Lanka on the hunt.
Lanka got fired up with a wicket last time, looking for another one here.
That's hit firmly, and just the one. Sri Lanka need to chase everything here. Every rabbit down every hole. They're hanging on to this match by the barest of margins, clawing with their fingernails. Gone, got him, Sri Lanka! They never say die, they never quit, they're right in this. It is on in a big way.
The batters go over. Amaral just stands there while Viconi has a chat with the batting coach. Not that he'll be talking about technique or anything like that. He'll just be saying, stay calm, watch the ball. You're a good enough player to win this. Great delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was superb. Middle stump goes crashing back. Sri Lanka just refuse to yield.
Good side, and currently third in the World Cup, could be the leaders reasonably soon in the points table.
If you've joined the broadcast, you're watching the Indoor Cricket World Cup coming to you from Australia. Sri Lanka versus the New Zealand under-22 side. Doesn't quite go to hands. You feel like this is going to come down to the last couple of deliveries.
You really do, don't you?
Effort ball, hit through. Look for the official call. It's 4.
That's what he's calling for.
Now, some dispute about the score. I don't see any issues with it. It's come off the side net into the back net.
Sri Lanka, I think, is saying it didn't hit the back net, but I mean, it's hard to see the ball bouncing forward if it didn't hit the back net. Maybe it hit the zip and came straight forward off the zip. A little bit nervous there. Great test here. This is how you grow players, right? Viconi got out in a big chase. Looks a little bit nervous, needs to grow through this, back himself.
Pressure on everywhere here. Third ball opportunity, the crowd beginning to build.
Just do what you do to get yourself here.
Tucked around the corner. They get through. 2 is the score. That is over. 94 the total, chasing 105 for victory. 2 overs remain.
Sri Lanka looking odds on to get three skins again, Gary.
They're the best in the biz, and you picked it earlier. There is a chance that New Zealand will go on to try and win this game and bat out the last couple of deliveries, not to win the skin. Of course, you want the win. That's 3 premiership points or competition points. The skin's only 1.
With due respect to him, I think Shuin may have been...
Only called the last set.
Bit of a discussion still about that 3 or 4. I don't see how it could have been 3.
Even if it did, it's impossible for him to see, right? It's in the far corner,
for sure.
2 inches away from the far net. He just can't see that. It's not realistic.
Nah, it's 4 runs. 3 scored. That's an important delivery from a New Zealand perspective. Gives them a little bit of breathing space, means they can absorb a couple of the dot balls in this over.
One of those things, you get to a place in the game where, you know, 1 wicket here and it gets tough for New Zealand, 2 wickets here and Amrol need to hit the back net. So Sri Lanka are in this game for a long time. They just need to get a wicket at some point.
Chance in the front court, it's not taken. Pressure on here, everything matters.
Amrol looks like a quality player, doesn't he? Just looks calm out there. Clear-headed, hitting the ball where he wants to hit it.
They're running out of runs to play with here, Sri Lanka.
Oh, nice shot. This over will be really setting for Coney. Played really well. It's how you grow players. You put them in these situations and you watch them adapt and get their way through.
Chance here, doesn't go to hand. That's unfortunate. That was a red-hot opportunity. And now New Zealand go past the Sri Lankan total and the skin is definitely in danger.
Keeper needs to catch that. If I was the coach, I would be thinking someone has got to catch that.
Leg side is the call. Sri Lanka not happy with themselves. 2 wickets needed here for them to be any chance of winning this game.
Gary, it's a really important wide for mine. For Coney on strike, and you know he looks the junior partner when you want him on strike. So early bowled. You want him on strike, you bowl a wide, you put him to the non-strikers in. You've got to make him hit that last ball. And
well, this is it. This is for all the marbles in this game. Malshan, he needs to bowl the over of his life. He must take 2 wickets.
Looks pretty good with the
to
ball
stay
too.
in it.
Bowling left arm round on his first over. Not quite sure where that hit Amrol. Looks a bit uncomfortable.
So we have a look at the replay. And it's got him
Where is a little bit uncomfortable.
right in the town halls. And he's going to take a couple of minutes. He looks very ginger.
Drama. What if drama continues here?
There's only one man in the sports stadium who doesn't think that's funny. That's Amaral. Everyone else thinks it's mildly amusing. Ready, here we go. And hello, Vicar. Bang. He's going to be all right.
He's going to be fine. He'll be pleased that wasn't about 20k an hour quicker.
All right, just to add a bit of drama. Here we go. Plays a shot. There's nothing wrong with him. Okay. 2 wickets needed.
5 in front for New Zealand, 2 behind in the skin. They've got to have their eye on that skin now.
It's a good off because it still means that 2 wickets required. It doesn't really change the equation, but it just means 1 ball less.
Yeah, and Viconi's done a really good job here. He's really settled after that early wicket and got to the other end regularly, put his partner on strike.
That's it. They'll block this last ball out. They'll collect the skin and collect the win, you would think.
2 to go. I'd still be blocking out here myself.
Block out for sure.
Paul Anderson will be in the back corner saying to them, hey guys, Amaral not looking like he's running to me.
Block it out. Worth the shout.
Worth having a look at on replay?
Worth a big shout. And you can see there in the back court, Jackson camped on his stick. It's not going anywhere.
Amaral.
Amaral, my apologies. Catch. And you know what? They win the skin. Sri Lanka, they win the skin.
Little leggy that bounced, I think.
How do they do it every time? Look at it.
Oh, yeah. He thinks that's coming back and it just rolls away and bounces.
Oh, he
Gets
drops his head.
Head goes down.
Sri Lanka again.
How do they do it?
They are genius.
The wizards of skins. They are worth watching, Kerry, for other teams and the way they do go about defending and attacking skins. For mine, they definitely kept some weaker bowler for that third partnership and let the weaker skin go. And got the others, and good on them. They're
Wow.
very pragmatic about it.
Again, they lose the game, but if you're going to lose one, that's the way you want to lose it. Very little points differential. It's only -3 for them overall in the big scheme of things, so the differential moves down to 44 as a total. But 3 more skins attributed. That's wonderful stuff. Paul Bottrell, your final comments on today's match?
Mate, I thought it was a fantastic game. Two sides that were desperate to win, and the New Zealand under-22s showed a lot of composure to get themselves home in that game, and Sri Lanka fought the whole way, as they have done throughout the series. And we are looking forward to a very good final series a day or so away. These teams are playing a very high level of cricket.
Well, the next game coming up is going to be an absolute mouth-watering affair. New Zealand versus England in the Open Men's Division. We really encourage you to stick around for that one as we watch the final highlights of today's match. Sri Lanka, gee, you can see the enjoyment coming from all of them as they collect that last skin.
But I saw England beat Sri Lanka yesterday afternoon. I went over and watched their game, and my gosh, I think the New Zealand-England game is going to be an absolute ripper. England were brilliant in that match against Sri Lanka. New Zealand, after beating Australia in the first game, just a little off, and I think we may be in to see a ripper of a game next as New Zealand go England. Yes, they shake hands, all in good spirit, all competitive and firing hard out there, but all in good spirit, and hands shaking, everyone happy. Another great game of indoor cricket.
Yeah, surely was. Thank you very much for your company. Paul Bottrell, thank you very much for your comments in today's game. Paul Bottrell, thank you very much for your comments in today's game. He's already knocked off.
I thought you were closing out. I thought you were going to go, and off we go. Gareth, it's always a pleasure. Always enjoyed doing a game with you, mate. And looking forward to doing the next one with you. It was brilliant. Thank you very much.
Excellent. My name's Gary Lowe. On behalf of the entire broadcast team here, thank you very much for tuning in. Thanks for watching, and we look forward to the next encounter here at the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you are joining us right around the world, a very warm welcome to Casey Stadium here in Melbourne, Australia for the Indoor Cricket World Cup 2022. My name is Gary Lowe. It's an absolute pleasure to be sharing in your company, joined by my commentary colleague, Paul Bottrell. Paul, today we've got England taking on New Zealand in a very, very important match when it comes to this Indoor Cricket World Cup.
Yeah, mate, we do. I think we would call this, if you ask me my view on this game, it is banana skin for New Zealand. I watched England beat Sri Lanka yesterday. Boy, they were impressive. Remington and Jackson have bowled the two fastest balls I've seen in this tournament. They were the fastest by a long way. Remington has a genuine yard. Nav Patel, the ex-New Zealand player who will want to make his point. Left out of the last World Cup final, very unluckily, and he'll want to make a point. I have a feeling they're going to come extremely hard at New Zealand, and this is a New Zealand side that's been just back from their best for the last couple of days. So going to be a great match, mate. Going to be an absolute thriller.
And in terms of the overall competition ladder at the moment, England on 21 competition points, sitting in 5th position. If they can win this one, that's going to leapfrog them into 4th above India. But that being said, they could then easily project into 3rd because they'll have an extra game in hand. Sri Lanka currently sitting in 3rd, having played 8 games. England having played just the 6. This is a really important match for England in terms of if they're going to make a top 4 in the World Cup.
Yeah, England got 4 left, and they've got Australia, New Zealand, South African 22s, and Singapore. So you feel like they might have to tip over Australia, New Zealand, or New Zealand to make this top 4 be tight. They may be able to do it with good wins over the other 2. But yeah, tight. These 4 semi-final spot has been a battle all week, and you do get the impression that they've been battling amongst themselves, but the first one of these sides to knock over one of the top 2 will go a long way towards picking up one of those spots in the semis.
Well, we have 2 minutes until play gets underway. Paul Bottrell, if you could kindly take us through the lineup, maybe starting with England. It's at bottom of screen for the folks at home. There in the blue, the 3 Lions.
Certainly. Liam Brazier, Jason Jakeman.
We can't hear him. Sorry about that.
Nathan Remington.
Do you want to just go through that again because we had you cut out?
No problems, mate. I'd love to go through that again. The English team, captained by the New Zealander Navin Patel, Jaden Bartosz-Short, Ollie Green, Matty Galea, Michael Galea, Liam Brazier, Jason Jakeman, and Nathan Remington to make up the 8 for the UK. Did we have me that time?
Yeah, we got you that time. Apologies. Slight technical glitch, but we're up and running now. We want to be able to hear the team names. It's important. And if you can go through the New Zealand lineup.
Certainly can. Captained by Victor Davies, Stacey Hyman, Corey Perrott, Michael Barry, Todd Watson, Mitchell Gardner, Darren Crook, and Matthew Latham. Both sides looking close to full side to me. Full strength to me.
Coached by, sorry to stomp on you there quickly, coached by Lee Kelly. Now, I want to talk about Matt Henderson. He's the coach of the England side, but has played a lot of indoor cricket for New Zealand.
Yeah, he's also the coach of the Auckland side that played in the provincial final in New Zealand this year. Coach of UAE in the home series this year. Matt Henderson is an indoor cricket experienced, successful indoor cricket coach.
He surely is. He's had 7 tours for New Zealand and he's played in 5 World Cups, and he's here coaching the English side, in my judgment, the smartest brain in indoor cricket. I know he's got an indoor cricket academy where a lot of people go and get his tutelage and his insight into going from, just an in-house player all the way right up to a standard here at the World Cup. So I know that his guidance and instruction doing wonders for this English side. And this is a real big test for them.
Mate, I reckon the win over India for England was the best I've seen England play since '98. They are a team on the up, and Matt Henderson is making a difference. He does have a fantastic cricket academy, and in those 5 World Cups, he made the World 8 twice. And if you're not from Australia, making a World 8 is a pretty good achievement at a World Cup.
So it will be Victor Davies on strike, the captain for New Zealand, and Latham, the non-striker.
feeling by the look of this, if England's going to open the bowling with Nav Patel here, that means that they're going to look to bowl short for mine. Nav Patel tends to bowl a little bit back of a length, Remington a little bit filler.
Umpire Ben Brading from Australia, the biggest match that he has ever officiated by far. Congratulations on your appointment. We wish you all the best in your decision making. We're underway. And they're off to a flyer. England stamping their authority on this game early. What a start for the Three Lions.
Yeah, Patel straight to the Nav Patel length, into the hip, round the corner from Davies, stays up. Fantastic catch.
Well, England are up and about, as you would expect. This is a World Cup. It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is the highest standard of cricket you can reach.
Patel looking focused.
Good bit of fielding. England looking very sharp early, it must be said. Great first over. Good energy from Team England here. Victor Davies for New Zealand on strike. Keeps that out. Questions being asked consistently here by the English fielders. Liam Brazier doing the job there on the leg side for England. Two to come. Brazier again, chases hard. That would have been awfully close.
Great shape from Patel there as well. Going to see it on the replay. Flicked back. Oh, was going to be very tight.
A must win for England here today against New Zealand. They're putting their best foot forward early. Last ball, Patel. And that is a very steady indoor cricket shot there by Latham. 3 scored.
Matt Latham having a really good tournament to date. Be pleased to be back on the side. Had a couple of games off yesterday.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better start. It was an absolute dream. Moving so well to his right was Liam Brazier. And he's now got the ball in hand for the second over. Getting involved early is the big number 5 for England to Latham. Big appeal going down leg. Umpire Ben Brading having a look at it.
Can we get a replay of that, do you think? Gary, that's swinging back. Definitely going down leg. Coming back, but not coming back enough.
French cut. Almost between the legs there by Latham, who's played in the Australian National Championships over here for the ACT. Third ball opportunity. The score must change. It's currently on 0. It will not be after this delivery. Brazier in. And that again, the big moments. Latham stands tall. 3 to the score. No ball off the pitch. Straying onto the legs. Victor Davies, he's too good. He's too skilled. He'll always put that away high into the springs, Paul Bottrell.
Yeah, nice composure by Vic then. Just waited on the ball, dropped his hands on it, put it on the roof and wandered through. They've been, he's flicked a couple square. This one he got into a better area.
Straight down and up. Going nowhere to the wicketkeeper. 7 off the over. Things poised very evenly here.
Gary, is it our third game of the morning with a wicket first ball?
Yeah, would have to be. It's the day for it.
Wouldn't want to be batting first in the next one. Great start from England. Nav Patel bowled a great over. 7 after 2, they'll be happy with that. Every skin's going to be important for England if they're going to make it into these top 4 semi-finals. Talking to one of their supporters before the game, trying to find out how the semi-finals work. They're very up for it. It's nice to see an English side with a little bit more of a hard edge than some of them. They've always been good cricketers, but this side has a real desire to win here.
Yeah, they've got a bit of bottle about them, don't they? Ollie Green puts down the wicket-keeping gloves and comes out to have a bowl. 2 short, put away, 2 scored. Ollie Green sporting the matching blue and black shoes for this match. Looking the part. On offside. Victor Davies having a bit of a tangle with Bartosz Short. Don't often see players with the number 0, but Bartosz Short does. Straight back down. England doing very well there to cause a bit of traffic. Latham puts his hands up as to say what's going on. Well, the ball's in the middle of the pitch. All the players are entitled to come through and attack that ball. There's nothing wrong with that in my judgment.
I actually thought the offside line field was pretty good about it and stayed out. He could have moved towards the ball even further. Interesting, Victor Davies hasn't hit the ball on the offside of the pitch yet. A very clear plan from the English here to bowl very straight at Victor Davies. He, to be fair, looks really comfortable off his legs. But it does appear to be a plan.
That's a good bit of fielding out the back by Matty Galea. He's had to dive to his right and get that on the half volley to stop it from careering into the back net for an additional run. New Zealand starting to get away slightly here. 15, 1 delivery left. One added to the total. So after an over where they scored 0, they've been able to build up quite nicely.
Yeah, they certainly have. Latham and Davies looking very, very solid out there. A lot of full face of the bat. And England again, still bowling good areas, trying to make it as tough as they possibly can.
Now, tell me a little bit about the man who's about to bowl this over.
Oh, yeah. A couple of different BBL clubs he's played for. Was it Perth and Brisbane? And playing first-class professional cricket in the UK. Bowled sharp. Bowled one yesterday when he got a bit angry. That was, it was quick.
Well, this is Nathan Remington, and here he is. Enjoy the show.
Immediate applause from the New Zealand bench for Latham hitting 2 off there. They were aware of Remington and they were aware how important he is to this English side. Now Patel got them an early wicket and they're looking for Remington to bring them a late one.
And absolutely no respect given to Nathan Remington there by Davies. He doesn't care in the slightest that Remington's played for Kings 11 Punjab, the Melbourne Renegades, the Perth Scorchers, the Queensland Bulls. None of that means anything to Victor Davies.
Half volley's a half volley. Oh, he was never going to bowl 2 half volleys in a row, was he? Pretty sharp. But called no ball.
New Zealand have done very well here to rebuild from what was a great English first over. They're currently 25 with 3 deliveries to come. Leading edge, no run, good communication between Davies and Latham.
Latham goes in and tells Victor, hit it into the roof net. I think Davies knows that, but batsmen love to communicate this stuff to each other.
One to come here. 27 somehow the total. That nudges along slightly to 28. Paul Bottrell, what are your thoughts on the New Zealand comeback?
Yeah, they'll be really pleased. Look, Victor Davies looks in great form, and you bowl Phil, he's prepared to drive it. It's nice to see that part of his game coming back. And if you bowl Link, he's prepared to bounce it into the nest. I thought it was a really good performance by both him and Latham. And Remington looks very comfortable on the cricket court. That's a nice bit of work on the deflection off Nav. There's the 4 from Victor Davies. Bounce, so that was very quick.
Well, we've got Stacey Hindman out there with a strike rate of absolute perfection. 100 perfect. 100.00. Averages 12 runs from 4 games.
So he scores a runner ball.
Runner ball, that's it.
And Mitchell Gardner with him, son of former New Zealand coach Gary Gardner.
Now, is that a Gary Gardner with 1 R in the name Gary or 2 R's in the name Gary?
I would certainly say that Gary wouldn't worry too much about how you did it, but it's 1 R on the Gary.
1 R, that's good. Yeah.
Very relaxed man, Gary Gardner.
Most Gazzers are. Interesting here, Brazier being bowled out for his second.
I like this from England. I know Gardner's just hit that and it's a nice 2, but they're looking for something here. 28's not okay for them. They need to win this game, and that means they need wickets. So they've gone back to one of their leading bowlers and said, bring me some wickets.
Good chase. Oh, I thought the official was going to give it out for a second, but he just puts his 2 little fingers up and says, we'll add some runs to the total.
New Zealand team broke camp last night and were allowed to do different events and come into Melbourne and watch some shows, some golf. There was just a feeling they just needed to freshen up after the big start against Australia and all the cricket. So they had an early game yesterday and then an afternoon to personal time. They look a bit better to me. They do look a bit fresher to me.
Tucked around the corner for 1. Yeah, some wonderful things to do here in Melbourne. A little bit later on, I might tell you all a little bit about some of the fashion and retail that happens here in Melbourne when I get a chance. I'm sure they would have gone out, bought some Gucci jackets, and Dior perfume. They're a stylish bunch, New Zealand.
Certainly might have done a little bit of shopping for the wives and partners. Don't get excited, wives and partners. I'm not saying they did go to the Gucci store for you. I'm just saying it might have happened.
Last ball. Slightly squared up.
Right, Gary, one of the toughest things to do in indoor is to front at full intensity game after game after game. And England looked just 1 notch back from what I saw yesterday. And it's really hard to get there. And it's particularly really hard to get there in games where you don't have 100% belief. And they're not terrible, they're not really bad, they're just a little down from yesterday. I would imagine a couple of wickets, that'll all change just like that. They've just got to find a way to get those couple of wickets.
It will be Jaden Bartosh short. Bowling for this very much improved English outfit. They look good this World Cup. They've been a big talking point on social media and in the sports stadium here in Melbourne. That's going to be close. That's going to be very, very close. The umpire has a look and gives it 3. Bartosh short.
I don't mind this. I think when we have a look at the replay of this, it might be out, but it might be close enough to get the benefit of the doubt. Now, you know me, I'm never give them out when they're in. You can give the benefit of the doubt to go out to batters. Bit of a slow start from Gardner.
Gone.
You reckon?
Yeah, I reckon. We might break it down frame by frame at a later stage, possibly. I know we put a lot of pressure on our broadcast partners here. That's a good little slap there too. Moving well is Liam Brazier. Yeah, perhaps later on at the end of the over or in the highlights package we might be able to see that one frame by frame. A big thank you To Sportscast as well, the broadcast partners here for the Indoor Cricket World Cup 2020, doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I had a couple of people message me telling me, hope I'm enjoying doing a lot of commentary and all the rest, which is great. But you do 4 games a day, I do 4 games a day, Cam does 4 games a day. They do 6 games a day, back to back, and they keep the quality of it all fantastic.
Yeah, it's a wonderful camera work. Doing a great job. Rolling the wrists on it, chance if he can hit, he can't. Possibly home anyway. Bartosz Short doing a lot of effort off his own bowling here.
Just wonder where Remington was there. He's the offside line fielder, and maybe could have got it and claimed that himself.
2 to come, New Zealand, 41 the total. England working towards their next wicket. Big crowd in today. 2 short, rocked around, lucky to get away with that were England. It could have easily been 2. He's not happy with himself, is the big man, Hindman. He knows he should have made more of that last delivery here.
In the no ball area as well, probably not a no ball, but close, getting closest to the right length to be no ball for Short here. Yeah.
Getting through that delivery there is Mitch Gardner. Slight little fist pump to himself after he plays the shot. Now this is the run out. You can see how quickly the English player moves across to get it. One stump at a flick. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is absolute world-class cricket. And gone.
Yeah, look,
gone.
And you can understand. You can understand why an umpire gives that not out right. Freeze frame, really slow, and it is out. Close enough to benefit the doubt for mine. I'd rather see them give those not out than give a batsman who's in out. For me personally, maybe it's a bugbear.
Sorry,
maybe it's a bugbear.
Yeah, well, it was wonderful. I think it was Galea who did the work.
Great skill.
I mean, he has moved. I mean, I'm happy to see that again at some stage at the end of innings. He's moved so far away to his left, got the ball, flicked it at one stump. He's only looking at one stump, hits it and affects the run out. I mean, that's just a taste, a small little sample of the quality of cricket that we're treated to here this week in this World Cup. You've heard me say it a few times, it's the highest standard of cricket that you can see anywhere. Squared up, leading edge, players all over the court.
Look a little bit better in this over too. I thought England in the last couple of overs have just started to get not as clear at where they're bowling. But clear 3 balls in a row in the same area, and that's what you want as a coach. You want them bowling in the same place. There he is again, dead set straight.
Sharp fielding there, Michael Galea.
Putting some pressure on, dots and ones, build some pressure, see if you can create something for your field.
Looking for a wicket, are England. Is it this ball? It's not, it's a dot. Second best outcome. If you can't get a wicket, build some pressure with some dots.
It's been a good over. He'd like a little bit of reward for it here.
Well, that is the over. Gardner 13, Hindman 8.
Yeah, Mitch Gardner's batting like his dad, to be honest. Gary Gardner was a great bat and a little bit of a off-spin bowler, but Mitch Gardner stayed batting very well.
One of my favourite players in the tournament is the 26 for England, Jason Jakeman. Been bowling particularly well. He's only taken the 2 wickets, but he's only played 1 game.
Watched that game, Gary, and he bowled a couple of pearlers and a few wides. If he can pull back the wides and bowl some pearlers, he did bowl some really good deliveries.
Conceding very, very few runs. Less than 1 run and over. Which is impossible, of course. All right, well, there's his average with the runs. Now, where's his wicket? He comes back and dries his hand on the towel. given there by the English support staff.
So we've seen the leggy.
That's been a real feature of the Jakeman deliveries, isn't it? That quicker one that he rips through.
Yep.
You see the replay here. That's closer than what we first thought as well. Home. Good call. Tossing it up. Jaden Bartos short again. Getting involved. England looking for their next wicket. Where's it coming from? Goes to the hands of the captain, Nav Patel, on the 3-line there for England. A bit of chatter, a bit of enthusiasm, that's good. England up and about, 2 to come. Moving the field around slightly. Pushing Liam Brazier around to be more of a squarer fielding position. Goes the offside. Last ball in this batting pair. 26 the partnership, 54 the total. Good here from New Zealand. They've toiled hard. Quicker one, they get through. Paul Bottrell, thoughts?
Oh, it was a pretty good over and a nice finish for New Zealand, who will be happy. 55 after 8 overs, 28-27, really nice and solid. But England continue to stay in the game. They continue to bowl well, fight hard, and put some pressure on this New Zealand side. Still, for mine, just an inch down from the absolute best, but certainly competing hard. I think mentally trying hard. A couple of wickets will bring them back into it even more quickly.
Well, we've got Corey Perrott and Michael Barry out now for New Zealand. And yeah, perhaps a couple of runs more than what England would have wanted. It's been a high-scoring World Cup. There hasn't been too many games that have been really, really low. And you generally see 1 or 2 creep in, but they've all been pretty high-scoring.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm just having a look at England's last few games, and they've conceded 90, 60, 97, 86, 99, 69. So pretty consistently in that 70 to 90 area. And only the one score over 100 as well. So, you know, I think England will want to get a couple of wickets here. I don't think they want... Well, no one wants to chase 100, do they? But you have to if you have to. But here comes Remington as they try and get in the game.
I remember watching Remington playing outdoor cricket. He took a hat-trick on New Year's Day in 2007.
Nice.
Good way to start the year with a hat-trick.
Must ask him, we'll see if it was a good year. Whether it created a bit of momentum and gave him a great season. Certainly a nice way to start. Certainly a good way to start here. He may be about to get a hat-trick of dots here and get a wicket for UK.
Oh, that is world-class indoor cricket here by England. You won't see fielding better than that anywhere other than here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Sharp, dangerous fielding from the English front court.
Direct hit. No way to beat that.
Galea. A dangerous, dangerous man for the English front court. He's all over that one. Remington to continue. Beats the bat. -5 this batting partnership. Maybe this can be the one that England really put the dagger into.
Dot, dot, wicket, dot, dot. Corey Perrott now on third ball. Important moment in this game.
And 2 wickets in the Remington over. -10 if you don't mind. Nathan Remington, the man, stands up for his country. What a fantastic start to this batting partnership if you're wearing the sky blue jersey with the 3 lions proudly on the chest.
Yeah, great over from Remington. It'll be interesting to see what England do now. They're going to go to Nav Patel and continue to attack. See if they can get themselves a major. Patel goes to have a chat with Henderson, take some advice.
Well, that is a huge over. Completely flips this game on its head.
It really does. And, great over by Remington. This English side is dangerous.
Gallier, the man in the front court who's been so good with the ball in hand now. Coming off the leg. England on top.
Well, 7 balls in and we haven't seen one out of the middle yet. Disappointing to let it wide. I let some pressure for the wide there.
Oh, and the New Zealand batter just coming back slightly.
I don't know if the New Zealand batter is very keen on this guy being in our broadcast area at the back here and getting them on the eyesight. I saw camera. We might.
Jason Jakeman this time for New Zealand. Oh, 5 runs. Good shots. Perrott releases the pressure. Much needed.
The man that bowled the silliest delivery you've ever seen, Gary Lowe, just struggling a little bit with the bat here.
Yeah, in a previous game, he bowled the best ball of the tournament, in my judgment at least. Tucked around the corner for 2. Building, trying to get back to 0. That's the cruel thing about indoor cricket. You can come out and you get minus runs. And that was a great shot there into the back net for 5. You can see the English players put their hands on their hips. They weren't happy with that one. They're doing well here. We've had an interesting little period. England started particularly well. New Zealand fought back. Then we had England fight back again with a fantastic Remington over with -10 coming from it. Now New Zealand standing up to the fight.
And the balance right now for mine too, Gary. They have fought their way to a stalemate right now. It's pretty even, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. This is 2 heavyweight prize fighters going toe-to-toe in the middle of the ring. Gallier. Can he put in a body blow for England?
We should point out that there's 2 Galliers in the English side, so they haven't bowled 2 overs in a row here.
Yeah, Matty and Michael.
This would be Matty, wouldn't it?
This is the Matthew variant of the Gallier.
Matthew. This is why cricket is such a fascinating game, right? Not every bowler can be a Nathan Remington. There's going to be some different bowlers and some chances to score some runs, and the guys that go for a few with the guys that concede a few runs with the ball might score a few runs with the bat.
I was watching England pre-game, going through their drills and their skills, and they were looking particularly sharp. Front court doing such a good job today. Getting a hand to that one. Just going through the fingertips. Every run counts, every run so vitally important. This is a World Cup. The biggest competition on earth. Gallier gets that one wrong. 2 added to the total. 62 now for England. Correction for New Zealand. Nav Patel on the 3 line, the captain. He's trying to get his team up and about. Overcalled.
Fascinating battle continues here. Better over for New Zealand there. They push past the 60 mark with an over to go in the third partnership. Will be the lowest skin to date at this stage, 28-27. There's 7 with 1 over to go in the third.
Bartos short. The number 0. Tucked around the corner for 2. Interesting point in the game.
Fascinating, isn't it? Right now, really important period for both sides.
Getting that one wrong. They flirted with the idea of Jakeman coming across to the leg side and having 2 over there. They pushed him back to the offside, and Bartos short puts it on the legs of Perrott. 2 on the offside. Barry to face for New Zealand. Are they asking enough questions here, the Englishmen?
Well, great start to this partnership like the first. Now just leaking a little bit, aren't they? But again, New Zealand will be looking to push this up a little bit. High teens. England looking for one more wicket. Look up the dots here. Keep it in the low teens.
Better. Perrott unable to do anything with that. Has a practice stroke of hitting through the ball. Maybe he thinks he could have done a bit more with it. 2 to come, 68 the total. Hits through the ball this time, 2 scored.
Whoa. That was a ripper, wasn't it? Turn and bounce and straight past the outside edge, but then New Zealand will go off. They'll be reasonably happy. You're minus 10 at the end of the first over. You get to 15, you've scored 25 runs in 3 overs. And I think at the moment for New Zealand still back edging this game just slightly. As they'll look to push on into the 90s if they can. And the English looking for another chance to keep them down around this level. One of the things New Zealand seem to have done quite well in this game is that the weaker English bowlers, they're not getting 5 or 6 and over, they're getting 7 and 8 and over, and it's just pushing them clear all the time. They're getting some nets, be to drive the back when they need to, not too many dots off those bowlers.
What can you tell me about Todd Watson and Darren Crook? You know them quite well.
Yeah, Todd Watson captained the Central District side that won the provincials, which I co-coached or assistant coached this year. Been around for a long time. He's a solid outdoor bat, a genuinely quick bowler. And Darren Crook, the veteran on the side, I think he's in the early 40s, been around New Zealand Tours, New Zealand Masters. Again, probably both of these guys will be a bowler who bats. Crook, a very experienced player, and does bat middle order in senior club cricket in New Zealand.
Well, you're not going to get a better wrap-up of the 2 batters out on court than that, folks, and we're very grateful that Paul Bottrell's joined the commentary team this week. We thank him for coming along and for his expert comments. Patel. Straight into his work with the dot ball. We hope you're enjoying the show at home. Thanks very much for your company. Off the leg, umpire not having anything to do with that one. 1 scored. You're watching the Indoor Cricket World Cup coming to you live from Melbourne, Australia.
I think Darren Crook must have some kind of padding inside his leg. That's gone quite a long way off a leg. It is leg, I think. But that goes a fairly long way for skin.
That's a classy stroke there by Watson for 2. One of the hardest shots in indoor cricket to play off the legs like that.
Yeah, well executed by Todd Watson.
Remington sliding in, a bit like what you'd see with a baseball runner coming into third base, getting down low on his legs, picking up the ball. Tucked around the corner for 2. Could have been dangerous there for New Zealand. No real great height on it. Unable to come in quick enough there was Bartesh Short. 1 delivery left, 5 from the over thus far. Patel on the hunt for the next English wicket.
Well played by Todd Watson. Now Patel, knowing New England need a wicket, he's come in, he's bowled pretty quick, got it over the top of the stumps, and Todd Watson's just gone, okay, look, we've got 5 off the best bowler we're going to face in this group, so I'm just going to take that and move on.
It will be Jakeman. He'll be looking to do a little bit more in his second over. Particularly good in his first game. Took 2 wickets for 1 run off 2 overs. Looking to replicate that here in a very, very important match against New Zealand. Starts off with a quicker delivery this time. Crook comes down with a little smile to himself. And that's the delivery there. Tossed it up nicely. Paul Bottrell, you'd be a fan of that one.
Yeah, mate, I do love it. And turns it well past the bat. You can see it from this end, lands, and off it goes. Oh, and stumping chance if he caught it.
Ollie Green missing that one. And that's how quickly he can make you pay. You just can't give Watson a chance. And immediately rubbing salt into the wound. Using legs well, almost to run out. That's going to go for 5 though. Little things like that need to go your way in big games.
Yeah.
New Zealand cashing in.
Yeah, these little errors that England would rather not have right now as New Zealand push into the 80s.
The quicker delivery gets him. He's very good at it, is Jakeman. He loves it. He puts his finger up. He's setting him up perfectly. England take a well-deserved wicket there. They've been fighting hard for it. Bang. Got him.
Watson looking down going, what happened there? Jakeman having a chat with Patel. Want my field over there because actually I'm going to make him think I'm going to bowl the same thing again, but I'm going to bowl a big rip and leggy and see if I can nick him out around the corner.
Set him up beautifully, did Jakeman. He always keeps you on your toes. You never know what's coming next. Which one will this one be? It's the quicker one again. Nathan Remington getting to that one. Good over from Jakeman. He'll be much happier.
Yep, a good over from Jakeman, and this game continues to wobble a little bit. There's the 5.
And it's actually really good from Watson there because he held his ground. So even though there was the ricochet there from Jakeman, it wouldn't have been outrun out. So that's smart cricket. And this is the one that skids on straight through the defences. Jakeman always pretty cool and calm with his celebrations. Loves just to look around. He's got a bit of the world boss kind of swagger about him. Great competitor, fantastic cricketer. Galea. Appeal goes up off the legs. This is the Michael version of the Galeers. There's two of them, Matty and Michael.
Oh, well, just, you know, I think the right call from them, but just a little bit late on the ball as a batter. You wouldn't mind hearing that a little bit earlier. I think Todd Watson wasn't quite sure what to do, whether he had to go through.
Big appeal and given out. Well, that's what happens when you hit the ball along the ground in indoor cricket. At this level of the game, you will be caught out and you will be on toast.
You're going to see who called this one. Crook hits it flat through the leg side.
Oh, and it was a good slap too. Great call by Ben Brading.
Yeah, I think Crook hesitates and Watson calls him through.
Difficult slap too because he's kind of done it with the reverse backhand.
The reverse backhand slap for a big wicket for England to keep this skin low and to keep England right in this match now. I think this is right in their wheelhouse. This sort of 70 to 90 years is an area that England plays a lot of cricket.
Straight back down the ground. Galea gets to it. Last ball, 78 the total.
Darren Crook's a player that can go to the back and will if he gets the right delivery.
He's gone the back. No run. We'll be coming into third ball.
Going to be a fascinating last over. Third ball to start it off. This partnership battling a little bit. New Zealand still in a solid position, but they'd really like 8, 9, 10 off the last over, and England would really like 0, 1, 2 off the last over. England would love to have them under 80. New Zealand would like to be in the mid-80s by the end of this one. Who's got it, do you think, Gary?
Well, short answer is I don't know. I just don't know. It is so close at the moment. Green to bowl, the wicketkeeper. Strong amount of strapping on the left thumb.
Must be a company around here selling yellow tape. We're seeing quite a bit of yellow tape building into the tournament.
Would have been out, you fancy, if Green could have hit. Good running there from Watson. Quite often see wicket keepers with a bit of strapping on the fingers by the time they get to this stage of the tournament.
Yes, certainly do. Keeping with one glove makes them brave men, doesn't it?
Oh, a lot of jarred fingers, a lot of bruised knuckles. Bowler changes direction here. Rolling the fingers on it. Crook not put off at all by that. Puts it high into the netting. 2 scored. 81 now the total for New Zealand. England, I'm sure, would be keen to keep New Zealand around this 80 mark. Leg side, sharp fielding. Jason Jakeman. Leg side, costly in the last over of a batting pair. Batting partnership take the 2 and it will be re-bowled. England need to have the mindset here that, okay, great, we get another delivery to try and get a wicket. Good. Patel, the skipper, comes back. Has a few quiet words to Green. There's 2 to come. Now, this is interesting. Ollie Green has changed direction and hasn't advised the umpire. Now, Green's saying, I did tell you, but he must wait until the umpire says bowler changing direction or bowler changing approach. Now that it's been acknowledged, that's okay. So there's the first of the re-bowls, which is an additional 2 runs. So it's interesting that you can stand out there and say that you're changing, but until the umpire acknowledges that change, then it means nothing. Umpires acknowledge the change. Costly last over.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed here with the extras.
Well, this is the difference between winning and losing. Every run, so important. 3 extra deliveries this over. Good to get a dot from that. 91 the total. Paul Bottrell, how do you find things?
Mate, great contest, and it's really swung, hasn't it? The first ball wicket to England, and New Zealand in control through those first 2 partnerships, and then England fighting back in the third partnership and just letting New Zealand off the hook in that last partnership. Really should have been another partnership around 15. Instead they get 21, 91. I think if New Zealand are probably going to be a little more happy with that than England are, but still England will feel they've got every chance of scoring 92 and winning this game and helping themselves to advance to the championship semi-finals in the World Cup of Indoor Cricket.
Well, certainly, and I did make a commitment and promise to you all that I'd tell you a little bit about the fashion and the retail here in Melbourne, and I'm going to follow through on that promise. I wouldn't lie to you like that, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't break your heart like that. So let me tell you all about the fashion and the retail here in Melbourne. It's been long synonymous with style, proudly holding the mantle of the fashion capital of Australia. So whether you're searching for locally made threads, European designer wares, or high street fashion, the city's most fashionable strips are all conveniently connected via grand historic arcades, laneways and walkways. You can see how picturesque it is here in Melbourne. So if fashion and retail's for you, thoroughly endorse you to get yourself down here and get involved in it. Much as many of the crowd have over there. Strong New Zealand contingent here to support their crew, their team. Can England chase down 92 runs for victory? That's the question. I know that there'd be people all over England screaming at their televisions right now, saying yes, they can. And across the Tasman, over in New Zealand, those opposite in the black jerseys, putting forward the case that England can't, and that's why we love cricket so much, the theatre, the drama. Paul Bottrell, your thoughts? What do you think? Can they get there?
It's one of the beauties of indoor cricket, isn't it? This short format, 6 ball over cricket, 16 overs a game, with restrained space, and what it creates is good contests. And the thing that we indoor cricketers love about indoor cricket is great contests, and I think we're about to see another one here, 91. England will be going all out to get this. They will be targeting every skin. They want the whole lot. They'll particularly go after the third one, but they'll want to win this game and get a couple of skins. And I expect another great contest in this enclosed space, short games. And one of the great things here is that New Zealand just can't pick the 2 best bowlers and bowl 8 overs each. They're going to have to bowl every over for 2 overs. That's going to give the English a chance to face some great bowlers and some weaker bowlers and to get on with chasing this 91.
Well, it'll be Bartosz Short and Michael Galita come out for England now. They really made him wait quite a while.
Yeah, they really did, didn't they?
New Zealand were out there warming up and going through the motions, and England taking their time. The watchful eye of Ben Brading, the umpire. This is his first World Cup appointment.
Lee Kelly and John Rowthen, the coach and the coach, both in the huddle for the New Zealand side. Suggests to me New Zealand still consider this to be a really important game and they still have a lot to do to lock it away. We said banana skin at the start of the game. New Zealand will be pleased where they are, but they'll need to get all the way through.
Watson, equal leading wicket taker for New Zealand. If anything gives him a bit of an edge. Victor Davies has taken 6, Todd Watson's taken 6, but Watson conceding the fewest runs. He's only conceded 10 runs in 4 games. Here comes some fireworks.
Uncanny accuracy. In the New Zealand Provincials, we just gave him a game plan. He'd bowl here, and he just bowled the ball there non-stop. He was incredibly good at it.
Yeah, he's a machine. Chance here. Almost out twice.
New Zealand will be disappointed with that. That ball shouldn't have that high up a net and not be caught by somebody. It travelled quickly. Watson's quick on the bat. Gets a decline. Oh, it did come down very aggressively. Still, you'd want somebody to jump underneath that and dive in and catch it. Watson got a really good cutter as well. So he sets you up with the quick stuff, then he's got a cutter that does a fair bit as well. Good bowler.
And that's just missed by a whisker. We talked about his accuracy and how he's just a machine, how he just continually puts it on the spot time after time.
Just over the top of the stumps. That's clearly where they want it, and that's where he's delivering at every ball so far.
Two scored, no ball called over the front shoulder of the batting stance. Cap number 111 for New Zealand is Watson. That is very fast. Bit of a bump into Michael Gallier. And yeah, he just comes down to make sure that he's all right.
I sometimes think, and I could be wrong, I sometimes think that when you're quick, the no ball area is a little bit lower. Good first over. Mitchell Gardner, he'll be bowling outswing. So Watson quick and straight. Gardner will shape this away.
It's exactly what he does. And beaten quite convincingly there is Gallier. Third ball opportunity here for New Zealand.
I wonder if we bowl the same one.
He does. Bunted back down for one. They survive. This is the largest skin that they're chasing. 28, 29 to get it. You think they might just park that and just focus on the win. Into the front court, sharp fielding there. Gee, he's good there, Corey Perrott.
Yeah, it really is. Got a real presence there. And when New Zealand can bowl good areas and let him get in the game, he is very effective.
This time through the field, flick, almost affecting the run out there. It's good fielding off his own bowling.
New Zealand looking for their first wicket.
Watchful, solid defence there. Making sure that ball's got no opportunity to go through and hit the stumps. Last delivery of the second over. England on 8. Chance here. Oh, no, New Zealand. No. Talk us through that one, Paul Bottrell.
Yeah, look, I think there's fault in two positions there for New Zealand. Crook throws high, but I don't know if Watson's in the right spot. So they're creating opportunities without quite being able to finish anything off here now, and they do want to finish one off.
I think you'll find they also had the English batters at the same end almost.
Yep.
Now, who are they bowling here? I was about to say surely not Watson again so quickly, but it will not be. It'll be Stacey Hindman.
Yeah, Todd Watson fielding on the back stump, something I haven't seen him do a lot of.
Again, just protecting their wicket here, really valuing it. But England, they're only on 9, so if a wicket does tumble, it's going to take half their run. So that's okay to value your wicket like that, but it just means that you can't get out. You must bat through this batting partnership without your castle crumbling. Good shot there through the hands of Darren Crook. Straight through. Not sure how it's missed. Was there a feather on it?
Little quicker from Hyman.
Just a reaction there from Latham suggests that he may have nicked it. Third ball opportunity. Stacey Hindman, cap number 81 for New Zealand. Readjusting the field, asking Victor Davies and Perrott to come back towards the non-striker's end a little bit. Oh, and gets through nicely. 2 runs scored. Great job there by Bartosz Short. England on the charge here, and I think you'll find that they'll be looking at maybe Brazier and Remington to come in next for mine, because they need a couple more runs in this. They're slightly short. Watch his delivery. Squares him up, no run. So, yeah, I think that you need to change your game plan as you go, and I would be heavily shocked, certainly if Remington wasn't one of the next batters coming in, and I think you'll find probably Brazier, because they're slightly behind the current run rate and where they need to be.
Yeah, look, it's still absorbing, isn't it? New Zealand without a wicket, but keeping England from getting too many runs. So 13 runs off 3 overs, Matt Latham to finish it up, and they'll feel the same again. We're just checking on what Latham does. Can be quite skitty, Matt Latham. Knocks some poles over in a season, just bowling full and straight. He'll run with some energy. England needing 16 for the skin, looks unlikely.
So again, as mentioned, England have been very protective of their wicket. Can't afford to lose one now. And they don't. So this is good. Again, I love this style of cricket. Very, very cautious, but if they can just get through without conceding a wicket, they're going to get to 20 plus, which is a great outcome. So brave.
It's just been absorbing, isn't it? It's just a real fight out there at the moment. Neither side wanting to give anything away. One of the things that's been noticeable here is that New Zealand haven't really bowled any half volleys for the English to hit. They just made them work, and the English have just worked really hard. It's good cricket.
One's bounced up slightly. Little smile from both batter and bowler. Enjoying the contest. 3 deliveries to go. England would love to be north of 20 at the end of this 4 over. Hit back. Bit of venom in that one. Stay in your crease, says Matty Latham.
No, sorry about that. Matty Latham, bit of a glare. Looks away and walks back. Third ball. Might see the cutter from Latham here, see if he can get past the left-hander's outside edge.
One scored. England fighting hard. If you're at home watching on television or on your tablet or on your phone, you should be proud of these two out here.
Still in that case where if New Zealand get a wicket here, they'd be dominant in the partnership, and if England hit the back net, it'd be pretty dominant for them. It really has been a great contest in the middle.
Well, that was really tough going out there. Take an absolute bow. Jaden Bartosz short and Michael Gallier. That was exquisite batting, and I'm not surprised at all to see Remington. Who's the other man? I thought it could have been Liam Brazier. And it is. I'm not shocked in the slightest to see these two injected into the game. Fully agree with the strategy implemented here by the English coaching staff.
Look, it's one of those things that it is a good move, and they're chasing the biggest skin that remains. But with Remington and Brazier batting together, they'll now be looking for a partnership in the high 30s, sorry, in the high 20s. They'll want to get out of this partnership, 45, 50, somewhere around there, and really set this game up. It's one of the things, isn't it, that I really like to see English sides like this. They've got a bit of spirit. They've showed some real discipline, some real toughness in that first partnership. You're right. They've set England up with a chance, and a lot of teams in that situation play one or two bad shots, they're on 5, and the game's really over. Instead, they've battled hard, kept their head, and given their chance the best possible chance.
Mitch Gardner. Interesting selection to Remington. And Remington, he's too good. Very generous with his time earlier on in the week, coming over and conducting a few interviews. So we thank him for that. Ball called good.
Yeah. I'm a bit online. I thought that might have been called wide, but must have swung back in through the area.
And a quicker one outside off. Third ball opportunity here, so that leg side call very important in the scheme of things now.
Yep, agreed.
Brazier gets through.
That's a couple off the lines now from New Zealand. Crook's service not great, then Barry's service not great. And New Zealand continue to wait for this first wicket. They're just going to need to finish a little bit better than that if they want to get it.
Remington squared up. Victor Davies gets his hands on the ball over there in the deep corner. 22 the total here. Last delivery of the 5th over. Real tussle. And a leg side is called. The Englishman will like that. 5 from it. Talked about it earlier, or used the analogy that this is like two heavyweight prize fighters in the middle of the ring, trading blows. It's exactly what's going on at the moment. Real battle here. And for mine, the man who bowled, thus far at least, the ball of the tournament. If you haven't seen it, I'm sure it's going to be on replays left, right and centre. It hooped in from the wide line and came in to skittle the stumps. He can move it a great distance. Here he is, Barry.
Bowling a straighter one today. We're not seeing a lot of swing from him, but bowling good areas. He's gone dot. Of course, for those that are new to indoor cricket, dot means no runs.
Oh, they get through a third ball opportunity quite nicely there. Brazier. This is just tough, hard indoor cricket out there at the moment.
This reminds me a little bit of the New Zealand-Australia opener, where it just was neither side was prepared to yield anything at all. And so it continues.
Remington on strike for England. Leg side. I'd love more of them, would Team England. healthy crowd here. The grandstand's pretty much at capacity. Other teams around us. We've got the Sri Lankan men's team back near the commentary box. Tickle on it, given out. Yes, it's caught the top half of the bat. Remington knows it. He has a bit of a grimace as that one's caught. England give up their first wicket.
Here we see it from Barry. On a length, just catch the face. Nice catch by Victor Davies, but Remington will be disappointed. Singapore getting pretty excited over there at taking a wicket.
That does mark end of over. Perrott in. England down to 4, and that's the game you play when you protect your wicket so much. When you do lose one, it hurts.
That's a bit of service from Michael Barry. Put Remington back. Perrott, tall bowler, gets some in swing and can get a little bit of bounce. And
that one lands in the midst of Victor Davies. And obliges by returning it back to Watson, who then gives it to Perrott, and we go again. 4 balls remain. Hitting through the ball. Oh, that's unfortunate. He's done well to move to his left and slap that back to the receiver, but service was not the best, but to even put himself in that position was quite extraordinary.
good backing up there from Mitchell Gardner as well. The guard. Oh,
On the legs. We generally call them the sweep.
The
Sweepers. See how he's coming back and
sweeping.
Sweeping back is what the term that we generally give it. Yeah. Thanks for trying to adopt some Australianisms. We appreciate it.
No worries at all, Colber.
Into the roof, one scored. Yeah, busiest position on the court are the sweepers. They generally move forward into the front court when the ball gets bowled, and then they retreat back to be able to back up the receiver should the ball be fumbled or bumbled. Last ball. No one back there that time, but no damage done. 29 the total. A couple of runs behind England from where they'd want to be, but certainly still in the conversation when it comes to winning this match.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that this partnership, they'll look through for a little bit more, but they've still got plenty of batting to come.
That was the first dismissal that we saw. And good field placement too. I mean, Davies is quite backward of square there in the corner.
And quite a long way in from the corner as well. He really was pretty much set up for that.
Really fine placement, metaphorically and physically speaking. $29 the total here. No point worrying about the skin. That's gone, but doesn't matter. You're here for a win, not to win one skin. I'd love to get 6 to 9 runs this over. 2, unlucky not to go to the 3 net.
A little bit agriculture from Remington. I think he was looking for quite a few there. I think that England might just be starting to get a little bit aware of the scoreboard. This partnership might feel like they've got to help the next partnership out a little bit more.
Now that is a good
strike.
strike. That is good. That is very, very good. And he likes it too, Brazier. So far 5 off the over. That's good. So it's a good over from England. If they can get to 40, they'd consider that a win. That means the next 2 batting partnerships need around 25 each. That's certainly achievable. Chance for an extra. Brazier wanted it. Remington doesn't. Last ball.
Be really interested to see how Remington bats here.
Over is called. The batting partnership get to 20. And sharing the workload evenly, Remington and Brazier, 10 runs apiece.
Yeah, 20 for the partnership. They'll be happy with that. Both English partnerships right in that sort of area. And England hanging into the game. New Zealand, their top 2 skins first, and those top 2 skins have got them a couple of points. I think importantly, New Zealand have kept Darren Crook. He'll bowl very well with an old ball. And I'll be looking for him to bowl over in each of these last 2 partnerships and get them into the game a little bit.
Again, healthy crowd in here. Casey Stadium in Melbourne. Just a couple of runs under where they'd like to be. But that can all change in one good over. Barry to bowl out his second.
We've seen that all through this tournament, isn't it? All of a sudden they take 15 off and over, and they come running back into the contest. 39 after 8 chasing 91. Midpoint 46, so 7 behind that. Not many, is there at all? When I was a coach, I don't know why, Gary, but in this situation, I like my team to keep them under the midpoint for as long as I can. It was one of the things I used to monitor. So they're just behind. They need 7 more. Can we keep them here for 4 balls, 10 balls? I started to keep them under the halfway point as long as I could.
Little tickle and a feather through there. This is the second Gallier, the matte version.
Playing quite freely. Yeah, it'd be a good chance to see Michael Barrow swing this ball.
Hit through. Gee, that's wonderful fielding there from Parrott. That's athleticism at its finest.
Honestly, when it gets that on replay, that is athletic, isn't it?
Off the foot, quite fortunate because it might be 2, and it is. Hit onto his foot and rolled away into the 2 netting. They need one batting partnership here of 25 plus. That ball was there to hit.
It's interesting. Nav Patel, when he played for New Zealand, Patel was a tough guy, worked hard, bowled fast, and tough with the bat. We knew he could hit it, but he didn't do it very often. But against India, hit the back net 3 balls in a row.
Wide called. Correct call. And that is the over. 45 the total. Not quite at that halfway mark that Paul Bottrell's been talking about yet.
Here comes Darren Crook as New Zealanders try and hold him back there a little bit. Look for the full fast out here first ball. And then the combination of the leggy and the wrong one. They will all bounce. Now Patel will know that. Oh, off the leggy early.
Straight through that time. Crook would have to be one of the longest serving members of this squad.
He's been in and out. Played in 2006, 2005 Trans-Tasman, 2006 World Cup, around there. But has been in and out since he's played a couple of Masters series for New Zealand. Had some work commitments that have made him unavailable at different periods. But he's been around the game a long time in New Zealand. One of the most recognised faces in the game.
Now they've been appealed for a catch, not out. Nobody's interested.
Him and Guy Coleman play the club cricket together in both outdoor and indoor cricket actually. And yeah, Coleman and Crook together as a bowling pair are a handful.
This has been a good over from Crook. It's really slowed the English momentum down. They're only on 8. Last delivery to come in the 10th over, and it is third ball. Run rate needs to rise.
Audi falling wide. Didn't get his line, but just pointed in that. Doesn't miss it often. It's interested me throughout the whole of the last couple of days how often these guys have bowled full of the stumps for ball 3.
An audacious appeal there by Perrott. Not even the man who caught it thought it was out. Momentum slightly with New Zealand. England just getting bogged down slightly here. Again, not giving away their wicket, but runs painfully hard to come by. They're digging deep. Oh, that's a good shot. 5 scored.
I think New Zealand will be surprised by that. Patel did this against India, not known for doing this in New Zealand. We just took the half volley and bashed it through.
Leading edge, no run. Well, it's just good game awareness. I said it just a couple of balls prior that the run rate needed to lift slightly. They were getting bogged down. Patel recognising that and playing a stroke with little risk associated, but being a bit more brave and going towards the back net. Good cricket.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
Squared up again. This time they get through Perrott. Correction, not Perrott. It's of course Barry.
Barry.
A good effort from Perrott to get to that. Fielding in the front court off his own bowling.
Yes.
Bit of bounce, tucked around the corner. No run again. Patel back in his crease.
5 makes a difference, doesn't it? All of a sudden, England in front in the skin and towards the match.
Plays it straight again, looking for a 5. Thrown back. Patel never really left his crease. Last ball, third ball opportunity. If you're unfamiliar with indoor cricket, when the scores don't change for 2 deliveries, they must change on the third. Here we go. Chance. Service. Not quite there. It either needed to be a direct hit or service right above the bails. Watch the replay.
Yeah, bouncing and going away.
That's near impossible for poor old Watson there to be able to gather that one in. Latham, the 99 to bowl. Actually surprised that he is 99. I would have thought he might have selected 96 because that is his New Zealand cap number is 96. So close, only 3 off. Now there's going to be appeal and it's given.
We'll have a look at that on replay, I'd imagine. Now Patel saying that bounced. I think the New Zealanders really think it didn't, and it didn't. Now that's clean as and out.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You don't think so? I thought it
No,
definitely out.
it's just close. Now, Watson did go up for it. He's trustworthy kind of a guy, but...
You think that it was a bump ball? You think he didn't catch it?
No, I think he got underneath it.
Yeah.
Just the catch, so I assume out.
Oh.
But yeah, no, he certainly scooped it up.
I thought now Patel thought he hit it into the ground. He didn't hit it into the ground in the replay. It definitely went up off the bat on the ground.
Oh, for sure.
In the replay. Should be a good contest. Latham will bowl full here.
And skin in question. So they're ahead now. They need every competition point they can get, but they also need to get the win. So persevere and continue.
I think Nav Patel will be looking to be quite aggressive here. Skill or no skill, I think he'd like a few more runs for his next partnership.
That's a welcomed leg side rebowl.
Matt Latham would make a fantastic umpire. He seems to know every leg side wide that he bowls is not one, and he seems to be very clear about that. Yeah, maybe England are going to take the skin here. Leave the last partnership 35 to win it.
Yeah, I think they need every run.
19 to agree.
I mean, it's good to get the 1 point, but they need the win more.
Henderson will send instructions out at this point, I think. And they closed up shop, and they took the third skin.
Well, Patel's not happy as well. He thinks that's leg side. Let's watch the replay. That's not the delivery. Might catch that one a bit later. Galea 9, Patel 9, another batting partnership. Perfectly splitting the workload. And there's a little bit to do. Here's the replay of that catch. Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess. And here's...
Definitely hits it up.
Yeah, he definitely hits it up. I mean, he didn't think really that it was out at all. But I mean, I'm happy enough. A great call by the umpire. I mean, he's in an infinitely better spot, literally the best spot in this whole entire stadium to make that judgment. I can't even tell on a replay. So 100% totally comfortable and happy with the call. But obviously, we've got the luxury here to be able to break things down and look at them in a little bit more scrutiny. So, some runs to be scored here. And they have to get through Watson, which is a tough ask. Jakeman and Green for England.
So it's going to be Watson, Crook, Davies for the last, and Hyman for 15, I think.
It's a good start.
Have you seen Jackman bat much, Kerry?
Yes, it's not as strong as his bowling.
Perhaps could have left that for two on the wide rather than follow it round and hit it.
So they need, sorry to stomp on you there, they need 34, but remember every wicket -5 comes off, so 34 becomes 39 and 44 and so on and so forth. So they can't afford any wickets because scoring 44 runs off your own stick is really, really hard in 6-ball overs in indoor cricket. So they could maybe afford 1 wicket. I don't think they can afford 2.
Oh, Michael Barry needs to hit. Very close. Barry looks frustrated with it, as if hitting the stumps is a normal thing everyone should do every ball from side on. Nice and close.
Doing well to survive this over. No run.
It's a square on the other side, this ball, and it pops and gets the pop straight back.
Look, if they can just get 1 or 2 runs from this delivery, that'll be an England win. They can. Good outcome for England there. Getting through a Watson over is very difficult. They survive. They get a couple of runs. They're in it.
28 to go from here. 28 off 18. Darren Crook to bowl. I think this is a really important over. We've seen New Zealand nearly get mowed down a couple of times with big last partnerships. If Crook doesn't get a wicket here, Hyman and Victor Davies, you could get picked off. Where Darren Crook could take this well beyond their reach. Boys, it continues to be a great contest. 28 off 18 balls for the England.
That's an interesting bit of cricket there by Jakeman. I'm not sure what just happened, and neither does Crook.
I think it's a fair bet that Jakeman did not pick that. Either that or he has a very good eye.
Unreal. And he's got the concrete boots on for that shot. No movement at all. Third ball, Jakeman.
Time for Crook to show us his outswing own bowl full and wide and see if he can slide past the bat.
I can't believe I just saw that. Wow. Yeah, Jakeman done all ends up.
Important over here for New Zealand, really is. Crook can't get in the 1 wicket. You said they could afford to concede the now and lose no more state to really be a good chance of winning this. Oh, yeah. Not easy to play. And particularly easy to play when you can't pick the wrong one, you know?
No more wickets. From an England perspective, one more for New Zealand. You think they get home.
Crook loving this. He just loves this. You can see the little smile, a little smirk on his face. Now, will it be the leggy or the wrong one? It'll be one or the other, I reckon. Leggy.
And it's just too good. Crook, the match winner here for New Zealand. England just can't keep up. They've done so well to get to this position of the game. And at the final hurdle, the stronger New Zealand outfit shines through.
I'm going to surprise you, Kiko out. Great over. Really pleased for New Zealand. They're going really well here. I still think this is still match on. I don't think they can do another one here, but I don't think it's over. These guys, I wouldn't be surprised if they can both hit it. They look a bit down. Jakeman looks a bit disappointed, but you know, you need 38 off 12, 38 off 12 balls. You got to back yourself and be prepared to hit one. Now Patel having a chat. Hyman taking the glove off and getting ready to come and bowl. Hyman will bowl 15. Victor Davies will bowl 16.
Well, look, I think your focus probably has to shift.
Can you chase the skin?
Yeah, I mean, 37 off 2's hard. Against this New Zealand team, it's even harder. So I think you focus on getting a skin and try and get to 22 for this batting partnership, which is 24 runs away.
It's a good move from New Zealand here. Hyman bowling, goes for 2. But New Zealand's put their best fielder on back sticks here. A big man can cover a lot of space and, you know, they need a lot of runs, and they're saying to them, well, if you want to have a crack at them via Corey Perrick, good on you.
A bit of intent there shown by Jakeman. I think we know his mindset now. Back net material. Getting caught on the crease, can't get through. Watson moving quickly.
Some big games coming up, Gary.
And some entertainment happening here in Melbourne.
Oh, nice bit of work by Victor Davis. Gets a hand on that. I do agree now. I think it's skin only for England. They need 22 off 8 to do that.
Down leg side, called leg side by umpire Ben Brady.
It's one of the tough parts of the game, isn't it? Then in the end, that's a good result for New Zealand. They need 22 off 8 and they went for 2, no problem for them. Shouldn't be bowling them deliberately or anything, but not the worst outcome for them. Can afford to flirt with those lines to defend.
Caught on the crease, Solly Green, that's over.
So now it is just the skin left in pursuit for England. They're going to need 22 off 6 to do that. Victor Davies, the bowler. The guy that turns up and takes a few wickets as well. You know, you always think that the slightly slower guys are a bit more hittable, but Victor Davies does get guys out while they're trying to do that.
Well, if they can tie this skin, it will bounce back to an England skin victory because they won the third one. Coming up after this very entertaining game of cricket, Australia under 22 versus South Africa under 22.
It will be a ripper, right?
Yeah, it'll be very entertaining. 3 p.m. local time. Local Melbourne time. Here he is, the captain for New Zealand, to wrap up this game.
Looked as if his intent was pretty clear to me. Didn't make me think he was throwing it down up there for 2. Third ball here, Davies to bowl it. This one could take the skin away.
They just survive. Davies claps his hands as he comes back to his mark. He's happy enough. Going to need some big shots. 5 or a 7. 2, not enough. The bowling too accurate there from Davies. In at the body, making it difficult to play anything other than that pull shot.
Don't know what Green said, but he made him smile. Davies to Green, still chatting away to the New Zealand players. I want to catch that if they could.
2 to come. The skin now safe, even if he hits 2 7s.
Yeah.
2 legal deliveries, gets New Zealand home. There's 1, and that'll be it. England, very, very gallant. They were in it all the way, weren't they? They did well.
Match winning over from Darren Crook in the 14th. Took it away from them until that moment. They were all over this game. In every skin, in every challenge.
That is over, innings and game. Jakeman slightly disappointed, but he shouldn't be because it's a very, very classy New Zealand side. There's just no two ways about it. They'll now move New Zealand. They'll just be 1 point behind Australia on the competition ladder. Australia 38 points after 7 games. New Zealand 37 points. And England now equal 4th with India. However, they've played an extra game. So it'll be interesting to see who India have next.
Yeah.
Which is the South Africa 22s. So if South Africa 22 beat India 7-0, which seems unlikely, England and India will remain equal points for 4th and 5th. So.
I think both those sides have got South Africa 22s to go, so they both want 7 points there. England have got Singapore to go. They want 7 points there. England have also got Australia, and they want a couple of points out if they can, to see if they can fight their way in. It's great to see the sides fighting so hard. Here's the replay. The quicker one. The quicker one. Knocks Todd Watson, poles all over the place. Boundary 5.
Yeah, that was that catch, which we assume was out. Well, a wonderful game of cricket here. Paul Bottrell, thanks very much for your thoughts and comments and insight on today's match.
Cheers, Gary. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. A great contest as this World Cup continues to throw up great games as we battle out for these semi-final and final spots.
And my name's Gary Lowe, and on behalf of our broadcast partners, thank you so much for your company during this match. Still plenty more action to come here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup for 2022, coming to you live from Melbourne, Australia. But for now, it's a goodbye, and we look forward to seeing you very soon.
great piece of fielding.
Got him, Yobiyote. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll do.
Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career. Certainly in line with their hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Casey Stadium live on KO Sports and YouTube internationally. It's day 5 of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm Cameron Walter alongside Paul Botterill, and it's time for the Australian under-22s up against South Africa, the under-22 side, here in the round-robin stages of the World Cup. Paul, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Cam. How are you going?
Very well, mate. How about you? You ready for some more World Cup indoor cricket action?
Can't wait, mate. Can't wait.
Why don't you take us through to the two lineups for today's game?
Cheers. Thank you for that. I will do. So Australia captain is Stacey Rockcliffe, Chelsea Gann, Taylor Gregory, Ella Harvey, Alicia Humphreys, Eliza Barnett, Cara Wood and Alana Gregory. For South Africa, captain is Zandra Boshoff, Manette Roots, Tamsin Hartman, Twain Slabbert, Ashley Barnard, Vi Marie Marai, Nana Van Dyke and Monique Morgan.
The two lineups for today's game. And this South African side, a fairly young side, a couple of 13, 14-year-olds in this squad competing here in the under-22s division, so an amazing effort from them. And, well, there's no question at all that it's a side for the future, Paul. We've got a lot of players here that can play in this age division for, well, up to another nine years. So how strong is this side going to be then, 2 or 3 World Cups time?
It's not going to be amazing in Canberra, although you can call them a development side. And I really love the approach from South Africa. South Africa's turned up here after 5 years and said, at the next World Cup we're going to be a force again, and we're prepared to be patient to build that. But you tell those players they're here for development. When they're walking on court versus Australia, they're there to just jump off. They're out here to win, and they'll be out there doing their absolute best to compete as hard as they can and see if they can find a way to put some pressure on this Australian side.
Without question, and you know, whether they're here to develop, as you say, or not, the reality is they have had a win, had a big win against the Singapore side, the very first game of the competition, so they are a team that can put it all together when they need to. And the umpire here in this match this afternoon is Michael Guest from Australia. While we're waiting for the teams to get organised, I'll take you through what's coming up to close out the day here at the World Cup from 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Australia, the men's side, up against Sri Lanka. What an exciting match that will be. And then to finish the day, day 5 again here at the World Cup. Singapore up against England in a fascinating clash to determine who's going to get up there into the world group. The top 4 competing for the World Cup in the final stages. The bottom 4 will compete for the World Cup plate. So lots on the line in the remaining fixtures as we're roughly in the middle of the round-robin stages of the World Cup, and hope you have been enjoying the coverage. And we do thank you for your company live on KO Sports and, as I said, on YouTube internationally. The news here is that South Africa, the under-22 side, will be batting first. Australia, of course, in the field. Eliza Barnett has the ball in her hand. And at the crease for South Africa, Hartman and Roots. And the umpire, Michael Guest, signals play. Here is Barnett. Beaten outside off to start, just moving away from the right-hander. Back of the length. There's Stacey Rockcliffe on your screen there, the keeper. She's enjoying a fantastic tournament. What a player she is. Barnett continues, and great contact there from Hartman. Sends it in the offside net for 2. That ball a little full, a little wider. Beaten. Another dot. And that one's behind the leg sideline, and a couple of free runs there for South Africa. Leg sides in indoor cricket, or wides, or any extras for that matter. 2 runs to the total. The ball isn't rebowled again unless, of course, it is the last over of a partnership. A dot ball again. It's a 3rd dot ball for the over. 1 ball remains. Wide to finish the over, so a couple of extras letting off some of the pressure there in that first over. 6 runs from it, a great start there for South Africa.
Yeah, they'll be really pleased with that underway and looking to be positive early, the South Africans.
These two sides have played each other once already. On that occasion, South Africa chased. So Australia batted first and put 150 on the board. South Africa, a reasonable batting performance of 82. So we expect them to be competitive here with the bat. They'd be desperate to try and push this total up towards 100. Here's Humphreys for Australia. Starts with a wide, and the coach of the under-22 Australian side, Cindy Cross, the member of the Australian Indoor Cricket Hall of Fame, won't be too happy with 6 runs through extras so early in the match.
No, I tend to agree. That's 3 wides on the first 7 balls. These are 2 South Africans, Hartman averaging just under 9 and was just under 8 for the tournament. So they'll be looking to have a nice positive partnership and get up around 20 runs.
Push through the gap into the back court for 3. Nothing wrong with that shot. Just great placement, Paul.
Yeah, Hartman looking very positive there as well. First time it's up. That's what we expect from these young players, isn't it? They just have no fear.
This little bottom edge. You see the practice shot was the right one. Played the first, well, the real shot with the front foot nowhere near the ball. Straight to Kiara Wood there, the leg side position.
Kiara Wood nice and tight, looking very sharp in there.
Yeah, rock solid player for the Australians. It's 3rd ball now for the final ball of the over. Score has to change. Sent back to the bowler. The flick from her is wild. And Rhodes gets through for a single. Sees off 3rd ball and completes the over. Another good one for South Africa. 6 runs from it, despite those 3 dots.
Yeah, Hartman and Roach are very happy with this. I'd imagine 12 on the board and looking very, very solid. Hartman, the nice drive through the offside there. Always good to see players getting on the front foot and hitting on the ground and picking the gaps on the offside.
Ella Harvey's going to bowl the 3rd over. A little bit of spin early.
Is it normal for the Australians to bowl spin so early in the match, 3rd over?
I wouldn't say it's normal. I wouldn't say it's unusual.
Okay, fair enough. Remember, she has a nice flight.
That one, a leg side. Yeah, one of the challenges for a bowler like Harvey, who does flight it so much, is that she does get the length right, because with that much flight, it can bounce quite high and then ends up being a no ball. So, got to really, really land it on a dime. That's perfect length. and trying to sweep that around the corner. Fairly fortunate to not be bowled.
Yes. So if we're on 14, should be feeling pretty good about things with that at this stage.
Kept off the net well by Wood.
Harvey comes back practicing her action. Trying to get a nice clean release on the ball and get it revolving quickly so that it'll turn sideways and bounce a little bit for her.
Driven and bounced over the hands of Harvey, and it'll be a back net shot for 5.
Hartman waited for it to get all the way through. She stood her ground, and then as soon as it was through, took off and cruised through for the 5. And this great start from South Africa continues.
Solid 2 there for the Oats. Yeah, Harvey from the Queensland under-22 women's side in the national competition in Australia earlier this year, giving up only 4.5 and over.
Nice.
Fairly economical for a spinner.
Yeah, very much so.
That's a great piece of fielding there from Barnett.
Yes, keeps it off the net. Look, it's a really good start from South Africa. The Australians are a little bit quiet, and this is again part of long tournaments. You play a lot of cricket. You don't get up every game and bring a lot of energy. They'll get through this over, look to bowl no reballs, see if they can rebowl, see if they can get a wicket, and then over to coach for a bit of advice and direction, I'd imagine.
Yeah, with the challenge for Australia, and make no mistake, they'll feel like they can chase anything that South Africa are going to set here, but you don't want to rely on that.
No.
It's up to them to get their skills and plans right here in the field and forget about the batting innings.
Yeah.
That's a while away yet. It's the final over to the partnership now. Here's Taylor Gregory.
I think one of the things that happens in the business end of these tournaments, Cam, is that you can turn up here and you can just get some wickets because you're a good side, but at a higher level you've got to construct wickets.
So 2 fielders on the leg side, one just slightly forward of square, the other straight there in the front court. You can see there that the shot Hartman was playing would have brought them into the contest, but couldn't get bat on it. It's going to be 3rd ball.
Good here, looking for a wicket on 3rd ball.
Big leg side stance here from Hartman. It's a full toss, and she just punches it into the offside net for 2.
She does like the offside, doesn't she, Hartman? She just sits inside the ball and plays with the full face through the offside whenever she gets the opportunity.
Playing a miss.
Another 3rd ball to finish the partnership here for South Africa.
Yeah, it's good bowling from Taylor Gregory. South African side will be desperate to avoid losing a wicket here. They've batted so well. They've absorbed a lot of this pressure. The last ball. They're beaten. And a rare miss from Stacey Rockcliffe. Don't think you'll see that too often. But they get away with a single, South Africa. And what a start it is for them. 26 on the board. And they're happy with that. And well should they be.
Yeah, they'll be delighted with a great start from South Africa. And look, this is why 22s are here, isn't it? It's how you grow players. You put them in these certain situations and you see how they react. The Australian team will be over there having a bit of a talk about just trying to put 3 or 4 balls in a row in the same spot and bring their field into the game. And the South Africans, they'll be told to go out there and ride their momentum, hit some 2s early, rotate the strike a lot. And the ability to do these things in different positions is what grows great cricket players, isn't it?
1,000%. Slabbert and Morgan now at the crease for South Africa. Neither of these two, if I'm not mistaken, played the last time.
Morgan's played two games, but has a negative batting average, and Slabbert has played 4 games, also has a reasonably conservative batting average at this point.
But I actually don't mind the 2 inclusions. As I said, they weren't part of the last side that played Australia, so it's a good opportunity for them to come in and have a crack against the world champions and see if it generates a different dynamic. So Slabbert and Morgan it is. Kiara Wood, number 5, is going to bowl over number 5, and we're back underway. Moving away from the ball.
I have a feeling this is going to be a reasonably tough over for these younger South African players coming in for their debut against Australia. They'll be a little bit nervous, and Wood looks useful with the ball, and bounce is pretty tough, particularly on shorter players. Whoops, or she'll make some space and bang it for 3. We're in a face mask, Cam. Has that had previous injury, or do you think it's just part of the modern day game?
Look, I'm not sure. I don't have any mail on that, but certainly if it is to protect an injury, it's a dot ball. That's good. I'm glad you can get a mask like that. That's lightweight, not too obtrusive, allows you to play the game with an injury that you might not otherwise be able to play with.
Yeah, I agree, mate. It would be not the worst thing to have something like that for some of the front half fielders at different times, particularly the eyes, particularly.
There's the first wicket for the innings, and who was it? The full toss.
Swung late though.
Yeah.
Did swing, and is Wood the senior bowler for the side?
Certainly one of the strike bowlers, no question. Absolutely one of the go-to bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, she's bowled a really good over here, and these are 2 players who haven't had big tournaments so far. They're looking to get through the rest of this over with no further damage and see if they can build into the partnership.
Oh, that's a brute of a ball, that is.
It really is. Look, it's age can be very, very difficult to guess, but I'm suggesting that the girl on strike here might be reasonably young. Monique Morgan, I think it is.
Yes, it is. It is Monique Morgan. Chance at the top. It's a good piece of fielding, and Gann, another rare miss.
Yeah, look, I think again, South Africans, both sides, the South Africans probably okay with that. They've faced a good strike bowler. They haven't had big tournaments with the bat. They've got off strike. They've got underway.
And Morgan is indeed one of the youngest in the team, one of the 2 13-year-olds in the side.
Oh, amazing, right?
Yeah.
13 years old, playing the best under-22s Australia's got. That's a great effort, right? And I wonder at 13 years old she's finding some of the better bowlers just, a little bit of a handful.
No question. I tell you what else, it's great to see Stacey Rockcliffe out there as captain of her country today. The usual skipper, Katrina
Dixon?
Yeah, Katrina Dixon, is having a rest this game. It's Fountain Glove with the bat.
Wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that.
Yeah.
I didn't see what it hit, but Gann definitely got some turn. Bowls the leggy. Bounces. Oh, must have been the outside edge.
And a great catch there from Rockcliffe.
Really, bounce is a bit of a problem when you're 13 years old and reasonably short. If you get caught on the front foot and the ball bounces out, it's going to be hard to play it.
Gann continuing.
Just
for a single.
Hold your hand behind the ball and rolls out a little innie. With a little less bounce and a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I caught myself a little earlier talking about Katrina Dixon sitting her game. I thought for a second, oh no, I've called her the wrong sister, Megan and Sam. But I did have it right, Katrina. Backing away, that one turning away.
Slabbert seems pretty keen to get inside the ball, free her arms, and she's quite happy to go cross bat and try and hit it quite straight.
There it is, and it's misfielded into the back net for 5. Slabbit cashes in. It's a good effort from Harvey up here at the back. And I think just got a hand to it and spills into the back net for 5. And a little bit worried about the little innie, I think.
Yeah, little two very different approaches to the game. Slavitt trying to cross bat it, and Morgan trying to play very straight.
Finds the edge again. That is some catch from Humphreys there in the front court. You'll struggle to see a better catch than that so far this week. She threw herself full stretch down in the corner and has taken an absolute screamer. Here it is on the replay. Feast your eyes on this, folks. The big dive. Fantastic catch.
Oh, that's a great effort. Going away from you. It's never easy to take the ball when it's going away from you. Great effort from her. That'll make the highlight reels at presentation evening.
That's just an example, too, of what this Australian side can do in the field. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah.
Australia on top in this pair. That's the end of the Gann over. It's Alana Gregory now to bowl over number 7. Oh, just misses off stump.
Tough out here for a 13-year-old, isn't it? She really is battling. All she can do here is stay calm, look to pick the right shot, and get that on ball.
Chance at the top. The throw's a little wide.
When the ball doesn't pop at her, which they've done very well, she looks like she has a solid batting technique. You know, she's just young, and I think the bounce is quite tough for her, being quite young.
Frees her arms and big shot into the backcourt again. And Slabbit helps herself to another 4.
Yeah, she loves it, doesn't she? The chance to cross bat it straight, and she hits it really well. A bit of space, and she's going to bang it into the back corner. And scoring reasonably well individually here, I'd have thought.
Yeah, 11 runs. Oh, she's called through. Well, yeah, that's fair enough. She got... Wood was in the way of the batter there, and just to explain that rule for our viewers at home, it's up to the batter to go around the fielder if they're fielding a ball, and Kiara Wood was certainly doing that. And so nothing wrong with that. If you see here on the replay, here's the delivery. Slabbit was always going. Wood's getting the ball. And that's unfortunate for Morgan, but that's all within the rules. 2 to come. Yeah. Did Slabbit turn around and run back? Why is Morgan facing? She must have turned around and tried to get back.
Possibly.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
I didn't think that was right. I thought.
Yeah. I thought she'd gone.
Actually,
and, Morgan was
at this end.
Yeah, don't know what's happened there.
Maybe that was
a replay.
A bit quicker.
Yeah, there goes Slabbit.
Does Morgan go? She does go.
Yeah.
Slabbit's in.
Yeah, so Slabbit's in her crease. Yeah.
Morgan's out of her crease.
She faced the wrong ball. That Slabbit should be on strike.
Yeah. And you'd think that the South Africans might have been quite keen to put Slabbit on strike.
Absolutely right. Like, she just hit a 4, so in the end she's faced one ball from the over. And, missed out on an opportunity to score. That's a bit of a miss. Both from the umpire and from South Africa, it must be said.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, South Africa have to be on the ball for that and catch that.
I like this approach from Australia here. The spinner comes on, Slabbit wants some space. She's now going to see a bit of a regular bounce.
Gets onto that one. Again, a misfield. A great effort there from Taylor Gregory to keep that off the net. It's a single. 5 balls remain in the partnership. Yeah, well left. She watched that all the way down, Monique Morgan.
Do you want it rebowled? She's just thinking, maybe.
And she said no to it.
She said, yep.
Now the team's saying you should say yes to it.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure that reached the umpire, so we're not having that delivery again. Another leg side. Is she having this one this time?
I'll have it again, she says, because the coach has told me to.
False start there from Harvey. Just reset. Top ball there. 3 balls remain in the partnership. Yeah, Slabbit has faced 6 deliveries in the partnership.
Scored nearly 12.
It has 12, yeah, right on the money, yeah. And was robbed of at least 1 delivery.
She really was. Oh, well.
That hasn't come out right.
She's going to hit that. That's is a noble dead ball on bounce 3?
No, yes. It's not a dead ball, but if it bounces 3 times, yes, it is a no ball.
It's a no ball, she's going to hit it. Come on, rebold.
Yeah,
Coach
still
says,
free to come.
Coach says yes.
Oh, chance at the top. It'll be out. Oh, did she get there? She did. She responded well. The throw just wide enough for her to get her ground. I thought for sure the Australians would capitalise there. You see Slabbit desperate to get back on strike. She's halfway down, calls it through.
Yeah, direct hit to the field. She still wants to go.
Yeah.
Gannis reached a long way. Oh, it's a good call, isn't it?
Oh, it was out.
Was out?
Yeah, it was out. I mean, it should have been out, but yeah, I don't have a problem with calls that close.
I've said it all tournament. Give the benefit out to the batsman. Don't give batsmen who are in out.
Yeah.
Be consistent. And
Tiara Wood on that occasion probably thought she had less time than she did. Threw a little bit off balance. Probably could have taken an extra half a beat there and just got it over the bails. Last delivery of the second partnership. It'll be a dot to finish. And, well, they fought back well, it has to be said. They lost, 3 wickets in the first 2 overs, 4 wickets in the first 3 overs. So did well to still put on a positive partnership for South Africa. 4 runs from it.
It's one of those things, mate. You look at Monique Morgan and she's just 13 years old playing against the best under-22s in Australia. And she's not the tallest woman, and arguably the world.
Defending champions, yeah.
And the bounce found her out a little bit. But when the ball didn't bounce, her technique looks really good, and you can see how she made it. You can see that when it comes to cricket, she can play cricket shots.
Yeah.
She just didn't really have the crossbat arsenal against stuff that bounced high on her, That was a brilliant catch too. That was a brilliant catch.
Absolutely.
Morgan might be one at the next World Cup at 16. She might be back, and she may well look a bit different batting.
Well, I was having a chat to the South African coach after the last time these two played each other, and he was talking about how that's an aim, is to keep this core group together. Certainly the younger players that are eligible to continue in this age group, and keep them together and form the nucleus not just of an under-22 side in the coming years, but the South African ladies side.
You look at, say,
it's Barnett here. Van Dijk and Murray are at the crease. Oh, another catch.
They've been good in that corner tonight, haven't they?
Absolutely. Look pretty happy with that, the Australians. Well, the parents understand it's just par for the course, is it?
Some brave of the South
edge.
Africans, mate. Oh, there's the edge there, and there's
Another
the catch.
well-judged catch. Humphrey's on fire at
There's
point.
a lot missed in that corner, and this team has picked up 2 rippers. you know, when you pick development sides, the people at home, you're easy targets for them. You get a little bit of flack along the way. It's nice and brave, and I really applaud the South Africans for taking this approach to this World Cup.
Yeah, likewise. They're bowling a wide. And this time down the leg side, same result. 3 runs for South Africa.
Barnett's shaking her head to be frustrated with this. She's been a good bowler throughout, changing sides now and looking to get the radar going again.
And a change of approach doesn't help. Bowls another wide, just struggling for a little control here. It's on the money. Full and wide, moving away from Van Dijk, who faced the entire over, which has come to an end. A single from it. 6 runs of extras plus the wicket.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of an unusual over that. It's good to see the battle continuing. Humphries coming in the bowl. She took a great catch earlier.
2 of them. Oh, it's up and caught. Took 2 grabs at it, Taylor Gregory. But secured it in the end. Another wicket for the Australians.
So Mariah's out first ball, scoring about 4 runs a game. Generally, during this tournament, she'll be looking for a few extra today. And Van Dijk batting, who's Mariah.
We wanted to call that Michael Guest. I saw the arm just almost go out, but he corrected. It's the right decision. It's a fair delivery.
Bowler walking back with a big smile on her face as well. She knows it was close as well.
That one probably would have been a wide down leg side, but Murray gets some glove on it, I think it was. A single, 2 balls remain.
The South Africans definitely picking some players who haven't played too many games in this game and giving them an opportunity to play against Australia. I applaud that as well, you know. They'll grow from this experience, they'll become better.
Two to finish the over, 2 runs from it. So with the exception of that wicket, didn't bat too badly there, the South Africans. Remember, they've posted 26 in their first partnership. They've got some bats here to be part of their plan now to try and at least post another good skin here and a good skin to finish and a couple of skins they can aim at. Some of the spectators in the stands there here at Casey Stadium. If you're in the area, come on in and get out of the rain. Chelsea Gann now will bowl her second over. It's a leg side to start. It's actually not too badly played, just didn't get enough of it, waited for it well, probably wasn't quite at the pitch of it, miscued it, but I like the patience.
Yeah, nice bat arc.
Probably just threw a shot a little early.
Just threw a shot a little early, what did you say?
Yep.
Or a little late. She could have lifted it. But, you know, the power to do that's, you know, when you're a bit younger, it's a bit harder to find, right?
And another catch.
Another young player here that's just finding the bounce a little bit difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the appreciative sideline from the Australian side. Here's the delivery from Gann. Let's look for that edge. Right above the eye line. It's a bounce. Interesting.
Yeah.
Not sure that she hit that.
No, hard to tell. It's a bit blurry right at that point. But yeah, did nothing in there that suggested that she did. But that's bounced, you know, on a length and been taken by the keeper, sort of waist high for the batter. And that is quite tough to play.
A sweep backward of square for 2. And Marai has faced that entire over, which is revenge against Van Dyke, who faced the entire first over. You've got to balance these things out, Paul.
You do have to balance things out. She got one off the last, so she can double up for this over if she wants to.
Here's a look at this catch. There's that great vision of how far above the eye line that's gone.
Doesn't look to me like when you look at that like that, the bat doesn't look that close to the ball. No, she may have hit it. Really hard to tell, but
yeah, look, she certainly didn't look that upset with the decision. So maybe that's guilty conscience. Here's the skipper for the match, Stacey Rockcliffe. Straight to the fielder. Oh, gee, that's out. Just ambling back into her crease. Van Dyke, she had all the time in the world, given that Alana Gregory shaped up to go to the keeper's end. Turned and went to the top, as you'll see here on the replay. Straight to her, turned around. Oh, it's probably a bit harsh of me saying she ambled back. She had a crack. Back live. Beaten. Australia continuing their attack. Sharp piece of fielding that was from Alana Gregory.
And the batter's cross. No full over for either one on this one.
Beaten outside off. Not getting across to it. Van Dyke.
Here we go. And comfortably through for Van Dyke.
1 ball remains in the partnership. It's a dot to finish and -4. Another great set of 4 overs there for the defending world champions. They don't let up. And that's exactly what their coach, Cindy Cross, would be expecting. There she is, draped in the Australian national flag. Always a fixture around Cindy Cross. Here's some of the highlights. There's that catch, second grab. That's what you want to do, just knock it up in the air if you haven't got your hands on it.
Yeah.
Attempted lofted drive. An easy catch for Gann. There's that apparent edge. Here's Stacey Rockcliffe feeding Alana Gregory back to the top, and Gann whips the bails off. Impressive work from Australia. Here's Kiara Wood to get us back underway. The South African captain, Zondri Boshoff, is joined by Barnard at the crease. Boshoff is on strike. Beaten to start. outside off. Barnard is the other 13-year-old in this squad.
Well, I was going to say, Cam, they don't, when they say they've got a couple of 13-year-olds, they don't know they've got too many over 20 to me.
I think the oldest player in the squad's 19. I'll just check these ages.
Barnard averaging 9 a game here.
They have one 20-year-old, South Africans. Direct hit.
Great bit of work.
That'll do it. Australia just continue their charge. Alana Gregory just too good in that position.
Yes,
Reads it well off the net, confident off the bat. Wood continues. Just short of her, I suspect, the return catch. Carol Wood's mum in the stands. Surprised her coming down today.
Nice. Bit of green and gold over there at the moment, Cam.
Both Australian green and gold and South African green and gold.
Of course, yes.
It's third ball now.
You guys see that little bit of black into your colouring, Cam.
Certainly looks like they've got that on their uniforms out there.
Great shot.
Yeah, full-blooded drive.
Hit through the offside.
And 3 runs to keep the over at 0 rather than negative. Need 3 big overs here, South Africa. Try and give themselves another skin. They can attempt to defend.
Yeah, you get the feeling the Australians will go pretty hard at the first skin.
There's the South African 22 men enjoying themselves and supporting the under 22 women. It's up and taken. Just sometimes when things aren't going your way, they just don't go your way, do they?
Yeah, no, again, I think, South Africa's made a decision around here to play, to play their bench, and things aren't going their way, but they'll have a plan, and that plan... Oh, great catch. The plan doesn't really...
For the South African captain. Got onto that one, and you normally find they'll hit that top net and just drop straight down, but this time they drop straight into the hands of Taylor Gregory. That's 2 balls in a row. Bowled Gregory, caught Gregory.
There you go.
Barnard beaten outside off. And again, almost a carbon copy.
Got a couple of great overs in this game, hasn't she?
Indeed. That one a little straighter at the stumps, and Barnard up to the challenge.
The South Africans will go back to their normal competitions back home in a couple of weeks, and they will just hit everything out of the middle.
Oh yeah.
Feel so confident, bat the house down, play brilliant cricket. When you come back down the level, it's such a good experience.
Boshoff drives, falls safe, it'll be a single.
Good call.
Closes out the over, but a great one for the Australians. 2 wickets, 2 dots and 2 singles, -8. Here's a look at the 2 catches. Oh no, that's that last delivery. It's tight. Oh, couldn't see when the bails came off, but gee, that was a lot closer than I thought. And I tell you what, Boshoff angling away there from the pitch. She added, what, quarter of a second to.
That's all it
time
takes,
took.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just saw Della Wood there. He's just made it down. Here's Gregory of the Taylor variety.
So Taylor Gregory takes over bowling from her sister.
Just off hands into the net. Let's have a look and see what this did. Oh, just over the top of middle and leg.
Yeah, bounced to get two to take it over there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Taylor Gregory getting a bit on this. Throws it up, spins it.
Tell you what I'm absolutely impressed with here is Barnard, a 13-year-old. She's lost a couple of wickets. In fact, she hasn't got out, but she looks like she's out for a walk in the park. And it doesn't look like she's under any pressure at all. She's going to have nerves of steel. She goes through the age groups.
Yeah, she's doing this.
Becomes a better cricketer.
She does it at 13. I have a feeling we'll see her back here and perhaps in some other cricketing areas.
The leg side to finish the over, 6 runs from it. A better one for South Africa, but the partnership is still in the negatives. And Stacey Rockcliffe will have to close out the innings.
Bowl the last innings of her first game as captain of Australia under 22s.
Straight through.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant delivery. I suspect Stacey or someone else in the team would have to have captained one of the earlier games. Ball Australia, it looks like they've played 7 games and Katrina Dixon has only played 6 of them, so this may not be her first.
Fair enough.
Oh, another chance there.
Thought she was in.
Yeah, so did umpire Guest. There's a reverse angle.
Nope, I was wrong.
Back live. It's up and just falls safe. Right in between the two fielders. Two balls remain after that dot. It's a nice little push through the gap for 2. It'll leave the South African captain to face the captain for this match for Australia, Rockcliffe, the last ball of the innings. It's up, falls safe. Rockcliffe does the job off her own bowling, but Boshoff is home and 2 runs to finish. It ends up being a positive skin, but just a single run. And 27 runs for the total. Well below what South Africa scored on the previous occasion these two sides played each other. Australia will be very happy with that performance with the ball and in the field. Perhaps the one skin to watch for is this first one as we look at some of the highlights here. It's the drive that went to the back net for 5. Slab it. The leading runs, just about the leading run scorer for the innings, through a couple of back net shots there. 12 runs, Tamsin Hartman and Rotes put on 15 and 11 respectively. The three standout performers in this innings. And just about all of the bowling and fielding standout performances for Australia. You saw there another good catch from Humphries and a sharp piece of fielding from Alana Gregory. Just a quick gather, presence of mind to turn around and throw to the top. Nice little catch there for Taylor Gregory. And then again, 2 in a row. Bang. That hurts for the South Africans, but once again a brilliant performance from Australia. And speaking of Australia, we're coming to you from Victoria, the state of Victoria here. We take a look at Gippsland. It's home to beautiful national parks, rustic seaside villages and rolling green hills. Some visit for the collection of wineries and culinary gems, while others visit to take advantage of the swimming, fishing, boating and sailing offered by the extensive network of rivers, lakes and beaches. You can get a taste for Victoria's top drops on a journey through Gippsland to discover cool climate Pinot Noir along the coastal region, or stretch your legs in some of Victoria's most spectacular national parks. Be charmed by tiny towns and indulge in gourmet fresh produce in Gippsland. Feed your curiosity at galleries and studios or at local cellar doors, boutique distilleries, and indulge in the freshest seafood. All of that is true. Gippsland in the state of Victoria, a wonderful place to visit. So for the Australians, if you're not in this region, come on down. And for everyone overseas, Australia's a great country to come and visit, in particular Gippsland, part of the state of Victoria. Chelsea Gann and Alana Gregory at the crease. Here's Ashley Barnard. Starts there with a single. Barnard 13, got a bit of pace.
Yeah, I was going to say, gosh, useful start. Been batted pretty well.
Pushes that one just inside the line.
Barnard looks a pretty good prospect for South Africa, for South African ladies cricket, doesn't she?
100%. Big future if Barnard continues in indoor cricket, and perhaps future in outdoor cricket as well.
That is a good nut, isn't it?
You can see why Barnard's bowling the first over.
Yeah.
This is a great start.
Yep.
Remember, they're defending a skin of 26 here. It's really well played from Alana Gregory. Safe way to get off third ball. Brings Gann on strike to face her first delivery. Gee, she was in position and so early to play that shot. Lightning.
Yeah, it really was. She's light on her feet, isn't she?
Yeah.
I thought she did the interview the other day very well as well, Cam. She's very relaxed. I thought being in the young age group when we did the interview, she was a bit nervous, but she was just calm as could be.
I was saying on Alana Gregory grabs 2 to finish, saying in the last match that I find, Gann just loves every minute of being out there playing indoor cricket, not just for a country or her state. And I find that really infectious. She's a good personality, great character of the game, and fair talent.
Yeah, very much. She, the leggy certainly goes for her. Looks good with the bat and has good hands on the back.
Rotes will bowl the second over after that start from Barnard, 6 runs from it. We're back in action. Straight back to the bowler, it will be a dot.
Well, that's another one who looks very confident with the ball.
Well weighted there from Alana Gregory. Quality bat is she.
Yeah, looks in great nick, doesn't she?
Might have turned 2 into 1 there.
He again chases the wide, which would have been an automatic 2. Hits it around the corner for 1.
Yeah. One well and truly left alone.
Yeah, Gregory quite happy to just take the 2 free runs. No need to turn it into 1. Roach sliding down the leg side a couple of times here.
Good shot there from Gregory.
Shot.
Yeah. Looking comfortable early, these two. Need to be in pursuit of the 26.
Looks to me like South Africa need 1 wicket to be a chance of holding on to this skin. And we'll still see the last bowlers, but a very strong Australian batting pair gone up early to chase skin of 26.
Well, what's interesting to me about that, Paul, is there's several Australian bats averaging sort of 16, even 17, whereas between the two of them, this pair's averaging 22.
Okay.
So Australia could have sent, I mean, if we use the statistics as the only barometer here, could have sent a stronger pair in here, but it looks to me like they're sticking with their plan. These were their openers. They're not too worried, they're backing them to get this skin.
Yeah.
Here's Boshoff.
Coaches, both coaches in this game are looking further forward, right?
Yes.
South Africa are looking for a 2 versus 3. Australia looking for a 1 for a final. And you don't build your team for the final by telling your openers they're not good enough to chase 26.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think one of the things South Africa's doing here, which I really like, is I think what South Africa's trying to work out here is who plays with the 4 girls that aren't playing in the 2 versus 3. So you put them all out there against the best team in the world, and you give them an opportunity to say whether they're good enough or not. And that's you have to be strategic and a bit tough, but strategic if you want to your team to perform at its best at a level like this.
Jan helps herself to 2.
It's one of the things that South Africa players need to remember here. It's only 1 wicket. Get a wicket here and all of a sudden you're right in it with a chance of this skin. You just got a little nick, a little play on.
Or a miscommunication. There was a 3 that Gregory hit and Gan had backed up, gone back into the crease and had to call it through a couple of times. So, it's safe in the end for Australia because the ball was in the back court, but it's an example of just a little miscommunication.
Here we are, there's a chance.
Oh, needed the hit.
Yeah, needed the hit.
Aggressive calling from Australia. 1 ball remains for Sandri Boshoff, the South African captain. Full and driven. This time, no run. So Australia will need 5 runs from this last over to claim the first skin.
So South Africa take it into the last over of the partnership in the same situation where I would imagine if they don't get a wicket, this skin is going to go. But if they could pick up 1 wicket here, they'd have a good chance of picking up the skin. And as a fielding team, you just need to be patient and remember that. You don't need a wicket this ball. You need a wicket at some stage in the next few balls.
It's going to be Tamsin Hartman. She will bowl the last over to the pair. Advanced and 7 runs to Gregory. Uses her feet. Plays it in the V.
And Australia in front in the skin.
Yeah. Back live.
Hartman gets good. Yeah, don't mind that at all, She gives a good flight. She seems to get good rotation on the ball. You get the feeling it's going to turn a little bit for her. Again, promising signs for South African ladies cricket here.
There's some great hair there, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah, once again turns 2 into 1.
Caught the side net that time. Got 2.
Got the 2. Turns 2 into 2.
Again, back on strike. Two outside off, and that puts the Skin beyond doubt. Australia will bank this first point.
Can be great to bat with, wouldn't she? She's quick. She's always good to bat with sort of positive, infectious people who are quick between the wickets. They can get rid of a lot of trouble. So we'll take a man, cat and a wicket to jackpot it forward. You look at Hartman, and as she grows and develops, she can become quite a useful off spinner. She's got a nice action. She does get a bit of flight. She does get a bit of rip on it. As she develops a little bit, she get a little bit stronger and turn it a little bit further. Some positive signs for the future here in Australia. We're just, good players dominating, right?
That's right. As Australia take 37 from the first partnership, claim that first point, and we get a stare down from Kiara Wood. Down there on the camera. Well, got a chuckle from me. Humphries and Gregory taking the court now for Australia. There it is. What's that about? What's doing?
Got a smile afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Monique Morgan will bowl now for South Africa. As I said, Humphries at the crease with Taylor Gregory. An opportunity here. Oh, a little direct hit. But Taylor Gregory was home.
Good delivery. Good to see the South Africans in the game early in the partnership. Oh, that's 2 balls and 2 little chances here for the South Africans.
I think there's a couple of things I'd like South Africa to take out of the game from a fielding perspective. We'll just watch this delivery. So it goes leg side. I think the first is that front court. They seem to be responding quite quickly, but the disposal of the keeper has got to be cleaner. It's got to be more accurate. It's got to give the keeper a better chance.
Yep.
And I think the other for me is, it's a bugbear of mine always. It's the work of the 3-line fielders getting in there, which they seem to be doing well. Well, that's nothing wrong with that at all. That's exactly what we need to see from them every ball. Yep. Get into the front court, clean gather, turn and throw. More of that, and this becomes an effective field. When they get the bowling right, they'll convert into wickets.
Oh, need to stop this time out. That's got her in the eye.
I think skipped up and got her,
yeah.
Wasn't flush. We just do need to have a HIA.
Okay.
Yep. So here it is on the replay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's bounced up.
Bit of a fight when it hits you. I'm sure she is now feeling okay, but at the moment it hits, I think she's pretty unhappy.
Yeah, it's just got her on the. You see her pointing there. It's got the side of the jaw.
Yeah.
But Lou can fill out there looking after her.
South African coach brings them over for a bit of a talk, and I'm sure he just wants them to do what you're talking about, Cam, work on the basics, bowl some good areas, and bring a little bit of fizz in the field, and see if they can pick up a couple of outs. And again, I think his mind is a little bit further forward than this.
Absolutely right, and that sort of forward thinking, beautiful. That's what we want to see.
This is where I like the head injury rule, right? For a second, this looked like she was quite uncomfortable. Stop the game, get her treated. I really like that part of it, Call it dead.
Yeah, I think to me, that's a good example of where the ball being dead and not counting is right.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
There are some examples where it's not right.
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
Oh, it's a chance. See that? Look, right there. Good gather. Reasonable turn. The disposal just not on the money. That's got to be either a direct hit, and if it's going to be a direct hit, let go of it. Absolutely zing it at those stumps. If you're going to the receiver, then get it over the bails.
Yeah, look, I think she needed a bowler. The bowler was running straight at her. I think she needed the bowler to get out of the way so she could throw it.
That would help, wouldn't it?
She turned around and the bowler coming straight at her.
As people at home would know, I used to just throw it. If you're in the way, bad luck. Here's Murray over number 6. Excuse me, it might be Murray. I did check that at the start of the game, so my apologies if I've got...
Murray.
Yeah. Murray bowling the 6th over, starts with a wide. Oh, put down. Interesting wrist.
Yeah, her action was mentioned to me by one of the people and suggested that one of the officials need to quietly get involved in this. But it doesn't look that bad to me.
No, I agree. It's almost an optical illusion, isn't it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't think that from where it is, I don't think the elbow is particularly straightening.
No, I don't think it is at all. It's just it's almost like a cocked wrist that creates that illusion. 2 leg sides, drop chance between them. Driven.
Yeah, I think that action, one with the count, I think that action is completely fine.
Yeah, agree. Yeah.
She's just a little at a bit of an odd angle when she comes through her action as well, which I also think it makes it look a bit different.
I think the fact that it's a bit slingy as well doesn't help that optical illusion.
Yeah, no doubt. But look, I think one of the things, when the younger South African batters seem to struggle with the bouts and just a little out of the depth, but the bowling, all of the bowlers so far have looked pretty solid to me.
Yeah,
they're bowling good areas, they're doing okay. Look, they'll fill out and grow up and be a bit quicker with what they're doing, but no problem with it for mine,
And to me, that's exactly why I think, from a fielding innings perspective, there's merit in the focus being on just getting that process right, especially when it comes to disposal towards the stumps or to either the keeper or the receiver.
Yeah, you get the impression here that for the South African ladies, an Australian wicket would be an achievement. They'll be pretty pleased, if they can just work away and find themselves. They've had a couple of good opportunities. If they can convert one of those, that'd be great. It does look like Barnard's enjoying the music.
Andrew, the DJ here.
Yeah.
Slabbert, the bowler. Humphreys, the batter. Top ball, the result.
Is Slabbert the 20-year-old?
No. Slabbert 18. 20-year-old is Nanda Van Dyke, not playing in this game. Oh, yes, she is. Number 7, yes. Nanda Van Dyke.
Look for Slabbert, too full. Little miscommunication there, but does get it to drift a little bit as well. Good play from the receiver for South Africa there. She did hold the stumps, hoping the line fielder was going to turn and throw. And it's only when she was beaten she got over there. May have cost her 2, but her job's to stay there and catch the ball if there's a wicket chance for a wicket.
That's right. That's the attacking option, isn't it? Yeah. Going straight back to Barnard.
Funny.
I like that.
Yes.
That's great from Barnard. Humphreys was stepping out of her crease and looking like she was considering a run. Barnard was having none of it and threw the sticks down. Stay in his crease, she says. Final ball for the Slabbit over. Oh, just a little oh, that's out! Oh.
I think that might have been hands on the bails.
Yeah, I think that's the only saving grace. The bails came off. Was it ball? Was it hand? Either way, it was not out. Fingertip. Good second effort here from Slabbit. I think that was ball, wasn't it?
That looked out, didn't it?
Yeah. If that was ball, that's out by a long way. We got another angle here. I don't think it's Barnard. That's the ball.
Well, if it's the ball, and that is a... I know I said giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt the whole way, but that was too far for the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Van Dijk, the bowler now. Yeah, I mean, everybody heard it. My instinctive reaction was that's out. I thought it was the ball. It may be, Paul, the umpire had the same reaction you did, that it was hands that knocked the bails off and the ball didn't touch the stumps.
Get a chance. Wouldn't we just watching it at full speed a little bit, because we should see from the deflection of the ball. If the ball hit the stumps, we should see some change in its direction.
See if we can catch it at the end of the partnership. Van Dijk continuing. There's a chance.
Yeah, look, they're going to get one here, aren't they? All of the bowlers are solid. Their field's getting in the game. I think one's going to turn up here not too far away, hopefully. Well, I mean hopefully, because okay for Australia to keep batting, but they look like they're on their way to getting a wicket to me.
An opportunity here. Yeah, see, that's that turn and throw. I'd just love to see a more efficient disposal there. That'll come with time. Morgan, one of the young players in the side.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's a bit hard in the middle of the World Cup to go into fielding training and get yourself sorted out, right?
Definitely. And it's off the net. There'll be a single. Oh, the throw's a wild one. Are they going to take an extra? They are.
Good chance. Well, could have gone to the bowlers in and tried to hit it.
Yeah. So it's 2 to finish in the end of the partnership of 35. Let's take a look here. This is that. Did it hit the stumps or not?
Let's watch where the ball goes.
Watch this.
Tracking.
And that's the ball hitting middle stump, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the ball hitting middle stump. I think maybe, honestly, that could be the correct decision from umpire Guest. There was no appeal. I didn't see one player appeal for that. I think they should have.
It's a fair point, you know. That's the rule, that for it to be out, you have to appeal for it. Wouldn't that be interesting if that's why he gave that not out?
That would be interesting. These guys know the rules pretty well, but gosh.
Kiara Wood and Eliza Barnett on the court for Australia. Monique Morgan has the ball, following up from 2 30-plus skins from Australia. Beaten outside off to start.
It was a little hard at time watching some of the South African bats against this very, very good Australian side. You know, they're just physically not equipped for it. But watching them bowl is brilliant, you know. They bowl very few wides and no balls. They just bowl down the channel, give themselves a chance. The fielding skills will come. The front half look okay.
Yeah.
You feel as if there's lots to like, you know.
Yeah, just some of the service to the receiver, making life difficult. As Barnard shakes the paint off the hand.
Yeah, another 10 years of that to go, another few years of that to go, I'm afraid, if you're on the back. Going to get the odd bad one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd be nice to see them
That'd be a
This
no
is one of
ball.
the things you're talking about, Cam, isn't it? That in reality, if they can get their line fielders, their receivers' feet in the right place, they'll get some service and they'll hit some
Yeah.
stumps.
Yep.
But as long as they're throwing without having that stuff set up properly, they're going to throw it all over the place. And we've got
someone dropped a ball. Oh yeah, it has. It's just got Kiara Wood there and compulsory HIA.
Philly in the chin.
She's fine.
Yeah, I like the early game. Maybe it's not the rules, Cam, and maybe I shouldn't like it, but the umpire just said to the player, "Are you okay?" She went, "Yeah, I am," and we got on with cricket. And I think there's a case for we want serious HIA protocols for anything that could be remotely like a serious head injury.
Yeah.
We also want some serious discretion around when it needs to be used and when it doesn't need to be used, right?
Correct, yeah. Absolutely right. Now, that ball, so he's allowed that delivery to stand, if I'm not mistaken, which if he had a HIA,
It's dead ball.
it's dead ball, yeah. No, unless there was a no ball before that, I can't quite remember. Morgan continues. Saves.
Oh, Guest. Oh, well done. How Michael Guest saw that, I've got no idea. Oh.
Did they not run?
They didn't run.
They didn't run.
They didn't run. This way I didn't have to make a call as to whether they hit the net or not.
They're too busy tracking the ball. Yes, no, she's come back.
He comes back, and the ball gets into the corner. Hard to tell. Michael gets to be pleased they didn't run there, because whether that would have been 1 or 3 would have been an umpire's nightmare.
It's third ball now. The score has to change. Here's the Roats. And it's off the pitch. Direct hit, but Wood's too quick.
Good athlete, Woods, isn't she?
Yeah. Good aggressive call. The right one from Barnett. Through for a single.
We talked in the couple of Singapore games about the team playing them needed to know what they wanted to get out of the game and focus on getting it. And Australia here should have a few things that they're looking to do. Run and call well. Hit the down up twos. That kind of stuff, the kind of thing that coaches want to see done and executed well in these games. No one's too concerned about the score at this point.
Through the gap. That is perfect from the South African captain. Got right in there in the front court. It was a fast disposal over the bails. On the bounce, bang.
Yeah, tidy, and it's one of the things that, even when it's not out, it reminds the batters they've got to get things right. Build its own pressure.
Wood turns the leg side into 2 runs off the bat. Brings the over to an end. 9 runs from it. Another good one for the Australians. 6 overs remain now. Take a look at what's coming up. Live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports here in Australia and YouTube around the world. From 5 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, Australia and Sri Lanka and the men. The home side. Lots on the line there for Sri Lanka as they push to make the top 4. And then at 7 p.m, Singapore up against England. Stick with us for the rest of this match and the day. Slabbit continues with another no ball. Wood will
That Sri Lanka-Australia game would be a bit of a ripper one. Sri Lanka and England, one of them needs to knock over one of the top two sides to really tie the way into that top four. Sri Lanka will be very keen, and Australia will want 7 points because they want to stay in front of New Zealand and qualify. Despite having lost the game, they want to qualify first. Even the Australian camp wants to see the South African side just take a wicket. They deserve to. They're playing good cricket. It'd be nice to see them grab one.
Well, this is off the glove. Oh, it's probably not out, really. I think that's off the wrist, not the glove. Interesting little front court field. They've got a very square two fielders, one facing the corner. Not really sure how I feel about it when fielders face something other than the bat.
Yeah, look, it's one of the things. The second fielder helps that. So what they're saying is that if it hits the back net, she's going to dive in, or the corner, she's going to dive in and catch it. And if it hits,
third ball.
Sorry.
Safely seen off for 2.
And if it hits square and bounces out in front of her, she's going to try and get out of the way, and the second fielder is going to try and take that and go to the keeper's end.
I just think that's too much to do. You want your fielder to see ball, get ball.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
One of the things as well, again, maybe they're practicing something else, but the chances of the Australians nicking this round the corner at the moment seem slim.
That's right, yeah.
Far more likely to hit it off the face
and
give her a chance at point,
Yeah, it's the end of the over. I think the other point is for Hartman down there, you're far better working on the skill of facing the batter, and if there is an edge there, moving laterally to take the catch. There's not a lot of benefit of facing that corner, because at the end of the day, if there's an edge and it's going into that corner, it's going to fly out of that corner at a random angle. I just don't think you derive any benefit from facing that net the way that she was. But what works for her or the team might be different from what works for me. That's fine. 1 over remaining now in this third partnership. Australia continuing their charge to a big total here. Van Dijk, the bowler. Starts with a wide. They'll get that again. I tell you what else. There's a lot of South Africa bouncing the ball in. Just see this delivery. Played well for 2.
Yeah, it's funny how these things go through a culture, right?
Yeah.
Someone starts doing it, they all start doing it, and really all it does is slow down the throw.
Well, not only that, it destroys the ball. So you want your ball to stay as hard as it can for as long as it can, unless you're trying to scuff it up for some particular reason. But it's okay if the bounces in an attempt to take a wicket, but when you've got all day to get it back because the play's already finished, why are you bounce throwing it?
I'm pretty precious about this stuff, Cam. I've noticed in this tournament a lot of teams get a wicket and then roll the ball. They throw the ball away and roll into the corner.
Yeah.
And I'm like, buddy, keep it off the ground, man.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, there it is again. I mean,
that's their preferred method of moving the ball back, isn't it?
Yeah,
They're definitely are looking to bounce throw. I guess what it does do is it keeps the ball below the bails most of the time. So it gives you a better chance of direct hit, I guess. But I'm not a fan, and it just slows the ball down, and I don't think that helps you at all in the field. If it goes over the top of your receiver,
you want to be careful there, slapping from the 3 line for no reason. Unless the slap is in the direction of the intended target wicket, then the net will still count. So that could have been turned into 4 or 5 in that case. And that brings the partnership to an end. Another 30-plus score for Australia. 34 of them, 17 each for Wood and Barnett. And Australia not really putting a foot wrong at the moment. It is important for them that they get as much out of this with the bat as possible.
Yeah, I think both sides are getting a little bit of practice here for bigger games coming, and again, I don't mind that at all. Australia look great with the bat, don't they? They look like they're going to take a lot a lot of beating in a final later on in this tournament, and South Africa's still got a bit of work to do to be really competitive in a 2 vs 3. But they're looking at the best options to get there, and they're going to try and win that game. And you know, a playoff game is not a development game. It's a we've got what we got, and we're going to go and beat someone. And
so 4 overs remain in this match. Australia and South Africa in the under-22s. Rockcliffe and Harvey at the crease for Australia. Here's Boshoff. There's no slap on there. So he's gone for the slap, missed it, and therefore hit the net for 2.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Full on the legs and driven again.
Another
for the slap. Yeah.
You know, in my life I've seen 1 or 2 players who can slap the stumps down from the front half or the line, and that's in the thousands and thousands of cricketers that I've seen. Put the ball in your hand and throw it to back sticks, and
the slap in the front court, either direct or off the net. That's a live play.
Yep.
From the 3 line or from anywhere else to the top, other than maybe from the receiver themselves, it's just not a thing. The only time you really want to see a 3-line fielder slapping is if they're trying to slap it off the net.
Yep. If you're listening in from South Africa and your daughter's playing in this game, battling away as well as they can in this condition for mine, bowling well, looking to get in the game in the field and see if they can pick up and out. A little bit to do, and as they continue playing the game around coaching and skills. Boy, the offside line fielder's got some skills, hasn't she?
Look, I think that each of the players that I've seen both in this game and in the earlier game against Australia, everyone in this South African squad, be it the 13-year-olds all the way up to the 20-year-old, they've got some game. It's just a case of some more experience, a bit more physicality, some of those skills in the field, I think.
Yeah, when you watch them play, you can see why they were picked.
Yeah.
Right? You look at them and go, I'd pick that, you know. And a little tidy up in some of the fielding stuff would certainly help them. In a couple of years more experience will put them in a good place.
Here's Marai. Driven from Rockcliffe.
What's the age group for juniors next year, Cam? Is it under 15 girls? Under 15 boys, under 15 girls, under 17?
I'm not sure if it's 15 and under or under 15.
Because it was 15 and under. Some of these might look pretty good in that grade of cricket.
They'd tear it up, I think. Oh, will it be out at full save? Can you believe it?
It's one of those things where it's not going your way, isn't it? It finds a way to fall in the middle of nowhere. If you're just taking 2 outs off 2 balls, that's going to rock off the net and fall in the hands of the girl at cover.
And, bit of a... Did you see the delivery? It's actually a consequence for mine of that cover fielder being too square. You can afford to be a little deeper and a little straighter because Australia are playing through the ball. And then it would fall into her hand is the point.
Yep.
Close to a no ball.
One of the things, Cam, that the fielder at second guard in the men's grades gets quite close to the exclusion zone. But one of the reasons for that is because they're bowling consistently into an area, a length and short of a length, quite straight, and they're looking to pick the ball up on the half bounce, really.
Yes.
The miss hit bounce and to finish that off, right? And for the South African girl to field in the same place, there's not the same. You can't make the same argument for it, She can sit back a little bit, have a little bit more time,
Yeah, especially when the shots are being driven through that region. the closer you are, the more likely you are you're going to be able to get hands on a down-up shot. But you're relying on that down-up shot being hit within your contact zone and, maybe possibly timing a jump well.
Yes.
Quite rare. With a lot of shots being played flatter than that, the extra half a step, half a metre, whatever it is, does give you that time and make it easier to affect an out or protect runs. Hartman, the penultimate over of the match. Another bounce throw into the wickets. Or the wicket, more accurately. In control, Stacey Rockcliffe. Another 2 to her total. Hartman beats Harvey. Two runs there to Rockcliffe, and 1 ball remains now. Beaten outside off, 9 runs from the over, and 1 over remains now. 6 more opportunities for South Africa to try and claim an Australian scalp in their second clash at the World Cup. It's going to be Barnard. She bowled the first over. She'll be bowling the last over. Would have liked to have seen her come in a bit earlier for a second over when the ball's still a bit hard.
Yeah.
Chance.
Oh. There was a place for the slap, Cam, a slap and a direct hit, I think, would have won some decent results for them on that occasion.
Well bowled from Barnard. Quality young cricketer here for South Africa. Turns the leg side into a single. Harvey must have somewhere to be. Doesn't want to have another delivery.
Yes, he's going, that'll do. Yep. I'll take my one.
Oh, an opportunity. Oh, that's out. They claim one.
There we go. We
An aggressive call. But it was straight back to the receiver. And South Africa grabbed their first wicket late in the final over.
Much excitement out there too. Very happy group as they get the wicket.
It's well judged there from Hartman. I thought for a second it might bounce over her. She did what she had to do. Whipped the bails off. 2 to come. Chance behind square. Just doesn't go to hand.
All of a sudden, the ball's been thrown a little bit harder. Fielders are moving around. Nothing is better for fielding than a wicket, is it? It just lifts everybody, doesn't it?
Final ball of the match.
Another wicket right now would be great.
And it is a single to the Australian captain. 33 runs for the partnership and a massive total of 139 for Australia. A convincing win once again from them. But as we've said a few times now, Paul, there's lots to like about this young South African outfit.
Yeah, I have a feeling 3 years from now we'll see them back and they'll be beating some teams, Cam. It's good to see them again. I really admire the courage. There's no doubt that when you do these things, there's some people who can take some pretty cheap shots at you, and you've got to be prepared to sit through that and back your judgment. And the South Africans have been clear they're looking to develop players at this World Cup after a long break from indoor cricket for everybody, and I think it's a really good policy. And I expect at the next World Cup we will see some fair reward for it.
Yeah, I don't disagree. We'll just take a look at some of the highlights from the match. It was a great performance with the ball from Australia, and then they've backed it up with a bat. There's that lofted shot there from Gregory. The stare down from Kiara Wood. Making the highlight reel. And here's that last wicket. Great piece of bowling and secure fielding there at the back from Hartman. And there you have it, folks. Australia, the under-22 side, defeating South Africa 139-27 as we see the two teams shake hands and exchange some gifts. Australian stubby holders. Well, how about that? I'm not sure that was much use for that for a little while.
22, but yeah.
And folks, thanks so much for your company throughout this game. We're live on KO Sports and YouTube around the world for the rest of the day. Coming up next at 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. It's Australia up against Sri Lanka in the men's, and we hope you can join us for that. But until then, for Paul Botterill and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. great piece of fielding.
Got him, Ubiote. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out, but that'll do.
Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Kosky at the back. Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Casey Stadium for the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. It's day 5. We're live on KO Sports here in Australia and YouTube right around the world, and it's time for Australia, the host nation, up against Sri Lanka in the men's division. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me, Gary Lowe. It'll be our pleasure to take you through this clash between the first place side and the third place side, and lots on the line this afternoon, Gary.
Yes, hello Cam, and hello to everyone right around the world. And before we get bogged down into today's game, I might just quickly go through the team list because we've only got 2 minutes and 23 seconds until first ball goes down range. Might talk about Australia first, as we can see their beautiful feet there at the top of screen. Captained by Lyle Teskey. Then we have Flores, Fitzgerald, Perkins, Ryan, Drever, Fontana, and Dearness. Coached by Brenton Bryan. That is your Australian side for today. And for Sri Lanka, captained by Captain Courageous Kalitha. Gee, he was good earlier on this morning in the game here on this very same court. We have Rumesh, Malshan, Nalantha, Andy Solomons, Kamal, Sherwan, and Chandima, coached by Patharana.
The umpire from the match, it is Blair from New Zealand, and Gary, as I said, lots on the line for these two sides this afternoon.
There's heaps going on, and before we went live to broadcast, I went through all the different permutations, and I woke up 25 minutes later after knocking myself out in a delirium. There is so much happening. We've got Sri Lanka currently in third, but they're the only team out of the 8 that have played 8 games. The rest have played 7. 10 games are being played. And really, Sri Lanka, India, England, and South Africa, all with a chance of making that top 4. Really, Australia and New Zealand are the only 2 that are probably certainties to go through. But this is if Sri Lanka can win this, it probably sets them up for that top 4 finish.
And if they're not going to win it, Gary, taking a couple of skins there is going to help that situation.
Well, what's been very impressive with Sri Lanka is they've actually won the most skins out of anybody out of that top 8, including Australia and New Zealand. Sri Lanka have done very well for losing games, but taking 3 out of the possible 4 skins. They did it this morning, they did it yesterday. So they're very good in their gameplay strategy and defending a good batting partnership when they get one. Now, they're a chance of beating Australia here, but they're an even better chance of coming away with at least 2 skins, which certainly helps. And their for and against is somewhat healthy as well. England and South Africa all having quite negative for and against.
I'll tell you what lets them down, the wins. So wins matter before the skins and before in the for and against. They've only got 3 of them. So as much of those skins have been handy, if they do find themselves level with either India or England, they might find themselves in trouble just based on wins alone. So you said it. There's lots and lots of permutations available here.
It's all going on.
And speaking of all going on, Rob Fitzgerald and Luke Ryan, they are on the court for the Australian men. Kalitha will open the bowling, the Sri Lankan captain. We're just about set to get underway here with Australia batting first in the World Cup clash live on day 5 here at Indoor Cricket's World Cup. We're on KO Sports and on YouTube. Settle in, folks. This should be a cracker. Squeeze through the cover point region for 2. And just saw Fitzgerald just pound his fist in his leg there. He's not happy he didn't get that high enough.
Yeah, he's a perfectionist. He demands a lot of himself.
Driven by Ryan. Through for 2. The Australians both away. That's 1 run via backward square leg. What sort of a total do you think Australia are looking for here, Gary?
They'll be looking around that 115, 120, averaging well over 100 most games.
An opportunity at the top. Luke Ryan, very quick between the wickets. Home for a single. You see the Sri Lankan field, they made a little bit of a tweak. They've got 2 fielders there in the front court on the leg side, both close in and fairly straight. Driven straight to the 3-line fielder. Does a great job cutting that off. No run out, no opportunity for a run out, but that's going to put both these Australians on the back foot when they drive through that region if they know that.
It's Chandima there.
Yeah, Chandima, if he's going to move like that. The dot ball there to finish the over for the Australians. 7 runs from it. Comfortable start from them.
Yeah, and that's what you'd expect from Rob Fitzgerald and Luke Ryan. They're very sensible indoor cricketers. Love the traditional down-up 2s. And what you'll find from the Sri Lankans when they come out to play, we've seen it with Sri Lanka, India and the UAE throughout this World Cup, playing very much the school of thought of see ball, hit ball. Just go for it. They're not afraid to play the big shots. And you'll see that today with Sri Lanka. They love going the drive, love trying to go that back net. They're very skilled. So we'll see Australia play that traditional game and Sri Lanka throwing the cat amongst the pigeons.
Here's Andy Solomons. Finds an edge. The diving Fitzgerald safe at the top end. Gets through at pace, doesn't it? Good contact there from Luke Ryan.
Solomon's only... Oops, sorry, Cam.
Right.
Solomon's only taking the 3 wickets in the 7 games.
I think certainly getting it through at pace, but a lot of the bats at this level don't mind that pace.
Yeah.
Just really got to be doing something off the deck, moving away, maybe shorten them up.
Made a very similar comment this morning, in fact. A game that you and I weren't on, so we're not repeating ourselves. Just something that I also suggested. Bit straight, nice and easy to play at a World Cup level. Just thinks to do a little bit of variation here would be lovely.
Great shot from Luke Ryan. That is one of the best there is at playing the down-ups off his legs. Maybe just even roll the fingers over one.
Well, they're quite abrasive, these courts. AstroTurf only a few years old. They do grip and rip quite well.
Again, another wire. I'll tell you what, if we're not going to see a variation, I'd just love to see bowlers shorter length and really try and roughen up the Australian bats, who are looking quite comfortable at the moment. He's got 1 ball left. What can he come up with? Yeah. Width this time, tough to get away. There'll be a dot ball to finish, but another good over for Australia. 8 runs from it, well on their way to a 30-ish partnership here.
Yeah, you've got to ruffle the feathers of this Australian outfit. I mean, this is their home ground. This is their home World Cup. They've played here before. The Australian National Championships have been here for a number of years on the trot, so they're familiar with this setup. There's good representation in the audience, in the crowd of Australians.
Former Australian men's player Preston Hart arrived in town yesterday, first day at the Centre today, and watching with interest.
Yeah,
a couple of former junior representatives in there as well.
It'll be the who's who of indoor cricket as we get to the pointy end of this week. Everyone will be making their way down to Melbourne. This place will absolutely be standing room only come Saturday. It will be full to the brim.
Lanka will bowl over number 3. We're back in action. It's a chance at the top. Oh, he just spilled it. I thought for sure Chandima was about to throw down the top sticks and Fitzgerald would have been well short. Let's take a look at that on the replay. Just a little snatchy at it, was he? Here it is, the drive, in good position. Yeah, he was worried about the throw before he had the ball. And through to the back for Luke Ryan. If it's full, he will drive. He gets that right in the gap. Big runs for the Australians. Tucked around. Down to third man for a single. One of the things batters of this calibre, both Fitzgerald and Luke Ryan, do is they keep the strike turning over. Leg side there. And they steal a run. It's good awareness. Again, another example of them keeping the strike turn over. They could bank the runs, but what that does is that now forces the bowler, Lanka, to bowl to a new batsman. Driven again. This time a foot on it, called through for a single. Trouble, direct hit, and that is out. Luke Ryan, I'm not sure he's impressed with the decision. This will be interesting, but direct hits. The fielders are always in the game. Let's take a look.
Yeah, from the naked eye, it did look gone, to be fair. See what happens here, Australia.
So it's a wait, then yes. They called through. Here comes the throw. Oh, well and truly out.
Yeah, it did
Good
look
decision.
gone.
First wicket falls. Back live. Oh, and a misfield again. Chandima on the 3 line. He looked good early. And I tell you what might have put him off there is everyone was shouting top or keeper before he had the ball, and he just spilled it in the side net for 2. Despite the loss of that wicket, still a positive over there for Australia. 8 runs from it. They find themselves on 23 with an over to come, but that little wicket, has that just given Sri Lanka a bit of a spark here?
They're a real confidence team, Sri Lanka. When they're up, they're up, and when they're not, they're not. So when they get a little bit of a sniff and they get a bit of a roll on, they do particularly well. And that was a really good throw there, actually. Just looking at the wider on view, kind of jumped up and threw it side arm.
Chandima it is, who will bowl the 4th over. Ryan on strike. Punches it for 2 on the onside. Chance, but Australia not interested in the run. Sharp hands there from Solomons, moving to the 3 line for the bowler. Oh, it's put down, leading edge. It don't come much easier than that. Just put it down.
Yeah, Sri Lanka not really coming out of the blocks well here. Opportunities galore, and that is an absolute sitter.
Yeah, Sri Lanka know it too. That's a chance gone begging. It's 3rd ball though, another opportunity here. It's a no ball.
Exclusion zone seems to be the call.
I'm not sure if it's exclusion.
Top half of the body's over the line.
He's pointing at the 3 line fielder, I think. There. Let's have a look at the replay. No, well surely that's the cover fielder there.
Yeah, the man there in
absolutely.
The exclusion zone for sure. Yeah, the official was talking about hands being over. Your hands, if you're on the 3 line, your hands can be into the second half of the court, and that's okay.
Good point, yeah.
So
it's feet for that line.
Yeah, correct.
Hands over in the air for the exclusion zone, just to make life interesting. Finds the edge. Fitzgerald gets away with 1. 1 to come now. Caught a little bit of that leg sideline, so another extra here. Runs and the extra delivery. That hurts when they're in the 30s. They grab a single off the last ball and post. 35 for the opening partnership. Australia, they'll be satisfied with that. Lost one wicket by way of a run out, but otherwise look reasonably comfortable. For Sri Lanka, well, there's one or two chances that they just couldn't cash in on here in this all-important clash. There's the drive to the back, the big dive, and this is the weight. Abakun, Chandima grabbed it, threw down the stumps, direct hit. You see here from this reverse angle just how out it was. About 30 centimetres. So Sri Lanka certainly in the game when they can take their chances, unlike this one. Kieran Perkins and the Australian captain Lyle Teskey at the crease now for Australia. Kamar will bowl their first over. World Cup cricket action live from Casey Stadium. Underway. Plenty of time outside off there for Teskey. Starts with 2. Oh, needed the big dive, Perkins. Gee, that would have been tight, Gary.
Yeah, it would have been very close. He's done extremely well there. Has Rumesh to come into the front court and get a hand to that.
Watchfully played by the Australian skipper, the dot ball. And they follow that up with a leg side. Not quite sure what they were appealing for there. Yeah, just too good outside off is Lyle Teskey. Sent back. Conservative decision. It's the right one. Another good start for Australia. 8 runs off.
Yeah, Sri Lanka, they're better than this. I know they've set the standard pretty high. I mean, currently sitting 3rd in the competition ladder, and they've just let a few chances slip. Now, against any other country, India, England, South Africa, UAE, Singapore, you can probably get away with it. Against Australia, they will absolutely make you pay. So this is a really important next couple of overs here for Sri Lanka. They are a very, very good team when they perform. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. If they let Australia out, they may never have a chance to reel them back in.
Here's Ramesh. Dot ball. It's going to be 3rd ball then, courtesy of the dot ball off the last ball of the previous over. So here's an opportunity. A straightish offside field. Moves in. And down up from Teskey. Into the side net in the backcourt. Comfortable 3 to the captain. And beaten. Good adjustment there from Perkins. He's ready for that angle. Away from the bat. Grabs 2. Yeah, again, good awareness from the Australians.
Yeah, wonderful calling on their bike very quickly were the Aussies. No fielder, backward of square. Away they go.
Beaten again, Perkins, to finish the over. He troubled him off 2 deliveries there, Rumesh. And that one awfully close to the sticks.
Yeah, this replay shows it pretty closely. Not really the sticks, more the bat though, there wasn't it?
Yeah, just cutting away. And he saw Perkins indicate that after the ball. But importantly for Australia, 6 runs off the over. And that, the ball that went backward of square there off the legs of Teskey, perfect example of the Australians just being aware of where they're going to get runs from.
Yeah.
It didn't even have to register whether or not there was a fielder there. They knew it already. As soon as it went in that area, they just set off. It was runs all day. And the captain to bowl his second over, Kalita. Driven. Oh, an opportunity. It's through for a single.
And Lyle Teskey turns around to Perkins and says, "Get out of the way, mate. I've just smoked it."
You just see Perkins backing away. I think it's the front court just taking their time to get in a position. He's quite entitled to wait until they're set. Well weighted from him. You can see the 2 Sri Lankan fielders on the offside, relatively square, close together, and right up on that exclusion zone, looking to try to stop that exact shot. Left alone by Teskey. Gee, that'd have to be doing a fair bit to go and hit the stumps, wouldn't it?
That was one of the most audacious LBW appeals I think I've ever seen.
Two runs through square leg.
Those front court fielders on the offside, as Cam Walter has pointed out, very close together, very close to the exclusion zone. Talk more about that in a second.
Driven to the back net. Caught some side on the way through. It'll be 4 runs to Perkins.
They've actually been warned in previous games for encroaching on that exclusion zone, jumping before the ball's been played at by the batter, and a couple of no balls for entering into it. So they're very eager, that's for sure.
2 runs to finish the over. A comfortable 2 for Teskey on the onside. 11 runs from the over. And you say, Gary, they've been warned. Now that strikes me as unusual. Why would an umpire be warning a team to avoid a no ball?
I don't know. Yeah, it's very similar to, you and I have discussed this in previous games. I'm not in complete agreement with the umpire even warning about the time. I understand that time's quite different to no balls and exclusion zones and things of that nature. Umpires tend to do it for the exclusion zone. I don't know why it's always been the way. You're getting closer. You don't warn for, hey, just let you know your front foot's getting close. Or
is it because it's a safety issue as well, do you think?
It could be.
Here's Malshan to bowl over number 8. It'll be a single to start the over. Oh, it's found the edge. Quick look at this. Oh, very lucky. Should be back live, not to drag that onto the stumps. And responds wonderfully with a great indoor cricket shot. 2 runs through the leg side front court. And another 2 to the Australian skipper. Look pretty comfortable, you see. Perkins, another quality batter in this Australian lineup. Final ball of the partnership now. They're in the 30s. Dot ball to finish. 32 runs for the partnership. Another good one for Australia. And to your point earlier, Gary Lowe, Time for Sri Lanka to start trying to rein these Aussies in. They'll get away from them here if they're not careful.
Yeah, before a ball was bowled today, you asked me what I thought the target would be for Australia. I mentioned around that 110, 115 at the moment. They'll be cruising past that. It would be very difficult for Sri Lanka to run down something like a 130 or a 140. I mean, that's a mammoth total. And at the moment, Australia doing it relatively easy. Not too many questions being asked from the Sri Lankans. And when the opportunities are coming, Sri Lanka just not taking them. So,
or in that case, not just a bat, not giving the ball an edge. There's one Perkins dragged on before. I think this might be it. Very lucky not to be bowled. So when you're not taking your chances, sometimes the lucky things don't go your way either.
And these are going to be hard skins to defend. 35 or 32, it's going to be hard. So they really need one or two skins ideally to be at least 20 or below.
Josh Drever and Josh Fontana are the batters. Rumesh has the ball. Will get us back underway for over number 9, the third partnership. Wide delivery. Drever is across comfortably. Grabs 2 runs to open his account.
Now, this could be a batting partnership that Sri Lanka could target. I mean, they're very, very skilled players, but both on debut here for their World Cups.
Just wide of the 3-line fielder. Through for 2. Another comfortable down up, this time a single. Australia happy to soak up a dot here. Sri Lanka taking an eternity to secure the ball. Just a little bit of laziness. Shows they're not quite on for mine. Driven. Yeah, snatching at it. That should be out. A flat drive like that and the batter's running against a side like perhaps New Zealand, that should be an out.
Yeah.
And as we see a dot off the final ball and 7 runs from the over. The critical thing for Australia here is, okay, Sri Lanka not quite on in the field. They're not quite taking some of these opportunities that they're creating. Australia need to still maintain their standards. Got to be careful of runs like that. Okay, fair enough. If the ball's not in hand and then you make a decision to run, it's a little bit different from running on contact and exposing yourself to a run out there.
Yeah, Australia needs to just to stick to their game plan, play within themselves, be patient, and if opportunities present themselves, then take it.
Shawan. Bowler starts with the leg side to Fontana. Sent back. The slap was to the keeper's end. It was wide. Seen a couple of the teams, Gary, got the Sri Lankan squad here with a towel.
I was
offering it.
Just about to say that. I was stewing on it for 2 deliveries.
I bet you. His third ball. Oh, and another chance goes begging for Sri Lanka. I mean, that really should be out. It's just unusual. He's offering up the towel to the bowler every now and then. It's not like it's particularly humid.
Mate,
I'm a little bit. We're back live. Another opportunity. A good piece of work in the front court, but they needed to go to the top at the end of the day. Yeah, I've seen England do it. I see Sri Lanka do it, and I've never seen it ever before.
No, and legitimately, I'll wait for this delivery. That's going to be no run there. That is over 78, the total. I should have said the ball before because then I could have been the one who brought it up, but you beat me to it. I don't know. It must be that we've seen another country do this. We're just going to do the same thing. But even the bowlers aren't even using it. The conditions here are very comfortable.
Yes. Yeah.
There's netting, there's AstroTurf you can rub your hand on.
There's even Andy Solomon's out there who's got a towel in his pants.
Yeah,
and he was still offering it. Anyway, I'm sure there's a reason that just escapes us. Kamal will bowl over number 11.
Look, someone had to address the elephant in the room, didn't they? And it was us.
We go. Oh, a little chance at the top. It's safe. Look, it has to be said that previous over, that troubled Australia. There's 3 dots bowled in the over, 2 or 3 chances, and Sri Lanka not converting.
There's probably been 5 or 6 conversions that haven't been successful. Attempts, but not converted. 2 on the leg now. Very straight leg side fielder there, Malshan. And you bowl the fully outside off.
Yeah, it's just not clicking for Sri Lanka at the moment. You said before, Gary and I agree, they're a better side than this. We've seen much better play. They're just not bowling to the field. When it does go to the field, it's not going to hand. Driven, there's another example. Driven straight to the 3-line fielder who spills it in the side net. I just wonder if we're seeing a little bit of fatigue creep into their game.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%. They had a really tough game this morning against New Zealand. 22s that they lost 104 to 107. They would have burned a lot of energy in that one. They would have burnt a lot of physical energy, and they would have burnt a lot of mental energy because it was a taxing game. It was a close game. They probably should have won it. They picked up 3 skins in that process, and I think we're just seeing some fatigue here.
Well, it's something they're going to have to manage, I think, the Sri Lanka side. 3rd ball, here's an opportunity for them to try and convert this into a wicket. Oh, it should be out. It is. They finally do the tidying up the ball straight back to the receiver. He had 1 or 2 grabs at it, but stayed calm and affected the wicket. And there it is. That's what Sri Lanka needed. Things weren't going their way. Bowled it full, and really Drever should have put that anywhere. Took a couple of grabs, and in the end he did the right thing.
Yeah, still a bit of a dog's breakfast in the end, but got there, -5. That's the important thing.
Scoreboards don't paint a picture, mate. That's a run out.
No, they don't.
Malshan will bowl the last over to the pair. That's a great shot, that is. Drever just coming off that previous delivery where he really could have put that ball anywhere. Was out and then comes up with a brilliant shot like that.
Yeah, Malshan's come really hard down on his left knee there. He's not quite right. We'll see how he goes with his bowling action.
He looks okay. Driven straight back to the receiver, the bowler I should say. It's a dot ball. Yeah, that hurts. Just missed. Fontana help himself to 2 runs. Yeah, pretty uncomfortable bouncing into the net like that.
Yeah, he was half on the net, half on the ground.
Just a bit of a yak to a full toss. Didn't get it as straight as he would have liked, Drever, but it's in the book as 3. I was sworn that hit the back.
Great, thank you.
The fielder's saying 3. Bit of a query. Straight to the leg side fielder. Top ball. 2 runs to close out the partnership. 21 runs for Australia, still a reasonable skin. We saw Sri Lanka finally convert one of their opportunities. Yes, it wasn't the tidiest piece of work in the history of the universe, but lots of dots in that pair, and that 10th over in particular, I thought they were unlucky. There were 2 chances there that Sri Lanka really should have taken, and let's hope that example in the 11th over is an opportunity, or a spark for them to really attack in this final partnership. But the bad news for Sri Lanka is it's Reece Dearness and Matt Forrest on the court, so well, they're not exactly the easiest bunnies in the world. 2 quality bats for Australia. It's World Cup indoor cricket action live on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally. Australia up against Sri Lanka. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me, Gary Lowe in the universe. How old is it, Gary?
13.8 billion years old.
There we go. Here's Neil Hunter.
Not the cleanest dismissal in the history of the universe. Not the cleanest dismissal in the last 13.8 billion years. Oh, that is savage. What a beatdown. Oh, shot there by Reece Dearness. These 2 are going to put on an absolute clinic. Probably going to be 30, 35 odd. And then watch the fireworks come in the second innings for Sri Lanka, because they'll be throwing everything at it.
Oh, that's a good ball to Matt Floros. Just got to point out, I didn't say it was the worst piece of fielding in 13.8 billion years.
No, just not one of the
not the
cleanest.
best. Yeah. Yeah, sent back. Watchfully played. Again. Sri Lanka just untidy, even with securing the ball.
It's fatigue. They look tired.
Oh, stop it. How does he do that? Just into that position and still moving, and smashes it down up 2 on the onside.
And this is the difference between the 2 teams. So earlier on today, Australia played the UAE at 11 o'clock this morning. A pretty comfortable win, 105-36. So they probably weren't stretched that far. Same time, Sri Lanka, 11 o'clock this morning, were playing New Zealand, and they were in a heavyweight title fight. 2 king-size boxes just going blow for blow. It was a massive, huge game, very taxing, 104-107. And put to that as well, Sri Lanka have played an additional game. So after Australia, they've only got 1 more game left in this World Cup, possibly, and that's against South Africa. So an additional game and a big match this morning.
It's a good point. Just forget the physical taxing, nature of those games, the mental impact, as you say, of such tough contests clearly having an impact. And another brilliant shot from Reece Dearness. Boy, he can bat. So can this man, Matt Floros, the Australian vice-captain. Leg side, looks straight at the non-striker. It's exactly what you're supposed to do when you leave a ball like that. Here's that towel being offered again.
And to add further to that, the game this morning from the UAE, 4 players in that game rested for this one. Clive Rose, Vinesh Bennett, Bo Zorko, Gregory Connor.
Yeah,
benched. Exact same team now playing for Sri Lanka that played this morning. Exact same 8.
Well, Sri Lanka are in a position where they've got to play their front 8 every game, don't they? Well, I suppose that's not necessarily true, but to try and get up into this world group, the top 4, they're playing their front 8.
Oh, good bit of fielding there, keeping it off the net.
Yeah, that's a great second effort. It really is.
And if you're playing Australia or New Zealand, that is the time that you play your best 8. That's not the time to be trying to mix and match and see what might work. You want to go into your best effort. So from the 8 this morning from Australia in an easier game, they've had a full rotation and they've got 4 on the bench and brought a fresh 4 in. This morning, Sri Lanka, big match, fatigued, exact same 8, playing again, and I think that we're seeing the result of that right now. And it's a big effort. It's a Herculean effort from Sri Lanka.
Well, it'd be interesting to see. You've talked about how we're likely to see them come all guns blazing with the bat.
Yeah.
The extent to which the fatigue is going to affect that, as we see Chandima to bowl the 15th over, Australia on 106. Another quality shot from Reece Dearness. There's nothing more I can say. It's just beautiful to watch. A single there for Floros. An opportunity for an extra, but Dearness not interested.
I mean, I'll jump in now because poor old Cam's out of words. Again, it's too good. It's far too good.
No, Floros, not quite finding the net there. There's two just absolutely safe as houses singles. Not looking trouble at all at the moment, these two. Chandima continues. If you're, I'd hate to be an opposition coach and to spend time trying to analyse Reece Dearness and break that down. So how do you bowl to that? I suppose the only way to do it is to not bowl on his legs at all.
Yeah.
Last ball. The dot ball to finish. 9 runs from the over. Australia cruising at the moment. Got 1 over left to push past 120. And bank another 30-run skin here.
And then you'd be expecting Australia to really throw some firepower behind that third batting partnership. They've got the luxury here where they can kind of, not relax, but they can bowl their second or third tier bowlers in this Australian side. I mean, they're all pretty freaking amazing, but that third batting partnership, watch out because Australia's going to be bowling their best four for sure.
And this will be interesting, this over. It's Andy Solomons. Yeah.
Oh, you can't bowl on his offside either.
No. Especially not with pace. It's not necessarily doing much off the deck. He's going to read that all day like an open book.
Just bowl 6 wides and have it done with.
It's the last over of the pair, mate.
And that could be a bit dangerous. Well, Sri Lanka, I think, are lucky that Australia's only 118 at the moment.
Two runs to Floros. And the partnership's past 30 and the total 120. Looking ominous here. Staring down the barrel, Sri Lanka. Oh, there's a change up.
That's good.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind seeing that a little more. I mean, it's fairly, you can spot that out of the hand, but at least it makes the batter do something different.
Yeah, like it a lot. Good bowling.
Clipped off the net, a safe single. And 1 ball remaining in the innings here for Australia. Yeah. They'll grab another single to finish. 122 on the board for Australia here, batting first. It's World Cup indoor cricket action. Australia up against Sri Lanka. We're live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me, Gary Lowe. And, that's just textbook batting from Australia.
Yeah, it is. Look, I projected 110 to 115. They ended up on 122. I think Sri Lanka are lucky that it's not 130 to 135. But Australia were just so clinical there, and a couple of little bumbles and fumbles in the field for Sri Lanka didn't help. Can Sri Lanka chase down 122? Here's the thing. Sri Lanka won't get close to it. They'll either win by 20 or they'll lose by 40. They are going to go for it heavy, and it's going to be complete feast or famine. They'll either score a million or hardly any, and that's what's going to make this second innings very interesting. I wouldn't be going anywhere because they play an exciting brand of cricket, do Sri Lanka.
There's just some of the highlights from the Australian innings. We saw the run out earlier from Chandima. a couple of opportunities. There's the wicket that they did take back in the 11th over. But the highlights from the last pair, well, just a couple of these from Reece Dearness. Bang, there's a wire. And, well, superlative batting from the Australians, fatigue from the Sri Lankans, and for them it's all about points. We'll talk about that just after we talk about the Great Ocean Road.
Oh, beautiful
here
stuff.
In Victoria. You can see the towering 12 apostles, get up close to native wildlife and take in iconic surf breaks, pristine rainforests and misty waterfalls along the spectacular Great Ocean Road. It's a 240 kilometre or 150 miles in the old system road along the winding coastline. It overlooks the dramatic beaches of the Southern Ocean and Bass Strait. And along this road, you can do cosmopolitan villages, surf beaches, lush rainforests, waterfalls, natural wonders. It's got everything and it's endlessly inspiring. I've done that trip before, the Great Ocean Road, and ducked up into the Grampians. It's just such an incredible part of the world, and where you can go from villages and beaches to rainforests and waterfalls. Why wouldn't you do that? Spend a week taking in the Great Ocean Road and other parts of Victoria, a beautiful part of the world, and get on down to Victoria, folks. Plenty to see, as there is here at the World Cup. Just talking about what Sri Lanka want to do here, going all guns blazing. They've got 4 big skins to aim at here, and for them it's all about how many points can they take out of the game, and in the process, can they jag a win? With Nalantha and Rumesh at the crease, Luke Ryan's going to bowl the first over. I think you might need to fasten your seatbelts, folks. Australia, not exactly the easiest bowling attack to put away to the back net, but we might see at least an attempt at it here from strong, aggressive batting lineup from Sri Lanka. Luke Ryan will get us back underway. Hits the leg, no shot offered. Will be a dot. Let's have a look.
Oh!
Tell you what.
Oh, mate, give it.
It's worth a shout, isn't it? I think it's still missing, but... Well, he's had a look now. Nalantha. Beaten outside off, moving away. I tell you what. Luke Ryan, he's still got some pace about him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a serious customer, that's for sure. Third ball here. 2 dot balls from 2 deliveries for Ryan. He'll be looking to convert. He's a specialist at it.
Chance at the top. The flick's a wild one. They get through for 2. It's interesting. No, Australia have been doing a little bit of this. Lyle Teskey, probably the best, one of, if not the best keepers in indoor cricket in the world. He's back here at the back sticks, and Perkins certainly no slouch with the glove either behind the stumps.
And he's not the tallest bloke in the world, is the Australian skipper. You quite often see your receivers with a little bit of height. But Lyle Teskey, he's very nimble. We can see him there doing his stretches, getting ready for a few big dives. Saving runs off the net.
Finds the net. Does Rumesh. 2 runs to him. And what I like about seeing Teskey here at the back and Perkins down there, it's one example of many of the Australian side being prepared to experiment and understand their options, what they can achieve with this squad. Final ball of the over. Oh, chance there. Matt Flores isn't going to miss that. He had all day the slap there to the keeper, and they affect the first wicket. That's just a great piece of indoor cricket fielding, that is.
I mean, he's one of my favourite players, is Flores, and you see him, he just gets down so low for a big man, and he's so strong in the arms and the forearm to be able to slap that ball and flick it across to the wicket keeper.
Against most teams, that's 2 runs all day, because he was moving in at the batter.
Yeah.
He ended up even inside the exclusion zone after that shot was played. Followed the ball quite quickly into the net, and with his momentum, got it back to the keeper, who was in the perfect position, and they effect the run out. You can't get away with that against Australia.
I mean, the guy's just a freak. He's unbelievable. So good to watch.
Here's the Australian captain. Beats